So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter. blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in life. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to love. Don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. Don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, you don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a time down, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, you're cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Turn it back. Gear up, order weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's not a feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess it's gonna burn up.
honor kings,
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose. I can see it.
I'm gonna show them. We got no crime. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
we the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess it's gonna burn up.
honor kings,
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone.
Become a pro player? No, how hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time towards the path of honor.
Clue, Wawa as well. Now, these are all familiar faces. We've seen them. They have quite a bit of experience coming in, not just playing from their region, but also on the international stage. But for the team of Crazy Raccoon, coming in from the JPKR region, we have not seen them just yet.
Yeah, and to be honest, I love the fact that Crazy Raccoon are coming into this one. This is a partner team. You have Kai that was formerly from Scars. He's going to bring his knowledge and experience in. But let's check out the video on Crazy Raccoon right now.
Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah! Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah! Oh, let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
That is Crazy Raccoon for you, coming in from the JPKR region, represented by Kai, Koi, Function, Kuro, and Undertaker. Now, these are all fresh names for us, so I'm curious to see how they'll perform today. Normally, we would be in the process of uncovering rough diamonds in the dirt here, and maybe we might have a gem.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is a team that I expect big things out of them. Where they stand, I mean, we're going to have to see this team play on the international stage. We haven't seen too much, so we don't have that data as of how they're going to pair. But we have seen Kai. Again, this is a guy, he's from the the Clash lane. He's done quite well in terms of when he was previously on Scars, so we have some experience with that. He's going to be bringing it in. Mind you, Scars was the second place team in the Japan-Korea qualifier. But of course, let's check out the next team, and they will be, of course, Gen.G Esports.
Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah! Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah! Oh, let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Right, and there you have it. That is Gen.G Esports, represented by Wawa, Ray, Inua, Rock, and Clue. The 5 members strong on the side of Gen.G. We've already seen them so many times. Can they make an even bigger improvement today?
Yeah, this is a team that had kind of middling success in Season 3, unfortunately. They didn't do the greatest in that regard, but this is a team that's really took their licks and they've improved. They've taken the off-season and that break to kind of get themselves back into this one, and I expect much bigger things. There's a lot of pressure that was previously on Rock, the farm laner. I expect to see more of him kind of, being able to kind of establish his dominance that we've previously seen when he was in KPL.
Yeah, and now with the global ban pick format, we're looking for those signature heroes coming out, right? So Wawa with the Dharma, with Clue on the Zhang Fei as well. And I'm curious to see whether Ray has something new for us, because so far he hasn't really flexed that many heroes across the board. And maybe today will be the true game changer for the side of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that there's going to be a little bit more pressure on Gen.G, especially in this first series, right? They want to exert that dominance because they did qualify for Season 3. That is a huge step up for a team, and to kind of put them up in that prominence is going to be very important for that. They want to kind of complete and to kind of control the other teams like Crazy Raccoon early in this league.
Yeah, and now for those of you that are uninitiated, Crazy Raccoon's going to go into the blue side, so they will have first pick, and Gen.G will be on the red side. So they're looking for that counter pick strategy now.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is best of threes. You talked about the fact that all of these games are going to be on the global ban, but this is one of those things where the series is very small, right? You got to go with your best foot forward, especially in game 1. I think it's going to be super key. Nothing about saving things. Just like almost disregard the fact that it's global ban, because you need your best heroes. Everybody needs to be on a comfort hero, especially in game 1.
Yep, and it works in many ways, right? So if you're able to close the series quickly, not only do you show less stretch, you get 2 wins on the board straight away. And these are all wins that are really important, because once again, this is ranking week. Every game matters. Consistency is needed for all the teams here.
Yeah, actually, when you say ranking week, you kind of scare me, because I'm like, oh, this is my rank game. I always had like, like that trauma, so to speak, going into this one. Obviously, these players are ready in that sense, but it is actually quite key, right? This ranking week across the entire weekend, all the way to Sunday, we're going to be seeing this entire single round robin with all of the different teams. every single win is going to matter, and it's going to be so key.
Yep, all the teams will be neck and neck if the games go well. But let's go straight into the bans and picks now. So Crazy Raccoon, of course, being on the blue side, will have that prio pick. Now, coaches Moon and Shishuai here coming in for both ends. On the side of Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G as well. Liang and Mai gonna be the first two bands coming in.
Yeah, and okay, let's talk a little bit about meta. Like, well, how has the game kind of shifted from season 3, which we kind of saw it was a little bit more high impact. We were seeing more Nua picks. We were kind of seeing Pei even played in the farm laner. We were kind of seeing a little bit of a different game. I mean, the game is evolving in that sense, but getting to the point now where we're at the Major East, how has the game evolved?
A lot of new burst potential, right? So Crazy Raccoon, they're gonna follow suit with that. Early late game beast as well. If you can give them an advantage, this early is going to be very strong. There is a slight shift. Now teams are very much more comfortable taking up those assassin role jungles as well, right? So Pei, Luna, we have already seen a couple of these people being played. We've also seen the rare Jing come into the meta as well. And right now, of course, we don't disregard the past. Diadea and Dharma still very much in the hero pool available for both teams.
Intertwined by fate. Right, and I love the fact that they're kind of going. Gen.G is going to go with the Dharma and the Diadea. I love the fact that like Wawa has his Dharma. That's his comfort hero. Yeah, he's definitely going to be great on it. Clue, awesome on the Diadea. A lot of potential, right? This hero is just so well-rounded. A very highly sought-after support.
Yeah, because she has decent control, right? So with the Bitter Farewell, she will be able to lock down people like Kuro, who is going to have his hands on this early. So it's going to be very vital to get that lock-in at the correct moment. At the same time, we know what Wawa is like. We know his Dharma is a menace. Let's see if he can get the catch. And Gen.G, once again, they get the new hero Chano. This is going to be a very spicy match.
Look, I think Chano is so oppressive to deal with in lane, right? It's just so annoying. And I mean, you were talking, I think it was you that was just like, hey, this is going to be the farm laner to watch out for, especially in the leagues moving forward. I think it's just really, really tuned up at this point.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, we always talk about the lone wolf, but wolves don't hunt alone. Wolves hunt in a pack. And having a Chano that bursts damage potential is so scary.
Yeah, potentially very scary, a lot of high potential damage. It kind of, he's just all over the place. I mean, those wolves are super annoying and it's difficult to kind of get onto him. Then he's got that repositioning with this like mobility. He has everything that you want in the kitchen sink. I think Rock is really going to shine and just kind of prove just how strong this Chano hero is.
Yeah, for sure. Now, right now we're talking about the burst potential. Gen.G actually going for a lot of damage. There isn't a lot of tankiness coming out for the lineup, right? At the same time, Crazy Raccoons, their main concern here is about control. They have taken away the Lady Zhen, they've taken away Mankey, they've taken away Liang. These are all heroes that can suppress the Dun, right? Because if Dun dies, it's going to be a very uncomfortable situation for Crazy Raccoon. They want to allow Kuro as much space as possible to use the umbrellas to move in and out and get those damage in.
No, like they pump like the Yixing with the Yuhan at this one with Crazy Raccoon. But I think to your point about how Gen.G just has that damage, I think that Crazy Raccoon were really worried. If they picked up the Yixing, I think that they would have been in a world of hurt, especially with that Dune dying early because it could be blasted right by Gen.G. So I do see where they're going with this one. Gen.G are like, hey, it doesn't really matter about our defense. We're just going to just do all this damage, burst you down and pick you apart from afar.
Yeah, but this is where things can get a bit spicy, right? Because look, if they're getting into close range, it's not going to be a very nice situation for Inua as well, right? And if Wawa is not part of the fights, then there is no turn capability. They can't counter-initiate. So Crazy Raccoons, I think they have a very solid lineup at this point, but it all comes down to the farming lane, right? There's this initial phase of the game. How many camps can they steal? Do they get enough last hits, right? Who gets the first level advantage? Who gets the first Tyrant? These are all markers in the game that will swing advantages to each team.
Yeah, but I just really like it how Gen.G's draft is kind of rounded out. I mean, you have that Kaiser. It definitely fills that void of just having that tank, that damage absorber, so to speak. He's going to be that damage sponge up front. Then you have like Dharma that could potentially just kind of go in with those setup truths. And everyone else just has so much damage and control that you can just kind of blow people up. I really like Gen.G's lineup going into game 1 here.
Yeah, I like it too. I think that Destined Encounter is going to be a big game changer for the side of Gen.G. So at this point, one of the weaknesses that the side of our Crazy Raccoon have to be very careful about is grouping up, right? The moment they group up in a 5v5, that's what Wawa wants. That is what Clue wants. Getting all those 5-man catches with their skills going to be very vital in the team fight for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you have the Dune from Crazy Raccoon he wants to kind of group people up. He wants to kind of get that team fight going, and they have the Yuhan to kind of just like help with sustaining, being that front liner, and then you have like the Mayan with the control, Arlie with the damage, right? Like things like this makes a lot of sense. It's just that I don't know if it's the same level or if it's as meta as a draft of this Gen.G lineup. I think the Chano will really change things up. I think that the way they've kind of, utilized the Kaiser as that, again, that damage sponge will be monumentally able.
Yep. I actually think it is easier for this side of Crazy Raccoon to execute their draft a little bit easier because the Mayin actually will be able to find the channel pretty easily if they have backline access, right? The moment Ray on this Kaiser is occupied, I don't think there is actually a lot of protection coming in. Yes, you have the idea Clue can come and save the day, but how much health can he actually restore and how much deterrence can he actually give to the side of Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come back to that. I think, how Arlie's going to just be able to kind of get that farm. Kuro, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to kind of just be able to stay alive because he's going to be on a knife's edge almost the entire game. If he gets caught out a single time, he gets blown up by the Ganemo or Chano, you're going to have a rough time. So he needs to ensure that his positioning is flawless in this game.
Yeah, there needs to be a couple of situations that both teams are looking to explore. So one of the things they're going to be looking to explore on the side of Gen.G is to try and expand that Maple Dance early on, right? That will kind of take away the defensive structure that allows them to stop those fresh E4 couple plays coming in from the Ganemo that burst potential. Anytime Maple Dance is up, that is not a threat at all. So they need to burn that out. Likewise, on the side of Crazy Raccoon, it really comes down, can they burn out this Wawa counter play, right? If he does not have the Truth Mantra, it's a great fight for the side of Crazy Raccoons to take.
Yeah, he's like incredibly the dark horse, right? If he's hidden and he's not like gone on in terms of that team fight, Wawa could potentially just jump on you, pounce, and just like take over that team fight, right? So I think it's going to be key for him to ensure that he's staying in the shadows, not always kind of being shown. But it's going to really come down to like the front line, right? The Yuan, the Gan and Mo kind of just like poking and prodding at one another. And until you find that right engagement where the teams have kind of grouped up and you're able to kind of unleash. And until we're at that point, I think it's going to be key because, again, they have the Dune that can kind of set things up with that wind slash. And then you're talking about the Dharma on the other hand with Wawa's, Truth.
Yeah, at this point, my main concern here is about the farm lane, right? That farm lane farming phase is not going to be pretty easy for the side of Crazy Raccoons, to be honest, because you have plenty of heals coming in from the Diadia. So Clue is definitely going to be enabling his farm laner Rock here to be able to get as many last hits as possible. Also opens up the door for that Firehawk or Firebeak. And that is a lot of EXP and gold differential that can be obtained.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about this new hero, Chano, in the sense of just like, if we're talking about laning phase and it's strictly 1v1 with Arlie and Chano, who are you giving the edge to?
I actually would give it to the Chano, right? I think with the help of the Wolves, I mean, if it's a level 1-on-1, I think maybe Arlie wins that. But it's level 2, you have access to both your skills before your ultimate. I think I'll give it easily to the side of Rock at this point.
All right, well, it looks like the draft has been completed. We're going to be going into the game. And of course, it's Crazy Raccoon going up against Gen.G Esports. This is, of course, the first game of the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring 2025.
Yeah, now this trailing season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping to bring top-tier competitions to fans worldwide. This is what they're going to be playing for besides that 50,000 USD prize pool.
I mean, there's so much at stake, right? Getting into that potentially the KWC tournament where there's life-changing money, there's life-changing fame, everything that you really want would be just key, right? But of course, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. We've got 7 games. We're only in the ranking week. We need to ensure that these teams really play to their best of their abilities here.
Alright, now if you're curious about the phones that they're using, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G. This is built for performance, made for gaming. It's smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Now, if you're ready to level up, you can get yours now and feel the difference. And so far, Crazy Raccoon making a lot of differences already. That first rotation to take that camp in the upper sides of the map, actually quite showing that they know there is a level of proficiency they are able to achieve.
Yeah, and you got to take whatever, you can from the map. You want to slow down Ray as much as possible in terms of this farm. Obviously, he's the big one, but the other one for me is you got to stop Rock. I think they need to kind of force a bit of pressure in that bottom lane. Just make him a little bit uncomfortable, as it looks like they're doing that now. Rock is looking to just dash away. He gets that heart link, and he does get back to safety.
Yeah, so here's what's concerning for the side of Gen.G. Look, Kuro is actually farming 2 lanes at a go right now. He already has a level advantage against Rock, and that first rotation, even though they didn't get a kill, I think there is going to be a slight difference in the gold, right? So not too much, 100 gold ahead for the side of Kuro, but that can snowball really quickly.
Yeah, it can get out of control. But I mean, again, this is very neck and neck. It's very 50-50 at this point. Nobody's really made a huge mistake. Nobody's kind of going in. Clue takes a little bit of damage there from Feng who kind of makes that rotation. But again, nothing to, something that Gen.G couldn't handle.
Yeah, and at this point, Rock has been hitting his last hit, so I don't think that's a really big issue at this point. So managed to keep it neck and neck, right? 1.7 thousand gold in both of their pockets. I think the difference maker will be in this 3 to 4 minute mark here.
Yeah, it's just the beginning. No need to kind of, panic at this point. I think, again, this is game 1. Nobody really wants to make any huge mistakes or go risky. And they just want to play a little bit more standard, right? They want to just kind of slow the game down, see what the enemy team is looking to do before they make any sort of key move.
Yeah, now one of the things I want to pay attention for the side Rock is how does he place his traps, right? These traps not only are able to deal damage by summoning the wolves, which they can attack, but hey, maybe first blood here.
Yeah, potentially going in. He flashes over the wall, undertaking a lot of damage, but Rock is going to get first blood.
Oh, this is a big moment. Rock now has the level lead.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty huge for him. I mean, getting him going was what Gen.G wanted to have done. He is your, he's your carry. I mean, he's the guy that's going to take you over the edge in that sense, and you want to give him as much space and farm and time as possible.
Yeah, now bear in mind, although this first blood may have been given to Rock, I think very soon, once he gets his first core item, it could really change the picture on the side of Gen.G as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be huge for them, but it's going to be like one of those tipping points. But it's going to be 4 minutes at this mark with the Tyrant spawning. This is going to be pretty huge, especially since Ko is looking to go in for this one, but it doesn't look like they're going to actually commit. The Tyrant is just getting very low. They will pick up the Tyrant.
Yeah, they don't actually have the damage available. Now, Gen.G, they make a very conscious choice. They're going to trade away the first Tyrant of the game to try and just speed up the farm that Ray is keeping at, right? He wants to keep pace with Code.
Yeah, actually, he's doing a good job in terms of levels. Wow. Kuro is going to be killed here. He gets sniped down. Undertaker getting a little bit low as well, and you got to be careful about that damage we talked about. Gen.G has so much, and they're able to burst you down, and it looks like they're going to take the bottom T1 even before the 5-minute mark.
Now, look, that was a great decision, right? They didn't commit too many members for their defense or to try to steal the first Tyrant of the game. They made a different play across the map. And with that, CR, Crazy Raccoon, after that Tyrant, they had the confidence, like, yeah, we have the Tyrant buff. Let's just play the game as per normal. But they didn't expect that Inua would be having such a huge amount of burst.
Yeah, a lot of burst, right? You just got to be super careful. I mean, if he's missing off the map, the team needs to be like, hey, actually, we need to play a little bit safer. We need to be careful. Ko going in for that wind slash, gets the knock up onto Ray. But Ray will just tank this one out. And now it looks like Gen.G want to be aggressive. And they're making a 5-man move to the top lane.
Yeah, it's really about buying time. Because at this point, look, the bot lane is going to be absolutely free. They have a lot of time to explore the map as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do a little bit of pressure. The minions are now here. And Coach is trying to defend, trying to take this out. But those couple blades are doing some serious work, almost getting the pick off. But Kai does get killed, so they do finally catch him out.
Yeah, so it goes from bad to worse, right? Not only do they lose the T1, they lose Kai as well. They're going for more.
They want to go for more. The couple blade, and it looks like, the unending sorrow, Feng will use this to kind of keep himself alive, but now that T2 top taking a little bit of chip damage, and look at how Gen.G are moving across the map. They're taking over the map.
Yeah, they're kind of polishing Crazy Raccoons in a very uncomfortable way here, right? So they can continually fight. Function, yes, he does have his Unending Sorrow once again, but look, Ray, he still has his Invincible Warrior. He's ready to fight anytime.
Yeah, and look at the fact that he's not, he's got it on standby. He's ready to go if it needs to be done. He's not really at any sort of risk of dying. So Ray doing a good job, because it's one of those things where if you know it's on cooldown, then Crazy Raccoon has that potential gap where they can go in. And now that he's saved it, Gen.G could potentially just kind of defend on this mid T1 here.
Yeah, and the biggest differential here is actually between Rock and Kuro as well.
Oh, Clue going in. He gets Wind Slash. The couple blades just barely missing him. They go for the secondary one. The Unending Sorrow Feng Shuan does stay alive. And through it all, Crazy Raccoon are going to hide under this tower. But now Ray chasing after them with the Invincible Warrior will let them go.
Yeah, now, bear in mind, Kuro does not have his first call item yet. Rock already completed Shadow Reaper. He's a couple of waves away from that Eternity Blade as well. And that is going to be a painful one.
Yeah, I mean, he's just free farming in that top lane. They really don't have any sort of way to contest. Rock is basically just invading the enemy jungle as well, so they're taking everything. This is a great play by the rest of Gen.G, providing that space. They're looking to go in. Unending Sorrow used yet again by Feng Shuan. And here we go. The Destined Encounter. Ko is going to get picked off. They're going to continue on. They do have the damage. Undertaker is down for the count as well. And Ray just on the back line is going to go in, but the Unending Sorrow keeping Feng Shuan potentially alive. He's going to hide under that top T3. They don't have minions. And through it all, Kuro in a bad spot. It looks like he will be picked off eventually. He's trying to chase them away, but it's a matter of time. Rock does get that kill.
Yep, beautiful teamwork. This is a very brand new, improved Gen.G here, sharing the damage across the board. And Wawa, look, he hasn't even had to use his ultimate that many times, and these are all big fights.
Yeah, it's a huge fight for them. I mean, just Gen.G, just like full control, 6-0. I mean, it's like a 25k. You're up 4k already, and you're just kind of controlling it out. Wawa getting a lot of damage on this one. The Enlightenment, he's going to Formless try to get back to safety. Flash away. They're continuing on, and through it all, Wawa gets away.
Look at how much time he bought for the team, right? Right now, once again, Rock, easy access into wherever he wants to go. Invincible Warrior going to be dropped just to push them away, right? He actually, just with the usage of his flash and his dash, Wawa bought so much space across the map.
Yeah, all that space, and Rock was able to take that mid T1 down. Sometimes it's not really about the fight. I know it sounds crazy, and I know when you're playing your ranked games, your teammates will think otherwise. But at the end of the day, it's about providing space. You got to get Rock more farm, more time. If we're going to look at the net worth, he's going to be scaling, seeing as he's got a 2-level differential over Kuro.
Yep, and the main problem on the side of Crazy Raccoon is not the fact that they lost the buff, it's the fact that the buff is actually in the hands of Rock. So now with the Crimson buff, he is able to deal true damage, along with the burning damage as well. This wolf is going to be really painful.
Really painful. I mean, look at how he's just chipping down those towers, and through it all, Ray is just up in front. Again, providing that space for Rock to just do that damage for free, essentially. They don't have minions, which is their biggest problem. They're going to have to slow things down just a little bit before they're going to go. The Wind Slash connecting onto the wolves, but those couple blades pushing it back, and through it all, Gen.G don't have minions to push.
Yeah, and here's one of the benefits on the side of Gen.G's lead, right? It's really the fact that it can force out Function's ultimate, right? The Unending Sorrow, used even before any of the other members are low, that really reduces the efficiency of that ultimate.
I mean, but he takes so much damage. Gen.G has that burst that makes you very uncomfortable, where you just have to pop the ult right away, and then you just have to kind of retreat your way on back, right? There's really not much else you can do. He's not able to kind of stand up in front, be that tanky frontliner that takes a couple of hits, because again, Inuwa and Rock just have so much damage.
Oh, look at this. They're going to do the double objective play here. And, you know, Rock has been free farming like crazy. Last we seen, he was about to complete that Eternity Blade. Now take a look again. He already has the Daybreaker going into either the Blood Weeper, or we might see the Doomsday. At this point, I think Blood Weeper makes a lot more sense for him.
Oh my gosh, they take both. I love the fact that they were double dipping in that one. I mean, just they have so much map control, so much damage that they're able to do that. And they did it with ease, not any issues whatsoever. Gen.G now forcing it down. It looks like they've got him knocked in, and Ko is going to be killed with that Destined Encounter, just kind of clearing a path. But with that Invincible Warrior, they're pushing them away. Ray just spacing them out. The top T3 has been down.
Yeah, this is a pretty brutal unraveling on the side of Crazy Raccoons here. Gen.G showing the difference between having experience in the international scene here.
Yeah, actually quite huge. And it looks like they're going to put pressure on that bottom T3. All Crazy Raccoon can do is just watch as it looks like their base is going to be demolished. All that mid T3 is the last one standing. The Vanguards are also there as well. The mid T3 going in, but it looks like Wawa wants to go. He does have the truth. He's going to set it up, and Kai is going to be killed. And with that Invincible Warrior, yet again from Ray, he's going to stand up in front. But it looks like they want to push the initiative. They want to force this game down, especially for game one. Ko is going to get knocked out. Undertaker's already been killed, but the base is looking to be in ruins. They're going to go down, and game one is the way of Gen.G.
Yep, and they did get a consolation prize on the side of Crazy Raccoons. They got that kill onto Wawa, so it's not going to be a clean sheet for this side of Gen.G, but first win, this is a big marker, right? I think it's really important to actually get the wins across, especially in the early stages, because nobody has research on your team.
Yeah, I mean, what a clean game by Gen.G. They were ready and good to go. They were rearing to go on this one because they from the first minute, like we were like, it was kind of like 50-50, what's going to really happen? But once they had that lead, they were like, okay, everybody's in sync. We know exactly what we need to do in terms of closing this game out. And that lead just started to snowball. And this is the Gen.G that we know and expected to see at this major East year.
Yeah, definitely leveling up across the different weeks here as they make their first appearance on the main stage for Major East, right? So not only that, let's talk a bit about Crazy Raccoon. I think we were all pretty clear that they were kind of deflated after that defeat, right? But this is the moment where Crazy Raccoon can actually bounce back, right? It's not about the failures, it's not about the loss. It's what do you take out of it now? How do you prepare for the next game? It is a best of 3. There is still a game to play.
And look, it's just one game. I think Crazy Raccoon, more than anything else, just need to be like, hey, just stay the course. Understand that, hey, our strategy might not have been great. The draft wasn't on point. I think the Chano really just kind of changes things up. You know, teams need to be better prepared for that because the damage is unreal, right? So I think Crazy Raccoon, just settle down. You don't need to go crazy just yet because, again, you have so many other games to kind of play in this single round robins here.
Yep, so look, Rock didn't even hit the 12k mark just yet, right? He was 5 slotted going in for the last item as well. So at 10,000 gold, he was doing so much damage. 404. No kills to be found, no deaths to be found on the side of Rock, and everything away from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and look, I just kind of want to, you know, I mean, yeah, Gen.G won and in more of a dominating fashion, but Wawa, you died once, man? Come on, man, you got to do better than that.
Yeah, he gave them a freebie at this point, but the damage dealt. Now, here's a surprising thing, right? I thought Inua was going to struggle in this game because the draft on the side of Crazy Raccoon did allow access into him. But Inua just changed the whole picture. He was also one of the main reasons why they snowballed so hard. Close to 90,000 damage of hero damage that Gen.G offered across the board. 90,000 done just by Inua alone.
Yeah, he played amazingly, right? And that's kind of what we expected from Inua. We didn't really see too much of it in Season 3. I think that he was a little uncomfortable at times with maybe some of the heroes and just the way that they were playing. But this is the Inua that we know, the Ganon mode. Let the man do some damage. Let him work it, right? He's going to be able to just hit people from afar from those couple blades. And they were reeling. They had no way to kind of get on top of him.
Okay, so now it begs the question, right? Who is the actual MVP on the side of Gen.G? I know a lot of fans will say, look, it's Rock, he did so great for 404, but I think it is going to be Inua here who is going to be the MVP. He was one of the catalysts for the side of Gen.G on why the lead went so well. Amount of accurate, freshly forged, couple blades did so much work. 4-0-4 as well for Inua, you know, taking 96% damage? No, I think something's going on here, but you know, his damage was insane. He got these snipes at the correct time on the correct people as well.
Yeah, and he was just softening up the enemy team. Crazy Raccoon almost the entire time. They were so low that they really couldn't do anything, right? But let's check up some of these highlights because again they would catch one single player out like Ko here and they would just snowball and just kind of chase after it and they were just like cleaning house. Wawa here onto Kai. This is, I believe, the solo kill. I mean, Kai had really no chance. Okay, Ray did come and help, but through it all, Crazy Raccoon had to split push. They had to kind of create some sort of space in these other lanes, but they were never really able to do it because Gen.G was just shutting them down.
Now, this is a showcase of some of the combos you can use in the game as well, right? So this Diadea pick, it's also possible along with Angela. It is also possible with a couple of other heroes as well. But so far, because of the fact of the damage coming in from Inwa on this Ganemo, Diadea with the Ganemo, a very scary combination that we definitely will see more in the Pro League.
Oh, for sure. And I think that if any, if all of you guys at home just watching, you can see like the nice little draft synergy that they have. This is actually, I would say, kind of easy to play. I don't want to diminish what Gen.G had done, but the hero synergy is on point where if guys are just like, you pick that hero, you just play within your role, you know how to close out this game, and it can be as easy as what Gen.G just did here.
Okay, I'm gonna edit your statement. It is not as easy, it is straightforward, right? I tried this combination with a member of the public as well. Didn't go as planned, my Ganemo, I thought was good. It's not. But yeah, that's a pretty sick combination to pull off. You can try that in your ranked games as well.
All right, that said, we're gonna take a little bit of a break before we go into game 2. We'll be right back.
Alright, welcome back. It is time for the second game between Crazy Raccoon and Gen.G. Now, this is a potential game closer for the side of Gen.G. So let's see if they can really finish their cake at this point.
Yo, look, Gen.G looked clean. I mean, they seem like they are on another level at this point. Just being able to kind of close that game out. To be honest, the draft was great. The gameplay was on point. These guys are really starting to gel with one another. It's, dare I say, this might be a scary team going into the future of like the rest of the Major East here.
Yeah, they were a scary team, right? Now, look, game 1, they had a very strong combination, the Chano coming in with the Ganemo, as well as the Diadea combination pick, okay? At the same time, Wawa, I feel like this Dharma pick may have been wasted, right? They won the game, but the Dharma didn't come into full effect. So this time, I want to see what does Wawa pick up, right? Does he go for another signature pick, which is the Sun Ce that we know he does well on, or is he going to go on the Byron? And now, this option of the channel can also be opened up for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that you say that, like the wasted pick, but it's a best of 3 at this point. I think that you put, again, just like if it's available, you pick it and you just ensure that you win. But I think, you know, jokingly, you could have picked almost any Clash laner. I think that they would have steamrolled in that game. I think they would have, the results would have been the same in that sense. But nonetheless, it's still going to be into game 2. This is something that you still need to respect the potential of that flash truth from Wawa. All of the teams are going to be wary of that as they move forward.
Yeah, and once again, look, Crazy Raccoon, they will take up the blue side. They want to get that prio pick. So maybe we'll see an Ogren come out. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see the channel come out, right? These are all options they can pick. They pick up the Arlie, one of the strongest farm laners in the game. Didn't really work out in their favor. Now, Arlie is also available for the side of Gen.G. Let's see how they want to play the cards.
Yeah, I think Gen.G will have more options. I think that, I mean, the fact that Chano has been like kind of picked, the world is your oyster in terms of how you want to go in terms of that farm laner. You have that potential Loong, you have that Arlie, Lady Soon, always, you know, very strong heroes still available. Again, these best of 3s, they don't really go too deep in that hero pool. So you have like a plethora of choices available.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, taking out the Liang, that also opens up a lot of options. Now, Gen.G feeling like, hey, maybe the Loong is something they will consider on the side of Crazy Raccoon. You know, taking out Loong, this also says that Gen.G wants to prio the Arlie, right? Loong is actually one of the best answers against the Arlie pick, and Crazy Raccoon say, we know what you're up to.
I mean, yeah, it's a great one, right? The fact that they were gonna like either have to ban it or they just give it up, right? So it's instant ban there. They don't want to give that power one to them. But now it comes back to kind of Crazy Raccoon. What do they want to pick up first here? Oh, okay, looks like the mine.
Yeah, a potential pick here, not yet secured. And, you know, okay, this then begs the question, if they're going to pick up the Mai, right? They're looking for their burst poke potential. They need quite a tanky lineup to be able to open that door up as well.
Oh, it looks like Gen.G, they're going to go with the Ogren themselves. That was almost like instant pick there. But, you know, and they're using a lot of control and in some ways a bit of a counter to the Ogren. So you're kind of protecting it as well because, you know, being able to reposition him might be a bit of a problem. But nonetheless, I like the fact that, you know, the 2 picks here by Gen.G looking very strong to counter the mine.
Yeah, Gen.G listening in, they were saying, no, the world is not my oyster, the world is my board, right? So at this point, they're going to pick up Crazy Raccoons on the side for Lady Sun. Is this going to be viable for the side of Crazy Raccoon? Because look, there is a lot of pain, a lot of burst potential coming out from Crazy Raccoon, but it is going to be an equal matchup in terms of the tankiness, right? Because very few people hold their own against Ogre.
Yeah, very few. And I mean, they have the burst, you have the moats potentially with those cannon blasts, but again, Crazy Raccoon's lineup looking very squishy. How are they going to deal with this Ogren? Yes, you might have a little bit of control, but are you really going to have the burst from the Mai and Lady Soon to deal with the Ogren, who might be, you know, when he gets that, you know, 5th or 6th item to really be able to kind of stop him at that late game?
Yeah, and the positioning on both ends, Gen.G, they're able to play in very open situations, right? You don't need to be super close to the Ogren to make the plays work. Yixing actually loves having a mid-range distance between the teammates. It gives him the perfect setting to set the board as well. And put down, you know, taking liberties, sliding stones. The full combination works as long as it's a very small distance in between. Crazy Raccoon though, I'm really concerned about the catch potential because having a Mayin, they can easily just skip that front line, go straight to the back and catch them.
Yeah, and Wawa is potentially able to do that, right? And all, again, very squishy lineup. If the Mayin is on top of you, all of these 3, I mean, yeah, you have that dash, but are you really fast enough to get away from the Mayin, who's going to be able to kind of control you or potentially burst you down? I mean, it's just a tough ask. That said, Crazy Raccoon, this final phase of the draft needs to be key, needs to kind of keep those guys alive because you need that bouncer to protect the back line.
Interesting. It's a flex pick here from the side of Gen.G as well, right? So Da Xiao can be a mid, can be... Oh, actually, he's going to the room. What am I talking about? Yeah. At this point, right, Crazy Raccoon, I think they definitely need a tanky lineup, but it cannot be someone that is someone that dives in too heavily, right? Unless they want to go double down on it, and looks like they're doubling down. It is going to be a Luna.
All right. I would have thought maybe like a Musashi or some other way to kind of potentially get on that back line, knock up, protect, when Mayan jumps on you, you have that little protection, but okay, they're pump faking me. So it looks like they're potentially going with a Menki instead. Your thoughts on this one instead?
This draft requires Crazy Raccoon to have an absolute perfect laning phase. They cannot lose this laning phase. The level advantage needs to go to their side, right? As long as they have the level advantage, look, Yixing, Da Qiao, they're not exactly super tanky as well. Early levels, easy to kill off, right? You have the Menki, he's gonna be able to hit 4 first before your Da Qiao and your Yixing hits 4. Should be an easy kill, but there's a couple of skills they need to burn out, right? CFA needs to be on cooldown.
Wait, what is the farm laner at this point? They just pick the foods with the Mayan? Foods? They're
going for the old combination, remember? Season 2? Yeah. Foods and Da Qiao combo?
To be honest, again, it has potential, and I know Rock likes to play the unconventional heroes, especially in that farm laner, but sometimes this is where we saw them kind of falter in Season 3. They were completely, Game 1, I was totally sold on that draft. Very standard, very stock, very meta in terms of where we expected Honor Kings Esports to be going, but then there were some unconventional drafts from Season 3 where you're like, hey, the draft was just so weird that it kind of affected their own play.
I get where you're going with this. Okay, but look, let me give you an inkling of what they're going for here, right? They want to put maximum return of investment onto that Foods ultimate, right? Corporal punishment, even if they have a half a level lead or half an item lead, this corporal punishment is so painful. It is almost an guaranteed kill. The moment you lock someone down, they are gone.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. I mean, there's so much mobility. Like the Menki, Mai, Lady Soon, all of these guys just kind of want to be just like dashing in and out and kind of using that mobility to their maximum. And having that Foods potentially just kind of locking you down would be a bit of a struggle. But let's find out. I think that this is an awesome draft to kind of to see exactly how they counter a draft of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon need to win this game to ensure that they get to that third game. If not, they're going to be, of course, this is just the single first round robin, and losing that first series might put a little damper on their move.
Yeah, look, we have watched Gen.G for a while now, since Season 2, and to me, Gen.G is branded as the team of extremes. Either they do extremely well, or they get extremely dismantled by their opponents. Now, Crazy Raccoon, this draft is the best potential of really destroying the lineup of Gen.G, and I think it requires an absolutely clean game from Undertaker, right? His Mozi needs to land those cannon blasts every single time.
Yeah. But, the potential is there with Ko kind of setting it up with those dream roams with the cannon blast. You know what I mean? On top, you can have that nice little 1-2 combination that kind of just stun locks everybody. And then Kai coming in and Feng Shui, Curl just on cleanup, right? So the potential is there. This is definitely a more standard draft. Crazy Raccoon right now need to have a good laning phase to get themselves a good chance into that mid game. Because again, the wheels kind of fell off in that last Game 1 because of that.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things I think that Crazy Raccoon now is they're playing a little bit fearful. Previous game, they were going really hard into stealing the camps as well. Let's see if they're able to do that right now on the top side of the map. It looks like Wawa is the one that actually got away with it at this point. So a failed attempt on the side of...
Time and time again, even in Season 3, where she's an amazing hero when she has early game presence. She needs to ensure that she's, the potential gaps or the potential ganks are always there. It looks like Wawa is going to be very aggressive here, making Kai's life a little bit uncomfortable, doing a good job there.
Actually, you know what? Function actually did take that camp. His EXP is a little bit higher compared to both Wawa and Kai. And, at this point, that's a good situation for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get any sort of lead. They have about a 500 gold lead right now, which is going to be huge. I think once the 4-minute mark happens and those Tyrants, this is the moment where kind of Gen.G were able to counter what Crazy Raccoon did. I mean, with the first Tyrant and all those things, they were able to just kind of utilize whatever, map resources were available to them.
Yep. Okay, look, if you could take a pick, right, for first blood, I think on the side of Crazy Raccoons or Gen.G, both teams would definitely like their first blood to come out from the farm lane. And right now, it looks like a very high possibility for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, that's the thing about this Feng Shui Mai, right? The first blood and the early kills should be going the way of Crazy Raccoon, assuming Feng Shui is playing the right way, right? Gen.G are going to play a little bit more cagey. They're going to be pushed back a little bit, but this is just buying a little bit more time for Ray to get that farm. But again, Feng Shui needs to make the play, needs to make something happen, especially before that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that need to happen, right? Before Rock gets his first major core item and hits level 4, they need to kill him off really quickly. So Rock already has one of the 2 conditions fulfilled. He is already level 4. Actually has to protect the Q rush just to be a little bit more tanky at this point.
Are you just pointing out Rock as in he needs to die first because he's on the Futsu, who's the oldest guy, and you're saying that the oldest guy needs to die first? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of misread the situation there, but potential first blood on the top.
They have the knock up the Shinobi. Feng Shui is going to get the kill onto Wawa, setting it up. Feng Shui doing a great job. Now Ray will just kind of slow things down a little bit. We'll deal with the minions, but nonetheless, losing Wawa actually huge for Crazy Raccoon here.
Yep, and of all the people to go into, it goes into function. So this Mai now at level 6 does have the level advantage against Rock and Clue, so his rotations down into the farm lane going to matter a lot more. Already has the Scepter of Reverberation as well, so that extra burst potential definitely going to help out Crazy Raccoon at this point. Game's looking good.
Yeah, it's very good, and that's what you want. And now it looks like they're going to rotate. Now look at how it sets it up for that 4-minute mark, right? You've got that first blood gold, and they're potentially going to kind of push things along. But through it all, it looks like Undertaker getting a little bit low. They do have the knock up, the flash away by Rock. He's trying to go for this one, but they do have the help. Whirlpool, they've called the bat signal, and friends have come, and Kai is down for the count. Feng Shui and Undertaker as well. But through it all, 4 members down from Crazy Raccoon off a triple kill from Ray.
Oh, Gen.G, that was a sick play. Clue really just told them, say, hey, you want to send 4 members down? Let's have a team fight. 5-on-5 on a fan square. Really not that fair in a sense where Rock was just playing around with Feng Shui, getting him to stay under the turret longer than he should have. Got that kill for the team as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a huge one, right? 4 for 1, but Rock did die. I think he's completely happy with this one. But now it's opening it up for that first tyrant. They're going for the Dream Roll, but he gets the steal, and Ko smites it out. He doesn't give anything up for free, and now Inuo getting knocked around. He's going to go golden, but Inuo is going to be killed, and Feng Shui does make him pay, does get that kill.
Yeah, what about your passive, right? So what if you have the maintaining initiatives for Inuo? That second life, that second chance will not matter. Nice kill from the side of Crazy Raccoon. And you know what? They're breathing some life into their hands right now. I like this version of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, playing a little bit crazier, right, in that sense. But here's the replay. I mean, look at how Rock is like all the way up in front, just kind of tying things out. But here comes the Whirlpool, perfectly timed. Everybody's there to just help them up. The World is My Board is on point. Nobody can really get out, and they set it up for 4 members down. And this is absolutely huge for Ray. You want to give him that farm and let him be that destroyer.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork here as they take out Undertaker once again. Now, they're trying to pull them across the map, and so far they're pretty successful. They trade out the team 1 on the top, so it is a point.
Oh, they're doing a lot of damage. It looks like Rock will be killed on this one. The World is My Board. They're going to go, but Kurl is going to be killed in return. And Ko is continuing to fight. Feng Shui has been killed as well. They've just been knocking him up. And Gen.G with those taking liberties. Ko, where are you going to go? They're going to force it down. They pull him back. But do they have the damage? And they do. Looking to go under the tower with that taking liberties. They finally get it. And Wawa will chase him down to the ends of the earth and gets that kill.
Yep, and after all of that, look, one-way trip home, or no, it's a return trip here for Wawa. He's able to take that portal back. No, actually gives it away to Clue, who then now gets to support Rock again. And instant pressure, now this time on the bot lane.
Yeah, Clue's just like, no, I'm flying first class. You fly in the economy. You just walk it, or if anything, you take the train. But Inuo is going to be killed here. Feng Shui does get that return kill, but now Gen.G forcing it, making it very uncomfortable. Ko getting gone on right here. They've got the help, but Ko continuing on. He gets killed. Wawa's going to knock him up, gets that kill, and they get Undertaker as well. It's a 2 for nothing.
Yep, this is what I'm talking about, right? So Inua's death doesn't even matter at this point. Rock has hit what he needs to hit. The points where, look, the corporal punishment now is an actual corporal punishment. And he doesn't even have a major core item. He doesn't have like the Spark Force Dagger. Actually goes for more defensive capabilities first. So he wants to draw them in. Succubus Cloak for that magic defense, making sure that Function has a lower efficiency in the team fights as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rock has died twice. I mean, the biggest thing is that he's being focused, right? And he's being kind of controlled. But the fact that he has 10 assists, as does Clue, I mean, just setting it up. He knows that he's actually not going to be the carry in this game. Let everybody else work. Let Ray be that guy. And the team is drafted around Ray, making sure that he's done it. And the fact that he's got all these kills, he's what, 4-0-3? They're setting themselves up for success.
Yes, and the formula is really clean, right? So Rock, he drops down his ultimate. The whole team of Crazy Raccoon is going to come in, and that's where the board comes in. Inua just making the damage, and it's all about peeling the health points down on the side of Crazy Raccoon so that Ray can get the ultimate value off of his Seer state, right? So it doesn't matter, as long as he stays in Seer state, instant guaranteed kills. I thought Rock was going to be the killer, but Ray is the ray of hope for the side of Gen.G.
Ray is it. I mean, that's going to be the carry. And look at how Gen.G are moving across the map. They need to take that mid T1. That is Crazy Raccoon's like last bastion of hope. Because again, that mid T1 goes down, everything else starts to crumble. It's much easier for them to access the jungle. They're going to take the Crimson here. Look at the fact that how much damage they're doing. Ko was going in for this with a dream roll, but he's in a bad spot. He's going to be killed. And Wawa will take him down. Ray chasing it down. The Conductor of Souls. They get the knock up, but the pushback. The Shinobi's going to do some work. Megatron trying to make the play, but he's not able to get the kill. He's going to be killed. Wawa's going to be killed as well. And they've got Undertaker as well. And Kuro will run back to safety.
Look, it's a 4,000 gold difference going to the side of Gen.G. And what do you do as Crazy Raccoon, right? There is no option. The two possible scenarios you're talking about. Okay, Inua, he drops the board. Let's not engage. And then Ko dies, right? But if you do try and save Ko, then a 5-man strong 5-on-5, Gen.G still wins that fight.
Yeah, my one issue with Crazy Raccoon was that Feng Shuan was like desperation. We got to make something happen. And the fact that he was kind of going in, and yes, the Shinobi was nice, the repositioning, and we'll check it in the replay here, but where is Kai? He's in the top lane. They're taking a fight 4 versus 5, and they're already behind. And Ko getting caught out here. Now they're fighting 3-on-5. This is a unwinnable situation.
Yeah, the numbers matter, and I have to give credits to Function. He did so well here, pulling off the full combination. I thought that was a big turnaround, but Kuro, he couldn't capitalize on it because he's just too far behind. Yes, he's level 12, but he is not in any fighting shape.
Yeah, not in any fighting shape, but in terms of net worth, he's actually on point with Rock. This is like they're 6.9k. I mean, so I think that speaks volumes about Rock doing a great job in terms of his farming, but Kuro again needs that space. You're talking about the fact that he's not really doing that damage. He doesn't, you know, like look at what's happening across the map. Look at, they're fighting amongst themselves for whatever scraps they can find in their own jungle. Not a good situation for Crazy Raccoon here.
Yeah, look, Kuro does have farm, he does have items, but the thing is, the team is unable to cover for him. He does not have safety, right? So he's unable to do any damage at this point. And there is a lot of control coming out from the Gen.G lineup, right? You have Wawa coming in with the whatevers, you have Inua with the taking liberties, so many things to stop you. And if all else fails, Rock has a flash along with the corporal punishment, and you have to commit because your teammate is dying.
Yeah, and it looks like Feng Shuan looking for that angle, going for the backside. They do have a stomp. They do have, you know, Wawa, a little bit of control. He cartwheels away. They're taking liberties, is going to just knock him up. Kai, that is. He's trying to run at this point. Ray, just this tanky monster. Undertaker flashing away. Wawa turns around, kills Undertaker. But here comes Rock and Blue on the backside. They catch him out. Feng Shuan is down, as well as Kuro and Kai off a double kill, a triple kill by Ray at this point. It is a team ace. Gen.G finding the holes in the base, and it's going to be in the bottom. They just want to close it out and go up an easy 2-0 off of this team ace here. Gen.G, what a great game by them.
Yeah, insane. Gen.G just putting the best masterclass out there and a very warm introduction into the pro leagues to the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now, this is the best version of Gen.G I've seen thus far since we've first seen them in Season 2. Proud of their improvement.
Yeah, very clean. This is one that has really stepped up, right? Just the fact that once you have that initiative or that you have that slight net worth advantage and able to kind of control the map and then to take the fight that you want to take. I mean, this is just a flawless game by Gen.G Esports.
It is really clean, and this gives me a lot of hope about what we're going to see in the future games on the side of the major East League for spring season 2025. Right now, this is just game number 1. They close it out with a clean 2-0, so that's points on the board, one step closer towards that lion's share of a 10,000. But also the potential that we might see Gen.G coming into the Esports World Cup once again.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great for them. This is this is just one game. In the same way that, you know, winning that game, Gen.G doesn't guarantee them a spot at the KWC. At the same time, Crazy Raccoon are not completely out of the running as well. This is, again, just the first game of the day. But, you know, look, Gen.G looked strong. I would say not insurmountable for the other teams to kind of overcome, but they look good. And that they really polished their gameplay, and they really impressed in this first series.
Yeah, they're not a monster just yet. Showing shades of it, you know. Okay, this is a decent team, pretty good, pretty clean. Not the best we've seen just yet. It's day number 1, first game, so let's not call cards too early. But the itemization by on the side, I forgot his name for the moment, but the Fuzi, oh my goodness, the itemization was so smart because Rock, he did a really good job he was the embodiment of Rock itself. He was a hard-hitting piece of stone. Nobody could really kill him. And, you know, when you wanted to commit onto Rock, you had to use a lot of time. And that time was made full use on the side of Gen.G because that Eye of the Whirlpool, great play by Clue, always a 5v4, 5v5 situation.
Yeah, just really clean. Everybody was just really playing together, understanding what they needed to have been done. But, like, look, Gen.G Ray had 807 KDA. I think that in the end, he'll probably be the MVP. But everybody else was setting him up for success. The fact that he was able to just kind of control and to kind of clean up in those team fights really put them in a great position. I think this is definitely a team win. But Ray is probably my MVP, right?
Yeah, for me, I think it will actually be Inua. He did a really good job. His board caught so many people. Of course, this credits to the way that Rock and Crew were playing, right? They actually got the entirety of Crazy Raccoon to come and commit for the fight. And that's where Inua was actually able to set the stage where Ray benefited, right? 72,000 worth of damage, getting the final kills with the CS states as well. So pretty sick teamwork coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, a lot of control from Inua. And to be honest, he's actually, I think he might have stepped up the most from Season 3 to now. Like, Inua, the impact and the presence that he's had, his positioning has been much, much better. He's been able to kind of get those nice taking liberties, just really setting themselves up. But here's the gold graph, kind of just, I mean, Crazy Raccoon had that early game, the 4-minute mark, very neck and neck. But then once that tyrant happened, it was pretty much just straight up in favor of Gen.G here.
No, but that's the thing, right? Crazy Raccoon, they're not a bad team. They always have a good start. They just can't finish that last portion. And now MVP talking about finishing it. It is going to be Ray. That's not Ray, that is Clue. But Ray, we know how you look like. 807. My goodness, what a beautiful KDA. And at this point, really putting the Ogren and showing you why Ogren is so scary, right? When the team complements you with the setup, he's just coming in as the cleanup crew. He didn't even have to commit, right? It was Rock setting the first part of the fight, and after that, they just came in, got the entire, this first 5v5 big play. I was really confused. Rock, really? You wanted to use the corporal punishment in a situation on the 1v5? And that is where I was like, oh, okay, here we go. That is the real reason we take the trades here on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, and that fight in that bottom T1 with that 5-on-5 action, I mean, that was pretty much on Clue. That Whirlpool call, everybody just heeding the call and showing up for the party, and they just cleaned house. That was the tipping point, right? From that moment on, Gen.G were in full control. Crazy Raccoon, full retreat, just trying to stay alive, just trying to get whatever farm they could. And they struggled. I mean, this one, even Ko, going into that Dream Realm, hey, it's a one-way ticket to hell at that point because you're not getting out of that one.
Yeah, and look, this is the big difference about Gen.G. Gen.G finally at this stage of the game, right, after having seen them for so many times, they are at maximum efficiency every single time. This time, they go for the buffs, they take away the turret. Nothing ends just with the team fight being done.
But look at this fight. I mean, Crazy Raccoon were like, okay, we got to make something happen. Let's go for this, a potential gank attempt. They set 5 versus 3. You had the numbers, you had the right angle, but you weren't able to close anybody out. And then Gen.G comes in like a freight train on the backside and just cleans them out. And that is our profile picks as they go into this one. Still, very crazy game by Gen.G. Just understanding how to play the limits of your heroes and just kind of being able to back off and just kind of stay alive. That's the biggest thing. And I think Gen.G played that one flawlessly here.
Yeah, they definitely did, right? At this point, I think this is a huge start for the side of Gen.G. I'm really curious how they'll do for the rest of the season as well. And, you know, at this point, I am so ready to crown a new team to go into KWC as well. But right now, they're not allowing me to do so.
Yeah, look, it's just one game. I don't want to get, you know, the cart ahead of the horse at this point. I think that was a very impressive win. It's a huge confidence boost for Gen.G, especially if you're a Gen.G fan as well, because this is a team that looked incredibly strong. They were very polished. Everything that they were doing, like communication-wise, everybody was playing on the same page, and that was very impressive.
Yeah, it was. So that is going to be the first series of the day. We will head into our second series. Now let's go for a short break. When we're back, it is time for a second series and hopefully an even spicier one for today. Okay, so
yeah, but before we do that, you know, I think that the second series is going to be also important, right? Nongshim versus R8 Esports. This is one where we saw Nongshim, you know, they were second place in Season 3. They surprised everybody, right, by being able to show up to the grand finals, even taking it to a Game 7 against Nova Esports. Very impressive, but a little bit heartbreaking in the sense that you were so close to the finish line and you were just barely beaten out by Nova Esports. But this is a team that, you know, we might even just start the revenge tour because they're going to be coming back and they're going to be angry.
Yeah, they're going to be hot and ready, right? Spicy is the name of the game for the side of Nongshim. And we know if you give them those prio picks at the start, and bear in mind, this is a short series. It's a best of 3. We might very well see them come in a very monstrous speed.
Yeah, but okay, look, at the same time, this is a team that we've seen the most tape on because they went the distance, right? They went through almost every single Game 5 that was available, and even Game 7. They have the most ultimate battles played throughout all of the Honor of King Esports on the global, you know, the global platform. So this is a team that's, you know, people know what they like to play. They understand where the play styles. How are they evolving from Season 3 to now? I think that that's going to be the biggest thing, and the true test will be up against R8 Esports. This is going to be an interesting squad as well from the MENA region, and how they're able to play out. Because, again, R8 Esports haven't had the luxury of time and that, you know, being able to play on the international stage, but going up against a heavy hitter like Nongshim RedForce is going to be a good place, a good game to kind of gauge and see where they stand.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best version of R8 yet. I'm very sure of this. So maybe today we will see a new and improved R8. Curious about their growth because they have been actually in the position that Nongshim have been at for a couple of months, right? They were always at the qualifiers, never really making it through because they were just shy on that final mark.
And to be honest, the reason why we haven't seen too much of them is because Gen.G Esports has always been the doorman, right? They've they've beaten them out almost every single time, so they were never really able to kind of make it to that international stage. Obviously, that's going to be a revenge game once they do go up against Gen.G. But again, this is going to be a great moment for them because how does this team from Egypt really kind of play up against a team that like Nongshim that, you know, we've seen that, you know, them go to the grand finals, and this is going to be a huge one for them in the sense that they're going to be most prepared for this game going in.
All right, so with that being said, we will take a short break. When we're back, it is time to see if R8 can hold their own against Nongshim RedForce. We'll be right back.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause
the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We bout it, fuck this one, crushing pieces, you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say.
I trigger my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time we did. Go, live rock and we go. Ain't no river turning back. Storm is coming out of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside.
Welcome back. It is going to be our second series of the day. Nongshim going up against R8. This is going to be a spicy one. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today is a hauler.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a great one. The second series, of course, Nongshim RedForce, the second place in the Season 3 championship, falling only to Nova Esports, the champion on this one. But Nongshim are gonna come back stronger. They're gonna learn, and they're looking to just kind of exact revenge on almost all of these teams in the Major East here.
Yep, so actually we might be in for some really scary gameplay coming up from Nongshim. Bear in mind that, first game, I think it really allows you to just pick whatever you want, right? End of the day, it's really, can you figure out the strategy that your opponents are going for? And I think Nongshim have a lot of heroes now in their hero pool.
Yeah, this is going to be great, right? I think that just going into this one, putting your best foot forward, super important, right? I mean, yes, it's global ban, but it's only a 3-game series, potentially, right? So I think that going into this one, you just want to look at this as just whatever you're comfortable on, your best hero. Don't worry about the long-term ramifications and just ensure that you just pick the best strat for this one.
Yeah, my expectations of both teams are really different right now. I think for Nongshim, I'm expecting them to just steamroll their way in this second series of the day. At the same time, on R8's side, this is a proving ground, right? How well can you hold yourself and hold your own against the second place team in the Season 3 Invitationals back in Philippines back then?
Yeah, and so R8 Esports, this is an interesting team, right? They never really had that opportunity to kind of play on the international stage because they were kind of, dare I say, gate-kept from qualifying by the other MENA squad, which is, of course, Gen.G Esports, right? And so R8 Esports, this is going to be a huge one for them, being able to play against those international teams, learning your lessons, right? Sometimes, yeah, you get those L's. They happen, just like all of us in our ranked games, right? But at the same time, we're improving. We are improving. Our teammates in our ranked games are not.
But yeah, end of the day, that's what you require, right? You sometimes need to take the L's, sometimes you need to have those failures in the games, those mistakes, so that you learn from them. You know that this. And so far, I think Gen.G has really shown that, look, they have learned from their past mistakes, come out a much stronger team, right? As their performance in series number 1. Now it is up to R8. Have they learned from their lessons as well? Now, it's not the easiest of tasks because, once again, let me remind you, Nongshim RedForce, second place in Season 3 Invitationals.
Yeah, it's one of those things where even if you lose a game or so, and yeah, you have a little bit of time going into this, the Major East League, but is that enough time for a team like R8 to really just kind of scale up to get to that top tier level? It's going to be interesting, right? I mean, draft is definitely something that you need to kind of prepare for, but it's all about playing well with one another, right? If we're going to look at the first series of the day, Gen.G Esports really polished up their lineup in terms of their movements. Everything that they were doing was really impressive in that first series. They've definitely improved, but now are R8 at that same level.
Yep, and I think they also make full use of combinations in the game right now, right? So game number 1, they were using the Diadea with the gun and Mo. Second game, Foods, the Tachao combination, which I thought we'll never ever see again. And so it's nice to see the creativity by the teams as well. So I want to see what does Nongshim have in their pot, right, that they're cooking at this point, and R8 as well. Now, I don't remember much big combination picks coming out from R8, right? But I'm curious to see how Nongshim is going to show up in this first game of this best of 3.
Actually, that's a good question, right? Like, Nongshim, even if the team, like, they have so much tape on this team because, again, they just did so well in Season 3. They played so many games where teams kind of understand what the player likes in terms of heroes, right? So in this draft, they could be very much targeted. But it's at the same time, it's kind of like, is it Nongshim's prerogative to kind of show some of the new heroes that they're playing, or should they just kind of pretend like they're just going to use the same old heroes, get them banned out, and then kind of spring them as like that special card, that wild card that you need going into these ones?
I think end of the day, you want to keep your secret cards to yourself, right? So for now, I think we'll keep it all a secret first. We will take a short break. We'll give the teams a little bit more time to get ready. When we're back, we're going to come into the action between Nongshim RedForce and R8. We'll see you in a bit.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars.
how we get this far. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'm
lying down when I run around and I make sign I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, look all the time down, gotta weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bones golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Never mind, can we go? It ain't no river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First love, double trouble, then I take a pen, I tell. All you do is better, look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul that
follow my pace.
We the champions, turning out invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the pad. It's how we go. Never mind, can we go? Ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. Taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead and call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And try can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Grenadine. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Alright, welcome back. It is time for our second series of the day. Nongshim RedForce going up against R8 Esports. So this is going to be a big moment for both teams. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for this one, right? Again, just being able to kind of the second place Season 3 runner-up going up against R8 Esports. This is, of course, they got through the MENA, the qualifier, but they got themselves here. And being able to go up against Nongshim is going to be no small task. Are they going to be up for it? It will be very interesting going into this second series of the day.
Alright, now familiar names for you guys. It is going to be the greatest red team, Nongshim RedForce, Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye. We have already seen their names before. We've seen their performances. Let's see how the boys in red do today.
Really? The best team in red? I mean, BSE have some questions for you, my friend. And they will probably go on to find you, but as of now, I would agree with you in the sense that Nongshim, this is a team that's very sizable, very angry, in the sense that, you know, being runner-up, is a kind of a tough situation for them. How they respond on this one, getting back to that level, is going to be no small feat. Do they have more tricks? Are they going to just kind of, dominate the playing field? We're going to have to find out as they go up against the squad here. It's going to be R8 Esports, Abdo, BX, Zenon, Roichi, and Mijoj. And of course, to infinity and beyond. This is a team that we want to see more of, to be honest.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, coming in from the MENA region, we have seen new teams come out, and R8 consistently trying to prove themselves. Now, today could be one day they can take one step closer towards achieving that dream as well.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a little bit of a delay, let's be honest, in terms of what happened. There was a bit of a mix-up, I think, in terms of, R8 making it to the arena. There's going to be a bit of a penalty, but it only applies in the game one. Unfortunately for R8, though, it's a best of 3, and being, losing any sort of picks or bans could be devastating in that first game.
Yeah, but we've seen teams use this to their advantage, right? I think in one of the previous competitions, Team Secret also had this fine as well, but they did even better when they had no picks and bans, right? Or bans. So now, Nongshim RedForce, they will get the pick, and they will pick up the red side.
Yeah, it's a good starter for them. I think it's probably where they want it to be. To be honest, I don't remember the exact ratio and breakdown of where they were in terms of Season 3, but I do know that generally speaking, some of their better games had been on the red. This is something that they want. They're okay with being able to, pick second as well as taking the top side. It plays into their playbook, so to speak.
Yeah. Now we've really seen some very impressive heroes and signature heroes actually coming. Right? I'm pointing towards Kyung9. We have seen him do wonderful on that Sun Ce. We've seen him do wonderful on that Dharma as well. Now, this is going to be a very big moment for him and also for Faye. Faye has been someone that has caught my eye consistently for the Nongshim RedForce team.
Yeah, he's been around for quite some time, right? I mean, he's been kind of with Illusion and Faye. They've had that partnership since 2022 when they were on Gen.G Esports way back when. So they have a lot of familiarity, right? That's really going to help them. I know that Faye's been the light in your eye, so to speak, but Illusion has kind of caught mine in the sense that I just like his play, right? I mean, Kyung9 and Haku, the Bash brothers, have been great, but Illusion, just when he's on fire, he is on another level.
Yeah, exactly, right? Bringing the flames and bringing teams to justice, right? So his Mai, one of the biggest performers, his Gun and Mo, his Nuba. No, he is the mid lane specialist on the side of Nongshim RedForce. And I think today might be a highlight reel for him all the way.
Yeah, I mean, going into Game 1, I think that a lot of teams into Season 3, almost every single team banned them on. unless it was the ultimate battle where they're able to choose it. Finally, Illusion was able to kind of, ride the Mai. But this is, if other teams have been paying attention, they need to ensure that Illusion does not get that comfort hero because it's just on another level with that Mai.
Yeah, now take a look at the bans and picks. It is going to be R8, of course, going into the blue corner because Nongshim have secured the red, which means they get prio pick. Now, I think the penalty for coming in late was the fact that they will not have the ability to have the bans, so we will not have the bans coming out from R8.
Boom. If I was R8, they'd be like, oh, you don't have any bans? It's like, good. I didn't do my homework anyways. I don't even know what heroes to ban, so I'm just going to pick whatever. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, R8 have done their research. They're well prepared. They understand what they need to do, and not having those 4 bans is going to be actually pretty huge for them. But it looks like Nongshim, because they're giving up first pick to R8, they're going to be banning the Mai themselves.
But look, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, now there's 4 lesser bans, which means that the hero pool is actually super open. You do have flexibility on heroes that would not have been normally available.
Yeah, I mean, the only way Nongshim can kind of mess themselves up is if they're like, if they tried to go for the ban, but instead they were like trying to pick it, but instead they banned it because like it's like throwing them off.
Yeah, but we'll see. Nongshim now, they want to get themselves the best draft possible, right? They've taken away 2 very big win conditions, one in the form of Arlie, the other in the form of Mai. Now, R8, they're going to start with the Dolia pick, so this opens up so many doors, right? We could see the Kaiser, we could see the Shangguan, we could see God and Mo. Many options. We could even see the Sun Ce.
Yeah, a lot of options, and a lot of flexibility, right? And you're kind of, I mean, other than the fact that R8 are showing their hand of, hey, we're going to be picking a lot of heroes with some really good ults, you got to respect that. But Nongshim, on the other hand, they're going to go a little bit on a different journey in the sense they're going to start with a Gen.G. We have not seen this in Season 3, especially in the first two picks that they usually do. It's usually like a Dune or like an Ogren. They kind of just set things up, but it looks like Nongshim have some, different plays in that playbook.
I think they're looking for the flexibility. They want to see what does R8 come up with first, right? That's the benefit of being on the red side in the BP phase, which is you get the counter pick. Leave that opening movement through R8. So R8 actually in a very tight spot here because it can be instantly counter picked.
It can be, but I'm kind of more worried in the fact of like you're letting them pick whatever they want as R8, and it's a situation where, again, I always want to just, like, I want them to react to my draft. I don't want to react to theirs.
Yeah, true. And look, there's a lot of potential combinations they can pull off on the side of Nongshim, right? Picking up the Demon Tier, he is one of the hardest marksmen to fight with when he has his ultimate up, right? The Imperial Order lowers your same time, and late game Gen.G not very fun to play again. At the same time, because of his passive, he's able to stand at a distance and just continually chip at your towers. So heroes like Mo will work really well with him. Get the stun in, get a setup, he's just gonna melt you down.
Yeah, I do. Look, I think that he's definitely has a lot of potential, and we've seen the rise of Gen.G more recently in Season 3 and throughout. He's definitely kind of been, getting much more play. So we're seeing the fact that this hero can really carry. It doesn't show too much. There's so many other good farm laners, though, where I'm still kind of like debating whether Gen.G is really like top 3, top 5. I'm definitely top 5, right, as a farm laner, right?
Yeah, I mean, in comparison, though, Channel is also open for the taking, right? So I'm not sure why they didn't go with the Channel at this point. Maybe they want to save their cards for future games. Bear in mind, this is their first series of the day. They have a second series to go as well.
Yeah, look, again, you don't want to show too much. But again, this is a situation where, look, I want to just pick the same heroes that has gotten them doing very well in Season 3. I think you stick with that. Let the enemy team, or if RA were able to ban out some of those heroes, they might have been able to stop them. But again, I don't think you want to show too many cards, especially early. This is just the first ranking week.
Ooh, and I want to flip the perspective here, right? Actually thinking about it, taking the Dolia pick, it actually works well against the Sun Ce and the pick as well, right? Because that is a one ultimate game changer. And if you have someone on the other side, on the side of R that has a counter play initiative, they can easily take that first hit from that Kyung-9 Dharma or maybe the Kyung-9 Sun Ce and turn that fight around because they have committed into the fight, right? They have used and expended their ultimates, and there is no secondary answer.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes back to just how the drafts happen. You know, I think that we're still very early. To be honest, I only saw the Dolia and then the Gen.G picked up by Nongshim. So, you know, where they want to go, is it going to be the Sun Ce? We know Kyung-9 is an absolute monster on that hero. The secondary initiation is actually going to be quite huge. And the fact that he split pushes like nobody's business, I think is another thing that is kind of like underrated, where you just have to check your back lines at any moment because he's able to just kind of find gaps in your defense and just like close out the games, which, you know, again, makes it really uncomfortable if you're looking to push.
At this point, you know what? I'm just going to make a educated guess in the sense where I think it would make sense for Fei to pick up the Zhang Fei, right? It's also one of his signature heroes. And if Haku picks up his one of his signature heroes, which is going to be Organ as well, it could be a very scary draft coming out from Nongshim RedForce.
A lot of opportunities here, and of course, if we're going to go check at this draft, you're going to see why R8 Esports doesn't have any bans. It's because they were penalized. They were actually a little bit late, and that's kind of why this series is starting a little bit on that late side, because of the fact that, you know, the players weren't in the arena at the time, but they're here now. Yes, they've been penalized, but it only happens in game 1, and they lost, you know, the pick side. Nongshim actually chose the red for themselves. So going into this one is going to be key, ensuring that, you know, R8, yeah, you don't have bans, but we're going to still pick the heroes that we want.
Yeah, and I think so far the draft looks pretty good on the side of R8, right? They have a Yixing, they have a Channel as well, right? These are two big heroes that rely on their ultimates as well. Now, World's My Chessboard, a refresh on that, is that really the best one? I don't think so, right? Leader Stance, on the other hand, on the side of Channel. Now, instead of having a couple of wolves, you have an army of wolves that go in. I think that would definitely make more sense, but that's not the only option that R8 can explore.
Chano, to me right now, is in a good place, right? He's very strong, latest hero, kind of difficult to deal with, and just the wolves when they're on top of you, just so many different ways to kind of get onto you, which is a bit of a problem. Is Gen.G good enough in terms of the laning in the laning phase?
Yeah, exactly. And look, Chano is not the easiest hero to catch as well. He is super mobile. I mean, he's riding a wolf. Come on, right? And wolves are pretty limber as well. So this might be an interesting situation where, you know, R8 maybe make the best out of the deficit.
Right, for the record, while Chano might ride the wolf and he might be mobile and nimble and all those things that you were talking, if I were to ride the wolf would struggle, okay? He would not be as fast and mobile, so he'd be a little bit slower, okay?
True, but you know what? At this point, R8, it looks like they have their number, right? They know how to work in a pack, and, you know, lone wolf or not, I think this channel might make a very big showing in this game number 1.
No, all jokes aside, I think the channel is very strong. I think it's going to be super, super powerful. And you're going to see just more and more of this hero throughout, not only the major East, but, you know, West, PKL, IKL, like everything, right? I think that this hero has a lot of potential. And it can be just very oppressive, and the damage it deals is so annoying. Plus, it's mobile. I mean, it has everything in the kitchen sink.
Yeah, you know what? Curious. I'm just wondering if Aguro is going to be considered as one of the junglers, right? You fight fire with fire, right? So it'll be an all-out jungle battle where you have wolves, and then you have lizards, and then you have bears and whatnot. And maybe we'll just see like a zoo fest here.
Yeah, actually that'd be fun. I think that's definitely the real me will be able to handle all of those different critters that are on the screen at the same time, because that's a lot that's going on. My phone is probably not as good, so you know, it overheats and whatnot, so won't be as lucky in that sense. But still, I think that this is a good situation to kind of test out, right? I think that we're still very early in terms of the channel lifespan and what he can potentially bring. Is he rounding out with the Yixing and the Dolia? Is that going to be enough? Or is it kind of like, it doesn't really matter what pairs with them, because Channel's just good, so good on its own?
I think end of the day, you need to provide a cover for the channel as well. Yes, he can deal a lot of burst damage, but if you actually get the opportunity to lay your hands onto a channel,
He's not tanky at all. He is extremely squishy. He dies real fast.
Yeah, you might have a problem with that. But just getting onto him, not the easiest of things. But again, if we're looking at kind of what R8 have drafted thus far, definitely squishy, right? The potential for burst, if they were able to kind of, draw a beat on those backliners, they could have a tough time. I think R8 need to really kind of ensure that they have somebody who kind of, protect them in some fashion.
I think actually a Dun would make a lot more sense, right? So he's able to soak in quite a lot of damage with the Gale's Benediction, able to get that shield up as well. So he's going to be someone that is able to open up space because they need to focus on the Dun, right? This will be something that will be valuable on the side of R8. Likewise, on the side of Nongshim RedForce, I think they require, at least for me, let's start with Faye. I think a idea makes perfect sense for him, right? Bitter Farewell, able to lock the channel down. Maybe that gives you enough time to land the Imperial Order from the Demons here, and then they can just really go ham, right? Organ or not, I think it's fine. I mean, if it is going to go into what we're discussing, where Dun is maybe a prior pick for the side of R8, then yeah, no, Organ makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I do like the idea. I think it's good in almost any single lineup, right? But just being able to control the channel is going to be the big question mark, right? How are they able to get to him and to kind of lock him down? Because once he's dead, pretty much, I mean, Yixing and Dolly, I mean, obviously there's two other heroes that they need to pick, but they're kind of lacking in the damage department. It's not as great. Like the rest of the Yixing and Dolly don't provide as much, I would say.
In fact, I think, yes, Dolia maybe, definitely doesn't give a lot of damage per se. She offers damage in other ways, which is the refresh out. I think the scary thing for the Dolia pick is about the Old and Wave Breaker, right? So, look, even though it is a mini stun from this Dolia, it might cause a situation where legal immunity has to be expended early just to get out of a very sticky situation, right, for the side of Siri, right? At the same time, the heal factor is coming in from the old might be a game changer, which is why I suggested a Deity in the first place, right? This might be a battle of heal factors here.
Okay, could potentially be there. I think, to be honest, though, if Gen.G has to use the legal immunity against, the Ode, I think that they really messed up. But here's the draft. What sticks out to you?
Secure. The secure is definitely going to be an issue here, right? They might force Xenon to have a premature World is my board. That's one thing. But I think in terms of draft, I think R8 is a more straightforward draft, easier to execute. I think it doesn't put too much pressure on the mechanical output. But on Nongshim's draft, if they get all their cards right, it's hard to play against their lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And look, I think that's, R8 addressed, you're talking about the Dune already. It's like they can, you're helping them along. Abdul picked up the Byron here, both key for this. But it looks like, oh my gosh, it looks like BX is looking to go for the steal and takes it away from Haku.
Got it.
Threatening.
Yeah, he got it. Oh my god, didn't even use his smite. He got, and Haku used his smite. Now the Azure Golem is at risk.
Yeah, not a great start. This is an awesome one for R8, right? Just being able to take that one out. Now you have a huge advantage. Now you're going to take up all your buffs and you're able to go in. And now look at Illusion and Faye rotating early, trying to kind of dictate and kind of make Roichi's life a little bit more difficult, considering he's kind of on the low side already.
Okay, so the benefit on the side of Nongshim's draft is they can deal with a little bit of deficit. Right? They have Illusion who's able to get EXP. He just needs to land hits or skills onto the minions or creeps, and he will be able to get some EXP over, right? So with that, he's also able to help stop the gap in level deficits. And it's really important that Illusion does not die now.
Yeah, it's got to be key, right? But like again, I kind of feel like the Zia pick, I'm not 100% sold. Yes, you have a lot of wave clear, and it's not like he's like the win condition troll and the potential zoning. But Haku, speaking of being zoned, he's going to get knocked up, but he's going to stay under the tower. He will be fine. But your thoughts on Zia as a mid laner?
I think he's great. His wave clear is good. But Haku maybe looking for more.
Yeah, looking for more. They've got the knockup on a BX. He's in a bad spot. The Unruly Blade, and it looks like he's going to go down. He's going to give up first blood. Kyung9 finds him, and it looks like Roichi will join the fight, but a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, RA, they extended the invitation, right? Hey, do you want to fight? And Nongshim was like, sure, let's go. And unfortunately for him, BX was just, there was no other option. There was no unruly blade available. He already expended. Mijoj already expended that Celestial Melody, so there was nothing available for them.
Yeah, I mean, he was just level 3 at the time, so he didn't really have it. But the flash away Abdo will survive. Mijosh, I mean, it was one of those things where it's like R8, it makes sense to take that fight at like maybe like the 3-minute when everybody's like level 4, right? But going a little bit early when you got caught out, BX is like, oh crap, I'm actually in a bad spot. I cannot get out. And Roichi, he gets picked off. The Mulberry Power from Face, setting it up for Siri to knock him down.
And now you will start to see why Nongshim's draft is so scary. Okay, so Illusion, he's going to have a level advantage against Xenon. Look, gets another knockup. And with that, with the steal onto the Lizard, right? This is going to also amplify the growth of Illusion. And the faster he is 15, the better it is for the side of Nongshim as well.
Yeah, it would be huge. I mean, just getting into this one. I mean, he's going to need some farm, but at the same time, Haku, he's going to need his own set of farm, right? So I think that Illusion and Haku, how they distribute the wealth is going to be super important for them. Because again, you don't want to like isolate or like, you know, have a lackluster series with just no items. You're going to be in a bad spot. But this 4-minute mark going to be key here.
Yeah, and in fact, it is for now primed to be an advantage for the side of Nongshim still.
Yeah, and Haku here just kind of dashing away at this point. BX, though, looks like they're going to make their way. The Tyrant will be up in about 2 seconds. But Siri putting a little bit of pressure on that bottom T1. But Nongshim know that the next big objective is going to be this Tyrant.
Oh, that's a lot of burst damage. And the leader stand actually expended by Ryoichi, and this allows RA to step into the pit a little bit earlier. And this is a good sign, but it's a consolation prize because Nongshim, they might have lost a little bit of that goal lead, but EXP does have a little bit of advantage going into the side of Nongshim for the moment.
Actually, R8 really burned down the tank very quickly. That was a very short work for this one. But the Mulberry Powers are going to look to die for this one, doing some work with that Universal Law. The flash forward from Kyung9 trying to go in for this one. Mijoj gets back, he flashes as well. And it looks like they're just going to take the bottom T1. Nongshim making moves across the map.
Oh, it's a big win for Nongshim. They burn out 2 flashes, they get the T1, and they didn't have to commit too much, right? They did just have to give away phase ultimate. This isn't a big deal. The cooldown is pretty fast with this. Right now, it's really, how does Nongshim want to, right? And maybe the victim is going to be Abdo.
Yeah, look at Faye flying in. Potentially, he sensed it. He knew something was going on. I mean, the calls were made that they did see Nongshim players move to that northern side. But it's a matter of R8 just kind of slowing the game down. I mean, yes, they're down about 1.2, which is not great at the 5-minute mark. But again, they need to find ways to get back in this game and let Roichi get that farm.
He definitely needs to, right? The deficit is quite big for him because he already gave away a kill, and Xenon, not sure whether he still has his passive at this point, but Kyung9, he will back away. It's not worth giving his life for the T1 because they've already made the trade on the top side.
Yeah, they're looking to take this one out. And R8, you know, they're kind of reacting in the sense that there was some action in the top side, Siri taking the top T1. That top T2 is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but they're looking to trade at this point. But R8s need to do more than just trade equally. They need to find other ways, again, just to invade the enemy jungle, find more network.
They need to funnel the farm into Ryoichi because right now it's just a free farm game for the side of Siri. Already at 4,500 gold, has a Spark Force Jagger as well. Very much on his way into Doomsday, just a couple hundred gold away.
Yeah, but it looks like the Azure Golem is going to be picked up here. Nongshim not able to take this one away. But through it all, R8 kind of sticking together. I'm not a huge fan of that, especially it's a little bit early to be kind of, you know, grouping up at this stage. Because again, that net worth, it's harder to farm when everybody's together and you're literally fighting for it. But it looks like they're going to go for this one. Haku just pushing them away. All the Mulberry Power. He does go golden, but not enough. Zenith is down. The world is my port. It's going to be laid down as well. BX still up in front in a bad spot. Haku threatening with the backside. Kyung9 finds him, gets the pull back with the wind slash onto him. Kyung9 not scared about that tower. But BX will survive 2 members down from RA.
The combinations coming in from Nongshim RedForce just so scary, right? And they can continually keep going. At this point, it is really the goal difference that is making this so painful for the side of RA because they have no items to survive all of the skill sets coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, huge commitment there. I mean, this is a scary lineup. Faye on this Akir, just being able to kind of fly in like Superman, get those stuns that kind of catches you off guard. You don't really see that sort of mobility and that, that stun that could be potentially there, but it looks like the Crimson looking to be taken off, but it looks like I think BX got it with that smite.
Yeah, and with this, at this situation, Nongshim once again top T3.
Oh, Siri, he's in a bad spot. He's stuck in the board. He's going to be killed. Roichi gets credit for this one, and BX also gets the kill onto Faye. So 2 members down from Nongshim.
And perfect positioning by Abdul. Right? He gave them the information that Haku was around, and because of that positioning, Haku did not have the freedom to go in and engage to try and clean up the crew. So once again, this built so much space. Ryoichi now finally has some space to farm around the map. Up to close to 5,000 gold at this point, still trailing by 1,000, but does have the Eternity Blade, so he's able to offer some damage in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, that last team fight was more about Xenon just setting up the perfect world as my board, right? Just locking them in, and then you have the rest of the people just kind of to have that damage, to have that burst. That's a good start. But mind you, they're still down about 3k. They need more pickoffs. So whenever the world is my board is off cooldown, they should be looking to kind of rotate around the map, try to find somebody that they can isolate and get that pickoff.
Yeah, and another concern is actually Kyung9. Kyung9 2-0-0 already has the Skydome in his hands, so he is going to be pretty tanky. It's a slightly different picture for the side of Abdul. He's going for a mixture of armor shred as well as that frost damage from the frost line.
Oh, Kyung9 looking to go. Oh, he gets stuck in with the leader of the wolves that just kind of pounded on him. But Haku taking a lot of damage, needs to be careful, and BX not able to get away. Siri with enough damage to burst him down.
Yep, the board was laid, but it felt like it was R8 that was the one that got caught. Yeah, it's just Siri all the way. Nobody's able to handle his damage at this point.
Not enough at this point. I mean, he's scaling so well, right? And he's going to continue on. This mid T2 is looking to go down. They've already taken the bottom one. So Nongshim right now just using the map to their advantage, pushing them back. Look at how R8 are cowering in their own base.
Yeah, there's not much they can do, right? Especially when BX, who is supposed to be a tank, is provide the space for your farm lane Ryoichi. He's not able to do that. Right now, Siri is just melting him down. Last check, it was just a Cloud Piercer. He's already halfway done on the side of Siri. He's going to have the Daybreaker pretty soon. And I think you can expect that he's going to have it in the next fight.
Look, let's talk a little bit about the jungle situation. BX level 12, Haku level 15 at this point, up about 3k. Haku right now is just like, once he's so difficult to deal with. He's going to go in and just burst you down. R8 right now really need to find ways to get back in the game, look to split push, maybe take out that top T1, because right now Nongshim are going to just take the Tyrant here and just kind of close out this game.
In fact, I think R8 won't be able to get rid of Haku at any point of the game right now. August Word, Insatiable Tomb, that is not an itemization that they can defeat with whatever they have in their kit right now. There is not enough damage coming out from G. 7,000, yes, that's great, but he's trailing in items pretty hard.
Oh, but Abdu trying to find somebody, trying to get the pick off, but Haku is the machine. He pulls him away. He's playing with his food, gets the double, and he gets knocked up and he gets stuck in the board, but he doesn't care. He's already got everything, and now Kyung9 chasing after Majoj, and Majoj, all he can do is just potentially pray, dash over the wall, try to stay alive, but he will go down as well. The Universal Law will zone them away, but now Nongshim knocking on the doorstep with 3 members down. How does Xenon and VX survive here with minion wave? The Mulberry push, they get on Xenon, they get the pick off. BX is trying to deal with the minions, but he's fighting 5 versus 1. BX has to Unruly Blade away. He gets killed. The base is going to be looking to take down, and it looks like Nongshim will take game 1.
Haku just moonwalking all across the map there. This was the gorge for Nongshim from RedForce. Valiant effort on the side of R8. I think they did pretty well with whatever cards they were dealt with, but they needed a lot more time.
Yeah, more time for sure. Nongshim was not giving them any sort of time. Right? It looks like they were kind of, again, that was very clean and clinical. From the draft to play style, just understanding how to close out the game. That was an all Nongshim game.
Yeah, and you know what? If you remember in Season 3, a couple of the players, including the coach, they were very uncomfortable with the situation. You could see the stresses on their faces. But today, Nongshim, RedForce look so calm and composed. I think we might be in for a 2-0 here.
out when you're talking about the playoffs and things are going into like best of sevens and then the grand finals. Yo, I'm stressed, all right? I ain't even playing it, but it's one of those things where it's like, you know, all of these guys are in serious mode, right? There's so much money, the fame, the stakes, everything is there, right? And to potentially be in that grand finals is huge. So this is a much different environment. Don't get me wrong, there's still high stakes. There's a potential slot for the KWC. So there's a lot going on for the future. But right now, this is just ranking week. We just got to hold our horses just a little bit.
True, but it's just game number 1, right? R8, I think with what they've shown us in the way they're handling the deficit, right? They were always managing to catch up in terms of farm towards Nongshim pretty well in the first half of the game, right? So I think there is potential for R8 to maybe take a win in the series, but they need to be much more cleaner in their execution. Look, they had a great start, right? The BX actually got the steal on that first camp against Haku. But let's take a look at the itemization here. I want to just focus on the growth of Haku. He had everything and more. I mean, he was 5 slotted, going really close towards that last itemization, about 1,000 gold away, in fact.
Yeah, Haku was like 004. I mean, yeah, he made some plays, but he was pretty largely off the map because he was just so busy farming on his own. I mean, he had the most net worth, 10,000 gold. I mean, he was an absolute monster towards the end. But this is a guy that understands what he needs to do. The rest of Nongshim were like, hey, we can actually give up a little bit in terms of, you know, like that Tyrants. We can kind of give up some of those towers because we know that Haku in the end will find that farm and will be able to carry us to glory. And Nongshim really just closing that game out.
Yep. Now, I want to highlight Faye as well. I think he did a surprising amount of damage, right? 36,000 close to in terms of hero damage. He was also one of the few members that was consistently setting up the fights alongside Illusion, which allowed them to really just open up the heart of R8 to get into delivering that damage over, right? So pretty steady growth from the side of Nongshim. Once they found those openings from the side of R8, it was just kills after kills, and Ryuichi never.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm kind of looking at that gold graph, and I'm thinking, R8 were, you know, they had their chances. I mean, you were talking about that Tyrant, they did well, or that early steal, you know, starting in, right? And that's good. But the thing is that there was a moment where they were starting to group up together. And I always see that, especially in the laning phase, and you're like, it's like kind of like a losing battle at that point, because you're literally fighting amongst your teammates for any sort of farm, any scraps that you can get. So it's a situation where it's like, hey, you need to still play across the map. You need to kind of understand your lanes, stay with it, and then look to invade the enemy jungle or to take their farm, not our own.
It comes with very strict conditions, right? When you group up, you must be able to take an objective, you must be able to take a turret, or at least get a kill. That's how you kind of even out the deficit, by allowing your opponents to farm up in the other lanes, right? So I think, yes, end of the day, it's a risk to group up during the laning phase, but if you don't take the risk, you also won't be able to get the advantage as well. So at this point, I think R8, they just need to be a little bit more decisive about what they want to do, right? You have a dud, you can go for the dive as well. All you need to do is to make sure that you know where Haku is. And once Haku is out of the picture, I think at that point, when things are even, you can definitely flip that script.
But the way that they were playing, R8 that was, is like, how do you find Haku if you're not willing to invade, if you're not looking to just kind of go out? But it looks like MVP is going to go to Faye. You were talking about the fact that he was making some plays across the map. He had 36,000 damage. He had a ton of stuns, and his presence was definitely felt.
Oh, felt indeed. He was one of the main people to really just go in and start the fight, right? Every time he flung himself into the bush, it was a lot of damage going to the side of R8. And, you know, I think BX, he had a great start to the game, but every single time he somehow found himself in a face-to-face battle against Siri, who at this point of the game, 7 minutes in, already has a doomsday. He can't survive that HP-based damage.
Yeah, Siri just, like, understanding the itemization and just, like, who is the target that we need to deal with. Obviously, Abdo is up on that list, BX is as well, but once you kind of isolate them, the rest of R8 just kind of crumbles, right? And look at Haku making plays, being very aggressive, understanding that just, like, nobody can get away from his speed, and Haku able to kind of control you, BX just trying to survive, deal with those minions, he gets picked off, and it was pretty much all she wrote, and Nongshim closes this game out.
Yep, 3-pronged attack, right? So the Sakir Faye is just going to go in alongside with Illusion as well, and Kyung9 with the Ma Yin. So the three of them are responsible for kind of catching damage at all. And that was really the cause of the downfall for the side of R8 Esports. So yes, game 1 is done. We will see how this R8 respond to this. So far, the response from the first series is that it's going to be a clean 2-0. But it's all up in the air. We'll go for a short break. When we're back, let's see what kind of reality Nongshim
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time towards the path of honor.
Alright, welcome back. It is going to be the second game of the series. Nongshim going up against R8. Potential game, and once again, this time for the side of RedForce. Can they do it?
Yeah, I think, I mean, R8 have their bans this time around. They were penalized in game 1 for being late, but going into game 2, I think that they need to kind of deal with the potential play styles that we're seeing from Nongshim, where they like to just kind of be, let Haku do his own thing in terms of farming, just controlling the game up until Haku is at that critical mass, and he just takes over.
Yeah, and knowing now that, the assassin hero pool is open for the side of Nongshim as well, this is a very scary notion to play against them. So R8, they have their backs against the wall. I'm just curious, what kind of formula do they want to start their second game of the series with? Because they have to win this, they have to try and take a game against Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I think getting back to this one, I think just like picking your best heroes, again, just kind of, don't worry so much about that first game. I think towards the end, like in the beginning, they were doing okay. They were kind of, fighting toe-to-toe with Nongshim. They were making some good decisions. But, Nongshim's experience kind of prevailed in the end, right? Understanding how to get back in the game, how to control it and close things out. This is a very scary team in Nongshim, and they're looking to get even stronger.
Yeah, it's really like a magic trick, right? Like a sleight of hand, because Nongshim, they were kind of showing some things to the side of R8 and say, hey, look, focus on Siri, and suddenly, Haku comes out with monstrous strengths and just wipes them out. So it's a really difficult position on the side of R8. I think they have to pay a little more attention about where they want to put stress onto the map to deal with Nongshim. They have to stop the growth of all the different members at the same time, not just one person.
Well, okay. Yeah, while I do agree, obviously, you need to keep tabs. You need to kind of slow everybody down and just kind of potentially take the advantage yourself. But I think if we're looking at game 1, Nongshim did not show Haku until a certain point, right? I mean, yeah, he got a couple assists here and there when he was kind of helping out, but he was largely off the map. R8 pretty much were hey, letting Haku do Haku things, which is to kind of farm until he gets that critical mass. Definitely something they need to control. They need to kind of keep tabs on everybody and not let Haku just free farm.
Yep. Now R8, once again, they restore themselves onto the blue side, so they're gonna have proud pick and bans here. And the first ban they're gonna go with is the Dolia.
Yeah, and R8 I mean, they picked it first themselves, and obviously they can't, pick at them again because of the fact that it's global ban. But it's still a situation where, the Dolia, if it's picked, the entire team is drafted around it, and then you kind of work with it. R8 right now going a different way, going to be attacking Haku and taking out the Augury.
Actually, the way I see it, you know what? I don't think R8 are banning specifically against Nongshim. They're banning against a draft that they think works for them. So this might be a very different kind of R8 we see, and they secure the Dharma. So killing two birds with one stone, right? Number one, they get the Dharma. Number two, they restrict the hero pool for the side of Kyung9.
Yeah, but Kyung9, he's proven time and time again that he's able to play a decent, a huge hero pool, right? Nongshim, again, when you're able to survive ultimate battles, which are of course game 7s, that proves that you have the hero pool. Teams are obviously going to be attacking you throughout the draft and their bans, but Nongshim are ready. They are well versed in almost any sort of hero at this stage.
Yeah, I think at this point, just taking out the Dolia, it also means that Nongshim won't go for the Sunta, right? I think the Sunta is the best with the Dolia refresh as well. So we might see a very different kind of clash needed. Maybe a Byron instead.
Do you think that that's good enough to deal with the Dharma in that one-on-one? Just a Byron versus Dharma? Are you okay with that?
I think you can hold him in lane, right? And at the end of the day, if you can't create situations where the Dharma has the absolute perfect truth mantra, or the rotations aren't going to be as effective, I think you have done your job, right? End of the day, if you can't kill the Dharma, just hold him there. That's the purpose of the clash lane anyway.
Okay. But in the clash laner, and this is your specialty, I know, but the Dongwon clash laner with execute, is that enough to deal with this? I'm sorry, I have to go there.
Hang on. Yes, I play Dongwon, but I do not take execute with this hero. Let's be clear, I take smite.
Okay. Apologies. I should have been a little bit more clear in that sense. But all jokes aside, I think Dharma is going to be great. I think that Sansa might not be the greatest in terms of laner, but the counter initiation, Kyung9, being able to be at the right place at the right time is going to be on point. We'll have to see which direction Nongshim want to go. But showing the Dharma top, it was one of the most contested picks in all of Season 3. It has a lot of play. It's a very strong hero.
Yeah, it is. At this point, I think, end of the day, the focus for me, from what I see on Nongshim, would be the focus on other lanes instead, right? Can you pull off a combination that is really hard to play against? Which, in this case, I want to bring you back to the first series of the game, the Diadia Gunner. I think this might appear much more often in the games as well. There is also a potential of a Diadia with... That's a very potent combo that we've seen displayed across other regions as well.
A lot of potential. Like, it's such a good combination, right? The Ganemo, the Diadia, like, kind of flexible in that sense. The Ganemo, just the amount of damage and the poke is just super oppressive, very annoying to deal with, and it can kind of really set you up. But again, if the enemy team kind of goes with like a more tankier, like run at you death ball type draft, I think that you might have a tough time. We haven't really seen that type of draft really kind of prevail up against the Ganemo. The Ganemo has been quite successful thus far.
Yeah. Now, I would consider looking at heroes like Agudo, who has really quick jungling speeds, right? We could also take a look at the channel coming out from the side of Nongshim RedForce. Bear in mind, channel is available for Nongshim RedForce because it was used by R8, not by Nongshim.
Yeah. And to be honest, I kind of want to see Siri on the channel. I want to see just how he plays him. But I also, more importantly, Nongshim, I like to see how they draft around the channel, what they do a little bit differently. Like, we saw Gen.G have some success in the first series with that channel pick, and they were kind of loaded for bear. Like, that lineup was like super strong and just kind of rolling over, where they could have picked almost any hero. I didn't really see the synergy because they were just winning every single lane.
Yeah, it's difficult to play against it, right? At the end of the day, I think if there is going to be a channel pick, my curiosity for R8 is because the standard strategy for having a channel is that you need a very strong front line, right? You need someone to take that attention away from the channel so that your team can do the work, right? Channel can just lay down the pain with the traps, with the leader stances, also get the Q. And that's one of the benefits. And also, it amplifies the strength of team fight, especially when you fight in areas where there's a lot of brushes.
True. And okay, seeing as we have a little bit of time here, can't really talk too much about the draft, but let's talk a little bit about Chano. I mean, you are kind of already spelled out exactly how the hero works, how, it wants to be brushes, it has mobility, it has all these pros, right? But what are the cons? Like, what are the weaknesses of this hero, and like heroes that counter it well, aside from stuns galore? Like, what are you trying to do to kind of limit this Chano hero?
Okay, I think in the laning phase, one of the curious things I've seen online was that Luara actually does well against Chano because of her skill sets, right? Doesn't matter how many wolves you have, she's able to match you blow for blow. So that's one potential as well. The other would be, just straight up burst. He is really squishy. So heroes like Gun and Mo, or even control heroes like Liang, heroes like Princess Frost, they actually, if they're able to land their skill shots, it's pretty hard to play as a Chano. But with that being said, you must be really gifted in your mechanical skills. Either you find a really good setup, right, with let's say a Liang and Princess Frost combination, something like that. That would be devastating for a Chano.
Okay.
But he's not all invincible as well.
Of course not. I just feel like when you have a good team that knows how to play with the Chano and you have that synergy, like that coordination, I think he's just a really tough hero to kind of really lock down and to deal with, because like the wolves are on top of you and you have those like traps, you have like so many different ways to go in. But it looks like here's the draft. What sticks out to you other than maybe the Jing from the R8 side?
This is going to be a matchup of farming pace here. This BX Jing versus Haku Pei, right? Who's able to get the the farm faster, that's going to spell the early starts of the game, whoever will get the advantage. At the same time, if they manage, both teams manage to pull this game towards a Tempest game, which we have not seen just yet, then it really comes down to positioning and setup, right? Who has better stuns? In terms of stuns, I think it's easier for the side of Nongshim to get the initial start to the fight, right? Because they have a Sunta on Kyung9. They also have Siri, who can use the Riding the Wind, the setup, and Faye as well. So plenty of starts, Monfu Temple, plenty of stuns to start with on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, a lot of control, a lot of team fight that they want to kind of stick in. But Haku, they're kind of letting this guy just be that farmer, or sorry, in the sense of just like that carry, right? Because again, the pay potentially just pouncing on top of you, doing a lot of burst damage and just kind of picking you off from afar. But then you also have Siri on the Loom, a lot of potential burst damage, getting in and then getting out.
Yeah, so setup as well as positioning really vital in this second game of the series, right? Whoever gets the better positioning will be able to essentially be in a winning formula, right? Right now, I think for both drafts, it is really who gets the first initiation. First initiation should deal that killing blow.
Oh, Kyung9 only level 3, not able to get away on his boat, and BX makes him pay. Nice rotation.
Big win. So R8 once again, okay? We're gonna run through the story again. R8, good start. Can they, make an advantage out of this?
I mean, they need to. It comes back to the laning phase here, but the nice little burst ram. Let's talk a little bit about Zhang Fei and the Lian Po, right? In terms of, before I say this, Illusion putting a little bit of pressure onto Mijoj, who has to just kind of hide under and cower under that T1. He will be fine. But sorry, back to my question. Zhang Fei versus Lian Po. I feel like Zhang Fei was previously like much better in like season 2, but we've kind of seen Lian Po really like step up, and we're seeing a lot more potential out of this hero. Your thoughts on these two?
It's a different kind of initiation, right? Both heroes are looking for different kinds of setups. End of the day, Faye wants to be able to soak in the damage and work on the passive. And right now, Kyung9 actually pretty well, even though he gave the first blood away. Lane against up though.
Yeah, but a level behind, a little bit worrying. I mean, yeah, he's level 4, but look, I don't think that the Sun Tzu, like, absolutely controls and wins the lane. As I say, the Siri getting a little bit low. But it's more of like a defensive style, just like don't lose the lane, and then you'll be able to catch up later when the team fights start to kind of happen.
Yeah, at this point, in terms of like farm lane, maybe if we want to do the comparison, I would actually give it to Nongshim compared to what they have on R8, right? The growth on the side of Siri, just by the choice of itemization, allows him to deal a little bit more damage. You still require quite a bit of itemization on Ryo Ichi before he really comes to fruition in the damage department.
Okay. And I mean, look, Siri, even on the Loom, has a lot of potential, right? He's just so good on this hero. So that's going to be another tough one. Roichi, no slouch on the Gen.G himself, but he's just a little bit behind in terms of net worth. Still, it's a situation where it's very close, I would say, but Siri having that get out of jail free card with that infinite fastness is always just like an added bonus and something that I would feel more comfortable with as a farmer.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, in terms of damage, Ryo Ichi needs that first Spark Force Jagger to be able to deal consistent damage, both in physical and magical perspectives, right? But for the Lung, he already has a Meteor, he has armor, he's going to work quite a bit of damage onto the lineup of R8.
Yeah, potential burst, a lot of damage going into this one, but BX pushing him back, and it looks like Haku stuck his head out a little too far. He's going to be paid with his life, that is. Unending Sorrow just keeping Illusion alive, and through it all, they get the pick off, and R8 up 2-0.
Now, this is a jungler show so far in this series, right? Haku dancing in the moonlight in game number 1. BX now showing off the mirror dimension in game number 2. Just working his magic so far. And R8, look, they have done it a little bit better, a little cleaner this time.
Yeah, actually really stepping up. But I mean, net worth wise, is still very close. I would have assumed that Nongshim are like falling a little bit more than just, 100 gold behind. I would have thought that, this lead would have been much better. But Burst Ram doing some work. Roichi, he's got that leaping savior, keeping him alive.
Yeah, and this is where you see the value, right? Siri actually, in terms of itemization, able to more pain compared to Ryo Ichi. So they're actually on a timer. Oh, with the flash.
Oh, he flashes forward. Siri with the outplay. He goes and dives under the tower. He saw that Mijoj has given up on him and let him go. Thought he was safe. But now Siri needs to be careful. Infinite fastness. He will fly on out, and he gets the safety.
Oh, they have absolutely no punishment at all. So, R8, that was a tough one to stomach.
Yeah, tough one. I mean, look, Roichi was hiding so far behind. He did not expect Siri to make that sort of play with that flash, that that aggressive flaming palm, just everything that this is like trademark Siri. You know he's gonna take it, especially when he knows that he's got you in a one-on-one.
Yep, and right now Nongshim, they're not letting go as well. They want to make this even bigger. They're still leading the goal, but the main thing here is Eternity Blade might be open.
Oh, Roichi. Oh. Okay, he does survive on this one. He did sense things were a little astray. The spider senses were tingling. He does get back in time, but that could have been potential disaster had he died a second time. But Roichi stays alive. He's in terms of net worth, only 200 gold behind. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yep, and you can see the positioning on the side of Nongshim, right? Right now, they're not exactly in the best position to be caught. And Abdul, you might want to give away his ultimate.
Yeah, Unbridled Outburst just pushing them away. Siri gets stampeded on, but the Mirror Domain is going to be on point. Mijoj will get credit onto Siri, and Faye will survive, but through it all, nice gank by R8. Great conversion.
Okay, I like this play from the side of R8. Yes, they did expend the Unbridled Outburst, they got a kill. The reason why I was talking about Abdul was because he was in a position to be able to land that Truth Mantra in the mid sections of the map, and he saved his ultimate, so now R8 actually able to apply more pressure because there is a counterplay coming in if there is a big team fight coming in from Nongshim.
Yeah, this is going to be a potential big one under the tower. The burst ram forward, just trying to protect this one. And here we go, the set sail connecting onto two, but where's the follow-up damage? They don't really have enough, and R8, while they limp away, they do take the mid T1.
Yeah, they can't. I think that was definitely the right decision for the side of Nongshim, right? If they had committed there, Abdul would have had the best Truth Mantra position.
Oh, nice burst ram. The Truth and the Enlightenment just doing some serious work. Illusion has been killed. Abdu makes a nice gank and gets the kill.
Yep, actually understanding. Oh, hang on. BX!
BX always running away. The Mirror Domain trying to dance around this thing. Mijoj, he's going to be there as well. The Unbridled Outburst does help connect. They're doing some work on a Kyung9, and BX is going in and out. Cannot draw a beat on him. The stampede onto Haku, and through it all, Nongshim get away. But nice little rotation by Nongshim, keeping them alive. BX, that is.
This is pretty sick. Now, this game, both R8 and Nongshim are at risk of being put in a situation where they're chasing shadows, essentially. And you have seen that firsthand. BX outplaying both Kyung9 and Haku in the top lane.
I mean, it's so hard to just like lock down the G, right? Yeah, look, if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, I mean, Haku already been picked off. Mirror Domain again being used by BX, and this guy is getting his farm. The Unending Sorrow just kind of going in forward. They're looking to go. Nice burst, Tremor Smash, connecting onto two, and Roichi gets picked off. Siri's gonna clean up. He's got the damage. He gets a double.
Yeah, so every single time R8 get an advantage, they lose it almost instantaneously. And of all the people to Siri, who's already pretty farmed on this long, does have a Master Sword now, so he's gonna hit even more like a truck.
Yeah, and he's kind of be left by him lonesome in the bottom lane. I mean, with 3 members down, not enough to cover all lanes, but Siri letting him get that farm and just, doing it on his own. I mean, he's got the level differential, he's got the net worth lead. Now it looks like they're going to just compound this into the Tyrant as well. But Nongshim, again, you find some pickoffs and you think you're doing well, but Nongshim are still able to find ways to get back in this game.
Yeah, and curious to me, right now, Illusion actually going more for a damage build rather than a utility and tank build here.
Interesting. I mean, he's only up 500k. Unbridled Outburst completely whiffs. Oh gosh, as a Zhangfei player, I've done that many a times, and it feels terrible as Mijoj will just slouch away, pretend like nobody saw that.
Yeah, that's a huge investment to waste at this point for R8. So means Nongshim now has advantage all map, and at this point, they are free to make big decisions like this. T2's open for the taking. I don't think they can take a fight on.
Yeah, with no Unbridled Outburst, Mijoj, a little, just no spells, no ult. The Flaming Palm will take out that top T2. And through it all, it looks like Nongshim, again, just that map control. When they have that lead, they are a tough team to deal with.
Yeah, exactly, right? They pull you into different spaces around the gorge, and it dwindles your farm. And right now, with the way they're rotating, look,
BX might not survive this.
Yeah, might not. Kyung9 going in with the set sail as well. He's looking to go, but the Mirror Domain just kind of distributing that. The Tyrant at half, and it looks like Illusion will push them away. Haku takes the Tyrant. They're going to walk into Abdu, but it looks like a quick pause here as it looks like, all the players weren't on the same page. It's just a weird situation there.
Okay, but I'm just going to tell you that is a pretty crystal clear position for a truth mantra. So let's see if once the pause is over, does Abdul get a truth mantra down, right? I think with the positioning of the players, as last seen on the map just now, I think they could take a fight. It's a risk because they still don't have the unbridled outburst. It's a difficult ultimate to, recover because the passive isn't farmed that easily. You need to get hit or hit people with your skills and your basic attacks. So let's see. Does R8 want to take a risk and go for it?
Spamming the truth, just like trying to get it right when it on pauses.
Pause.
I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. Let's go. But through it all, I mean, this pause is going to kind of, get everybody just kind of settle down, get everybody on the same page, right? You're talking about skills and the Umbrella Outburst on cooldown, a bit of an issue, right? Especially if you want to take a big team fight, you definitely want that ult. Minjoj, he did spend it a little bit earlier, but getting into this one, you got to find that pick off, and it hasn't been an easy ride for R8. Yes, they've done well, the much better game 2 than a game 1, but still, it's kind of Nongshim still finding or showing that resolve and just why this team is in where they are as a favorite here, because again, they can find ways to get back in games.
Yeah, the initiation opportunities, right, coming in from Nongshim have been made more apparent in this second game of the series, right? You can see the way that they're getting the setups. The Monfu tempo is coming from the 1. Illusion doing a very good job of just getting the stuns, and this allows them to choose, right? Anytime there's a stun, there is a very quick decision made on the side of Nongshim, right? Do we go for this? And most of the time, they don't need to overcommit. They're just poking them down, right? The only mistake they've made so far is trying too hard to commit onto BX, and so far that has punished them pretty hard.
Yeah. And I think that this is it might be a good time for them to just kind of have a team huddle and be like, hey, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing right? Like, let's talk about this, right? Instead of just kind of, getting on the same page is key. Yes, BX can do some work, but BX has done such a great job of just getting to do all that damage. When the team starts grouping up, he becomes like this AoE damage-dealing monster that just kind of spreads it throughout. And if you're looking at the Nongshim side, kind of on the squishier side, you do need a way to deal with BX.
Yeah, for sure. And now, in this situation here, before the pause, Illusion actually expended his unending sorrow. So, I think, just based off hindsight bias, it's the best time to get the truth. And there we go, he did not get it down. He did use it. So they did get a kill onto Illusion, right? He does not have his ulti to save his life for that matter, but I don't think there's any other advantage in the map they can...
Yeah, through it all, it looks like the Overlord's going to be started, especially with Illusion down for about 20 seconds. This is a good opportunity for R8 to get themselves back in this game. They're down about 1.3k. BX, man, it's been his show, his game, right? Haku, has the level differential, but you're seeing quite an impact from BX and just able to just dance around his prey most of the time.
That's one of the big benefits of having a Jing, right? She is an absolute glass cannon. She will be able to burst down even the tankiest heroes once she gets her farm as well. Now, one of the reasons why they didn't go for the contest was because Haku at that point in time didn't have Smite off cooldown, but he's hiding in the brushes. This could be a big one if he gets his hand on the VEG.
Yeah, but they kind of sense something is off. But Faye going in, Trevor smash onto 2, the Unbridled Outburst pushing them away, and it kind of separates everyone from the fight. And it looks like through it all, here we go, Kyung9 going in a little too late, and he's gonna die. Oh, that was a little uncalled for by Kyung9.
I would argue that was a little bit too early. I mean, he was in there when the team wasn't ready to fight. And it's definitely going to cost them right now because all of a sudden, because of that Shadow Overlord, now R8, this is the best chance they've had in 2 games.
Yeah, but that was the thing. The fight was over. Why go in? I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, oh, the boat is in motion. We're continuing on. But they needed to have kind of just aborted that mission. Kyung9 needed to have saved himself. They cost themselves a bottom 2-3. Now the Vanguards are pushing. This is a game that is R8 it's their game to lose.
Yeah, at this point. I mean, okay, maybe it was because they had all their up on the side of Nongshim with the exception of Faye. So I think Kyung9 was like, hey, this is a position to fight, right? You guys have your auto. Definitely. I think the call was just a little bit too early for the side of Kyung9. He was hoping to be able to catch them in a pinch, but a pinch requires pressure from both sides, and that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, but the fight was kind of happening, and then Kyung9 just kind of going on a position like that, that's not like him. And it seems like something that, you know, the team, like, who's generally speaking very well coordinated from Nongshim, that seemed like a mistake that we don't see too often from Kyung9.
Yeah, that's true. But here we go. BX opening.
They found Haku. He's so low. He's going to get pounced away. The Stampede. And they find Siri instead. The Infinite Vastness. And here's Kyung9. He throws out the boat. Slows him down. Now Illusion's in a bad spot. He's got the Unending Sorrow. He flashes away the Stampede. And he slam dunks him. Mijoj, that is. And gets the kill. Illusion down for 30.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it's kind of funny, right? I think Nongshim, this pause has definitely affected them a little bit, right? They're not in conjunction with each other. Synergy is lacking a little bit.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Illusion down for 30 seconds. Nongshim need to find a way to stay alive. Look at the set sail going in for this one. They have the Flaming Palm. Oh, the Tremor Smash on the floor, but not enough. And it looks like Haku, he's trying to stay alive, but he gets it blown up. Abdu finding him. They take the top 3-3. Now the minions are slowly coming in. Siri, Faye, both back in the fountain. Kyung9, it's 3 members against 5. The minions are here. The base is under siege. It's that half-life already. Abdu looking for that right target. Mijoj is going to be killed. And it looks like Nongshim somehow are holding. It looks like they're continuing on. Kyung9 gets picked off. Xenon has been killed as well, and they find their targets. 3 members down off a double off Illusion, but with Kyung9 and Haku both down, Nongshim somehow surviving. They're going to deal with the minions. The base is about 33% life.
It's a big positional error coming in from the side of R8 there. They kind of open up their own doors, and Nongshim, main things we need to notice is the fact that he does still have his Truth Mantra. He had it the entire time, right? He was looking for a perfect opening for the Truth Mantra. And sometimes, I think you can't be looking for perfection. You look for the best possible scenario instead.
Look at this one. Siri baited out, uses the Infinite Vastness early. This could be a potential issue. Abdu still has that Truth. He hasn't used it. It looks like the Overlord will be taken by Haku. And it looks like they're going to continue on. They find BX. They get the pick off. Oh no, this is a disaster for R8. They thought they had him, and it looks like a double with Siri dancing and playing around. Haku somehow solo stays alive, but now Nongshim need to regroup. They need to figure out and fix the lanes before they potentially come back in this one. But in terms of net worth, Nongshim are up.
Yeah, okay, look, this shows you just how proficient Nongshim are. I know a lot of people will be like, hey, why didn't I? He couldn't, right? The positioning on the side of Nongshim made it in such a way that he could only catch one person, and he wanted to catch both. And unfortunately, the time that they bought allowed BX to be taken out.
Faye. He's about to look to go in for this burst ram. And it looks like they're kind of slowing down Nongshim, just backing off at this point. They were potentially going in with Faye, but instead they take the mid T2. And now Nongshim on the retreat, looking to regroup, fix the lanes. You got to make sure that at any moment, because your base is wide open, the top and the bottom lanes, that is, it's going to be tough. But they have the Vanguard, the Shadow Vanguard, under the cover of this Vanguard here. They will look to push. Nongshim right now still sticking around. R8 right now will push them away. A potential fight brewing at this stage.
It's going to be a wounding moment, right? It's not going to be something that kills the game off just yet. I don't think R8 will overcommit, but definitely a T3 can be expected to be taken down from the side of Nongshim.
I mean, if they're able to equalize, that's going to be a huge one right here. Nongshim looking to go in for this one. The Ocean of Tears hasn't really been too, on point, that is. He's missed a number of them. They haven't been able to wombo combo off of it. But nonetheless, Nongshim backing off, looking to regroup at this stage. They haven't taken the T3s, so eventually those lanes will push. They do need to be careful, but for now, the call is to back off.
Yeah, Abdo actually giving pretty good information to the side of his team. Might catch out Haku there.
So Abdu finds Haku, and it looks like Mijoj is making a beeline for him, but Haku pounces away. Abdu gets knocked up, at least for the first time, and it looks like they will back off, and it's a lot about nothing right at this point.
Yeah, look, they committed. They actually burned out the Truth Mantra, and there was no backup. And once again, it feels like both teams, they're just struggling to keep the synergy with other. But right now, Kyung9 may be bad position.
Oh, he might be gone on. He doesn't have the set sail. The Unbridled Outburst slowing him down, the flash away, and Kyung9 does get back to safety. An ult was committed, mind you, all for trading for that flash.
Yeah, is that the bet? Oh, hang on.
Abdu looking to go in for this one. He's doing some work, but it looks like Abdu's going to be the first to fall. Siri takes the top T3, and that's an opening. The set sail is going to be missing at this point. Infinite Fastest on back, so ults were committed as well. But now that they've equalized in the top lane, they need to deal more with the middle and the bottom lane of this phase.
Okay, so they kind of deal the same wound over to R8, so now top lane is going to be pretty even. But Nongshim is still a deficit for them, right? They need to eat the bot lane, like you mentioned. So this is going to be a very important marker. I'm just really hoping both teams can kind of fix the synergy here.
They need to. I mean, look at this Tyrant being picked up here. Nongshim right now controlling the game. I mean, they're up about 5K. If you're an R8 fan, you're kind of like, what is going on? Are we able to even get this? You still have hope. You need to figure out ways to backdoor, but you got to worry about the lanes. You got to understand where the minions are at any moment. BX has been that damage dealer, has done a decent amount of work, but he's kind of fallen off. Right now, it looks like Nongshim have the items to kind of deal with this BX monster as he gets gone on here. The Mirror Domain just trying to dance with his food, though the Tremor Smash knocking him up. They get the kill, and that's going to be life number 1, but can they follow up? It looks like Kyung9 is going to be killed. Roichi burns him down, and through it all, BX with his secondary life, he's going to be fine, but it traded with Kyung9 here.
Yep, so I think in this situation, it's still okay for the side of R8. They did expend quite a few ultimates as well. Now, Ryoichi going to get his hands on the Sage's Sanctuary. Siri does have his as well, so this is going to be a long draw fight. Like I mentioned earlier in the game, this is going to be about positional advantage. Who catch just who? That's going to be the defining moment here.
Yeah, the Overlord, they're going to go for the burst ram forward. Faye trying to go for this one, but Haku's going to be killed, and that's a disaster. Illusion, and Kyung9 is not even up yet. Illusion, I mean, this is going to be a huge one. Infinite Fastness just to stay alive, but BX had been picked off. He's down for 35. The Overlord is looking to be burned down. The Tempest Dragon potentially in play for about 50 seconds, but R8 have found a window to get themselves to stem the bleeding and to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, in fact, I would go as far as to say that R8 actually have the lead in the game. Right now, the goal differential, it doesn't really matter that much. It's more about the itemization and the positioning of the teams, and also the map control. Right now, R8 definitely in the driver's seat for map control. Itemization-wise, they have burned out a couple of Sage's Sanctuary, so that's not to their benefit, but I think R8, if they play their cards right, they still have that Shadow Overlord and Shadow Vanguards to fly down the lanes, clear one lane, and put pressure on Nongshim across the map.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. The Overlord will be pushed, but the Tempest Dragon is going to be up, and it could be a potential final showdown here as Nongshim, they've been back and forth. It's been like two heavyweights fighters going at it, but now, through it all, Tempest Dragon going to be started. It's looking to be a little dark for both sides. Nongshim know that it's being potentially started here, and both of these teams very cagey, poking and prodding, seeing where that Tempest Dragon is at. Roichi's looking to start this one off.
Are they really going to get Kyung9 again? Look at the bot lane.
Yeah, but he gets the bottom T3 and he gets out. This is the Kyung9 special. This is his play style. He will always look to backdoor you. He saw that R8, they had 5 members around the Tempest Dragon. Yes, the Shadow Vanguard will be pushing in the top lane, but through it all, if you step one step out of position, Kyung9 is going to make you pay. Now that the bottom lane is open, we've equalized here.
Yeah, they need information, and I think BX might not be safe here. He does get the check-in.
He's in on. Oh, he's gonna flash. The Tremor Smash is good. He's gonna go golden, at least for now, but he's gonna be killed as Faye makes him pay. But Kyung9 might be killed. That's gonna be life number 1, at least for Roichi. He's trying to stay alive, and he goes down. Kyung9 is back up for this one. BX is now looking to join, but Mijoj, he's got his Ferali form, but he can't really do much. Abdo is looking to deal with the minions. Haku is sticking around with BX, and Haku makes him pay. 3 members down. Nongshim now looking to just charge down the mid lane. Yes, if we see the Kyung9 is in the top lane, Mijoj is looking to recall Abdo, potentially looking to deal with these minions. Abdo looking for that one play onto Haku, not able to get it. He's going to stay alive off of the burst ram from Faye, and now Nongshim knocking on the door. This T3 has been taken out. The Infinite Fastness, he's going to go aggressive to deal with his minions to burst it down. Mijoj is the last hope, but through it all, Nongshim will take game 2.
What a game by Nongshim RedForce, and to be clear, they lost Season 3 Invitationals in this fashion. So the way that they have done it now, in the first series that they are coming into the Major East League, what a performance.
what a performance. I mean, just being able to close out, like, it was so back and forth. And you were talking about the fact that, like, R8 were able to, like, they were in the lead. Yeah, they were down in terms of net worth, but you still got to make good decisions, even in that case, right? And they were not able to kind of just get that right little pick off to get them and to close this game out. That's got to be heartbreaking for R8.
Yes, it is. It's not a situation that you're going to be very comfortable with, but that's the situation you will be continually presented with, especially when you play against Nongshim, right? I think we have seen the leagues the teams across the leagues in all the regions really stepping up in their decision making. And I think this is going to be a big marker of what decides and how it's going to decide what team makes it all the way to the end of this ranking week as number one.
There were good things on both sides, let's be honest here, right? I mean, R8 being able to really stick it to Nongshim and just being like some minor mistakes here and there to kind of let Nongshim to get back in this game and to kind of take it from you. But it still is good, it's something that's very positive, right? Being able to take it to Nongshim, that's a good game for them. And there's a lot to learn, and they'll take that L and just kind of learn from that. But Nongshim on the other side, you're seeing the resilience. You're seeing the experience of just being like, hey, stay calm, stick to our plan. We got this late game.
Yeah, and the timing of the Sage's Sanctuary, I think that was well played, right? There were moments where it was Haku without the Sage's Sanctuary, gave his life, they gave away the Shadow Overlord. It felt like that was going to be the end, right? That was going to be the blow that R8 was deal to the side of Nongshim RedForce. And boy, oh boy, every time the game goes to a Tempest Dragon game, it is where Sage's Sanctuaries matter the most.
And to be honest, when the Tempest Dragon showed up and popped up, and then R8 were potentially looking to go, and then the bottom, that split push by Kyung9, it really threw them off, right? The fact that he was able to take that bottom T3, and R8 were like, actually, instead of even going for the Tempest Dragon, they just kind of literally like, oh crap, we're all over the place. Now they were kind of in panic mode. They weren't really able to just make the right decisions to get back in. It's like, do we go for the Tempest Dragon? What do we do? They were caught in no man's land, and because it was like psychological warfare by Kyung9 hitting him with a mental shot.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, it was a pretty sizable risk on the side of Nongshim, right? Take a look at the damage that they offered. It was Illusion that actually dealt one of the highest hero damage from the side of Nongshim. Of course, credits to Siri, who was the top of the table in damage output. But this game, it was always neck and neck. R8, they have impressed me today, especially BX. I think they did really well today. Jing is definitely one of the harder heroes to execute, but they held it their own against Nongshim.
I just kind of feel like, Jing, don't get me wrong, it's a great hero and you just saw the power of it, but it kind of falls off, especially towards the end when, people are more tanky, they have their items, and they're able to kind of be equal level with you. You're just not going to have as good of a time. So, like, the fact that, R8 had that timer on them, and they weren't able to close that out, it's got to be a little frustrating, but the MVP of that one, Siri, 9-1-1. Wow.
Call the cops. So, Siri, I think no stranger to being an MVP. My goodness, he was actually, I would like to say, full of restraint today, right? With this slight exception on that first kill he did where he committed the flash, it was actually a game where Siri was pretty quiet, right? He was able to deal quite a bit of damage in terms of like laying extra hits as a lot of chaos and confusion was coming in. But he always had the restraint to only really come in at the last minute. Most farm laners would have said, my team is fighting, I'm going to join in the fight right now, right here now. And it does cost them games. But you can see Siri, his movement is always very calculated. He makes sure that he's able to deal the damage and stays at a safe distance.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. But while you highlight Siri's high-level play and well-deserved MVP, I also want to give props to Faye. If we're looking at some of these highlights, the Tremor smashes, the multiple hero knockups was just enough time to keep themselves alive. And this is kind of why I'm a believer of the Lian Po. I think that this is a better hero than the Zhang Fei, and you're going to see just so much control and the potential. Yeah, you have the Unbridled Outburst, but it's like a one-time thing, and it's not as, as much control as Fei is doing. Look at this guy. He almost solo kills Xenon.
Yeah, the burst ram is actually quite irritating to deal with because if you actually get off your Magma Slam, you get a refresh of your first skill.
So it's quite devastating to the lineup of R8. Now, bear in mind that I think Xenon was also one of the main reasons why fights didn't really go that well to the side of Nongshim, because of the destructive deluge with the freezing on the passive and stuff like that. And when Xenon was dead, there was no counterplay available, right? And Abdo, I think he struggled this game. It was such a difficult game because Nongshim, look, it's a Kyong 9 specialty. They know how to deal with a Dharma.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah. He was not able to set it up. I mean, it was like, you know, they knew it's like, hey, we don't need to group up. We need to just kind of keep our distance and have that perfect positioning as we go into these team fights. And they were able to work around the Dharma. The hero is great. And I'm not, you know, taking anything away from Abdo. It's just that the opportunity was never really there for him to kind of really have those team fight winning moments.
Yeah. He couldn't really change it. And Nongshim made it in a way which, you know, it's unfortunate because for those of you that don't understand how the timing works, Nongshim literally delayed him until BX died, and then they went for the kill. And that was, it's a heart-wrenching situation if you're Abdo.
Yeah, tough situation for him. But again, you know, we saw a great game, a great bounce-back game, a very back-and-forth one, game 2. Going into this one. Yes, it was a 2-0 in favor of Nongshim, but man, R8 did whatever they could to get themselves in this one. I want to see more of R8.
Yeah, for sure. And I think at this point, it's a difficult position, right? So now I'm going to make things easier for you. I'm going to take a short break. When we're back, we're heading into the third series of the day. Let's see how the other teams are going to perform today. I believe it should be Gen.G's second series of the day. So we'll go for a short break. Keep close.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back into our third series of the day. It's going to be Gen.G going up against Venomous. Now, Venomous is another new name coming into the scene here for our major league. Holler, any thoughts on this series?
Look, I think what we saw in the first game with Gen.G just being on another level. I think that if you're Venomous and you're tuning in, at the same time, it's like, hey, it's good to see what they're picking and how well coordinated they are. But at the same time, if you're Venomous, you're kind of like, I'm a little scared, right? This is a potential team that's starting to kind of hit that rise. But here's Gen.G Esports. We saw them earlier today. It's going to be Wawa, Ray, Inua, Rock, and of course, Clue. This is a team that was really making some waves in that first series. A good, strong series for them.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier today, right? Inua really, I think, has improved so much. And at the same time, it makes me even more excited to see what else he has in his bag, right? Because today, if you're able to start the ranking week with 2 big wins, that's a big advantage to have.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty big one going into this one. And just again, Inua, his positioning has been great. He's been able to do all that AoE damage, potentially everything that you want from that mid lane. But let's talk a little bit about the other side. Venomous, this is a squad from Bangladesh. It's going to be Surge, Zeeks, Ashir, Charming, and of course, Tamid. They went through an arduous task, right? Split 3 South Asia, open qualifiers. They had to go through 16 teams to get themselves even here. This is a team that's on the rise. We want to see a little bit more of them. But again, this is a team that could potentially make some waves here going up against Gen.G.
I'm really excited. Now, South Asia region, I think is actually one of the toughest regions to get out of, right? You have to play through so many teams. There's so many players there. And the fact that Venomous made it out, and I think regardless of whether it's an arduous journey or not, they have had a lot of playing experience. Now, how does this experience compare to a team that has played on the international stage? That's the question that is going to be answered today. And with Gen.G holding their own as they did in the series of the day, it is going to be a tough match for the side of Venomous.
Yeah, I mean, it always helps when you're playing up against teams that you're not too familiar with, teams that are on the international stage. It's a huge benefit for them, right? To being exposed to different metas as well, just kind of getting themselves in. So this is a great opportunity for Bangladesh. Again, going back to that open qualifiers, 16 teams, man, 11 of them were Bangladesh teams. So there's a lot of good teams out of Bangladesh. And then to be potentially here, this is a huge following. They've got a big group of fans that can help support them. And they definitely want to kind of shock the world, so to speak, and just kind of really stick it to Gen.G here.
Yep, so Gen.G, they're going to start off with the blue side prio pick. Now, let's take a look at what kind of banning and pick strategy they want to go with, right? Do we go for the bans that are against our draft that we already have pre-planned out, or are we just going to take out the meta heroes? So Gen.G, they're going to start off with the Lung ban.
I think you just go out with meta, right? I think that's the safer way, especially in a best of 3 where, it's just a matter of getting the best heroes for you and not worrying too much about what the enemy is bringing. I think that Gen.G have kind of shown that, yeah, they have a little bit of a Chano strat in mind. But again, it really comes back to, just Venomous, maybe they're just more comfortable against it. We'll have to kind of see how they play this one out.
Yeah, maybe Gen.G goes for the early ban here, right? If they're really going for the channel, I agree. At the same time, I think I want to toy with the idea. Maybe they can explore having a Luara if the channel does come out from the side of Gen.G. They will, in fact, not go for it, so they're going to open up the doors for early. They ban out instead.
Yeah. Look, I think that, teams need to evolve, right? I think that they're kind of what we've seen thus far. When we see the Chano, teams aren't really drafting against it. They're still kind of in their own tunnel, dare I say, of just picking our balanced draft, or this is our set strategy that we're going in. But you gotta adjust, right, to what the enemy is picking. And I think the Chano hero is so strong that you do need to draft around it. You need to deal with it.
Yeah, so different strategy. Gen.G actually playing the long game here, getting the early into their hands and taking away one of the best counter. Right now, Venomous, they start off with a potential Diadea and Dharma picks. It will be locked in.
Yeah, like those heroes. I think that, what's better than, a double D combination, right? Like, that's got to be the best two going into this one. The Dai and Dharma, very strong, very meta, very, powerful in Season 3. We've seen this time and time again. Gen.G respond with their own, with the Dahlia Elaine combination. This is a nice one, too. I like the Celestial Melody, Death and Sunset combo.
Yeah, this is a pretty painful one, right? And regardless of what you have on the side of Venomous as your farm lane, it is going to be a tough play around. Now, they're going to try a different combination on this case. They're going to try and go for the Liang Dai as well. So Liang obviously will be playing the mid. This is a slightly different train of thought coming out from Venomous. Curious to see what that is going to be like.
No, I like it, right? You flash control, you get on top of the Arlie, and you're able to blow her up, right? Or the Elaine. Just lock people down, and they're squishy enough where once they're not able to move or to kind of diffuse everything with like their Death at Sunsets and their life steps and all these things, you really can just burst them down. It's very simple, right? So I do like this Liang pick. I think that this is a very strong mid to kind of deal with the squishiness that is on the Gen.G side.
Wow, they actually ban out the Lam. This is interesting because I think maybe Gen.G has done some homework on the metas in the South Asia region. This is going to be a pretty curious and exciting game. And they take out the Fade as well. I think, yeah, definitely some homework has been done against Venomous.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, we haven't seen those banned throughout, but this seems very targeted here. But it looks like they're going to go with a more stock standard jungler in the sense of Musashi. It's like, hey, baiting out where you want to go, right? Because again, Gen.G hasn't shown their jungler. They could have potentially gone with the Ogren, but with the Musashi there, they might question their next pick here. Oh, the damn way.
I love the Musashi pick, right? It's a brilliant chase down towards the Arlie, right? So at this point, Rock is not going to have a very easy, especially if Venomous gets a lead. I think it's going to be a pretty straightforward game for the side of Venomous. Now, Gen.G, they're feeling very confident, you can see. I like it whenever they show Clue's face after a draft because he tells you instantly what the team is feeling, right? And Gen.G feel comfortable with this. Dianwei and Yixing, he's already talking about stress. He's already talking about, okay, here's a situation. And once we achieve this particular scenario, game over.
Yeah, and to be honest, let's talk a little bit about Gen.G's Yixing pick, right? The world is my board. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you lock them down with the Liang fake control, but you're very easy to be locked down yourself. Now you're stuck in his prison, and you're gonna have a tough time. So it's a nice counter pick, and then the fact that like you have the Dianwei, which is pretty much your carry at this stage, assuming Arlie isn't able to kind of get his own farm, you're gonna be in a good spot. But Venomous, they're gonna just round out their draft with a Marco Polo. Your thoughts on that last pick, kid?
I am okay with a Marco. I think he does pretty well in escaping the pressure by Elaine, right? Definitely with the roaming gun, he's able to get in and out of situations. But the laning phase is extremely difficult for him against Rock.
Yeah. He's going to struggle there. They're going to have to figure out ways to kind of, force feed him as much as possible. Maybe even do a lane swap going into this game. Just kind of give yourself a little bit of a better situation and kind of shake things up a bit. Because again, I do think he struggles against the Arlie in that lane. But it's going to be an interesting one. Your thoughts on these drafts going in? Do you give an edge to any of these teams?
I think not too much of an edge. The starts of the game, I think, will pretty much play towards what we expect, right? So if they don't do the lane swaps, then it's going to be a very tough lane for Charming, right? He's going to struggle. His Deity needs to do an absolute monstrous job of keeping the heals, but maybe even a lockdown to be able to let him get those Resplendent Revolvers hits onto the Arlie. Meanwhile, I think as we enter the mid stages of the game, the setup on the side of Venomous will decide how the rest of the game will go. Because if the Dharma gets the appropriate setups, I think it's pretty hard to fight back into it. Even if you have a double Death at Sunset, what good does it do if you're the only one left alive, right?
True. To be honest, this game comes back to Ashir's Liang for me, right? In that mid lane. I think if he's able to lock them down and like the Marco Polo and Musashi come in and they just clean house, I think that they're going to have a good time. But if not, Dolia has so many options for Celestial Melody, and then you have like all these get out of jail free cards or these like, team fight, like the world is my board. You have so many options, right? So this is a really good lineup for Gen.G. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult to play than, for the Venomous side. But is Liang able to kind of get that lockdown from Ashu?
I agree with you. In fact, he took the flash as well. Is that the best common spell? In my opinion, I think maybe not. It would be ideal if you could take up the Purify and maybe eat one of the skills for the team, right? Waste one of the resources coming from Gen.G. Now, this situation in the early stages of the game, you can expect that Inuwa is going to have a pretty decent wave clear. Liang has decent damage, but his wave clear ability is not going to be as fast. Taking liberties always wins the power word, Fate.
All right, well, nonetheless, I mean, this is EWC, right? This thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide. This is a great opportunity, and of course, if you're to win out, you get first place or potentially make it in the last call. You can reserve your slot in the KWC, which is, of course, the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, so, all teams want to put their best foot forward. And of course, with that, best foot forward means you need to use the best phones as well. This is going to be our sponsored phone, Realme. Our players here are geared up with the Realme phone. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. Now, if you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference. So far, no big difference between the two teams, and I think as it goes, if it goes in this particular manner, I think Gen.G should have the advantage.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that they're going to have a bit of an edge here. I think let Ray do his farming. I think Rock will be fine just being able to find his own farm. I think you're going to have a good time, right? I think on the other side, if we're looking more on the Venomous side, again, really Zeke's, is he able to get that farm? And, again, is Charming able to get that farm on the Marco Polo? Those are going to be two heroes to watch.
Actually, I think, if I want to talk about one particular player that I think needs to have the farm, I think Zeke's, right? Zeke's is the one.
Yeah. Zeke's is definitely one, right?
If the Musashi is ahead of the game, this means the Artie won't be able to perform as well, which means Rock is going to be muted. There is not enough damage. And from that deficit, I think that is where Venomous can kind of stamp their flag into the floor and say, Gen.G, this game is not going to go into your hands.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, that's how it looks kind of on paper. Are they able to execute and to do that? I think that's, we still have yet to see. I think that it's going to be key for them, right? I think that slowing down Rock is a good strategy against Gen.G and limiting him and make everyone else step up. I think that it's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of different stun lock combinations or suppressions that they have on the side of it, right? I think end of the day, you could have the Bitter Farewell to proc the skills away from the DN Wei, which means Ray will lose that CC immunity. At the same time, they do have suppressions such as Control, right? The Liang Ultimate. And this is on the plausibility that, Gen.G players don't do anything, they don't fight back, they don't press their skills. But, if you get the appropriate lockdown, essentially this Dharma is going to be a god.
Oh, really? Because there are players that don't hit their skills, and they're on my team in all my ranked games, and it's so annoying. They just don't do things. But yeah, I think that Gen.G are a little bit different in that sense. They are definitely world class, getting themselves here as well, and being able to do, play at that high level, being able to control people. I think that you again provide that space, be that cushion, so that Arlie Rock can kind of get that farm.
Yeah, but like I said, if they allow Zeke's to get the lead farm in the game, then I think Venomous might have a shot down. Gen.G has been pretty clean, right? We've seen them in the first series doing pretty well for themselves. But here's the thing, when you meet a team from a region that you have not played with before, things tend to be surprising sometimes.
True. But this is why practice is so important, right? Because when you see a whole bunch of when you play so many games and you might see different lineups or different play styles or things like that, like you're not going to be too phased when you see it because you played so many. You've seen this before in games, right? That said, obviously, the amazing thing about Honor of Kings is that there's the whole, player can play it and they can play it their own creative way, and they can kind of, tailor it to themselves. But at the same time, it's still kind of within limits of a box in that sense. Like, you have an idea of what is inside the box, though.
Yeah, like Marco Execute.
Oh, good God. You got to go there. All right. Your specialty, right? So, okay, you were saying that, like, the Dongwon, you don't play it with the Execute anymore, but you definitely do the Marco Polo with Execute. What other heroes do you use with Execute?
I use Mortal with Execute as well.
Interesting. Okay. Potential burst, I see it. Okay, but is it, like, when you're roaming?
Yeah, of course. What are you talking about? You're presenting yourself with situations where, the insta-kill is of value, and I think you are going to be able to put yourself in situations where it is going to be used, right? So same thing here for the side of Venomous. I think they have a insta-kill potential here. All I'm looking for, I know I'm pointing at the same particular situation, is for Zeeks to just be a monster here and get the growth he needs as the Musashi, chase Rock down, and you will see the magic happen for Venomous.
Yeah. No, I think that the potential of this draft is there. I mean, I like going into this one, I don't give like a huge edge to any of the teams. I just think that it's more of the familiarity of the players that we've seen from Gen.G, and they've done well in the MENA region for a reason, right? And that first series made them look very good, right? So that's kind of why I'm like, I'm going to give the edge to Gen.G. But Venomous, I'm happy to see them like upset everyone, because we just haven't seen them. They're like a bit of a dark horse in terms of like what they're going in. I think the draft is like capable enough to take this Gen.G lineup down. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they can actually do so.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I know I've been singing praises about the potential on the side of Venomous, but let's be clear. I think Gen.G, they have a very scary draft as well. Look, if they get caught in the board, I think once again, if he repeats his performance from series number 1 today, I think Venomous are in for a very quick game.
Actually, very true. Like, he's really stepped up. I mean, like, look, Rock is Rock. Wow. Clue, Ray, all of these guys have, like, we know what they bring to the table, and they've been very consistent in that. But I think that from what we've seen earlier today, Inua has really stepped up. His positioning's been on point. The damage that he's been bringing has just been like, I mean, the fact that he got MVP in that first game just speaks volumes about how he's contributing and just really adding value to his team.
Yep, and it's not just about the personal play, right? It's not about, hey, he got a couple kills, his positioning was great and stuff like that. It's the fact that because he's shining, his team shines even more, right? The fact that he got the kills in the first series of the day, getting kills on Ko, right? On the Mankey, who is meant to be a super tank, or even on the Dun, who's meant to be a super tank. Instant kill, that provided so much space for Gen.G to run rampant around the gorge, right? This time, he is keeping them in a box, right? He's gonna try and open a chessboard, and if he gets more than 3-4 players on the side of Venomous, he's gonna deal a lot of damage with the sliding taking liberties. And based on the drop that they have on the side of Gen.G, look, the double death at sunset into the chessboard, that is team wipe. It spells team wipe all over.
Yeah. I mean, it really comes back to who makes the jump, right? Who's going to be able to kind of, initiate and get that, find that one person who's out of position so that they can kind of just be controlled or blown up potentially. Because look, if Venomous get on top of you, they find the right target, you're pretty squishy on the side of Gen.G, right? They need to work on that positioning. They need to ensure that they stay alive and to kind of give themselves a chance. I think that the gank potential from Venomous is quite real.
Clip this. Whoever's watching, clip this. We have a nice screenshot of Inua here.
Yeah, he's just patiently waiting. I think that he's kind of just chilling at this point.
Yeah, casting a slight shadow over his eyes, and he might be the one that casts a slight shadow over the faces of Venomous as well.
Yeah, look, I think that this is a team that's, no strangers to pressure or, being able to play on the stage. I think they're cool, calm, and collected. And Clue is one of those guys that is just like, he's, I mean, yeah, you were talking about the fact that he can be emotional when he's like in the draft or whatever, but I've never seen him kind of like, you know, like, dare I say, yell at somebody else. You know, it's still like about the team, and he's like such a good team player, and like just keeping everybody just kind of like cool, calm, and collected, right?
Yeah, I think he doesn't, more importantly, he doesn't lose his composure in game, right? Regardless of what happens to Gen.G, he seems to be the rock, right? He seems to be the actual rock to rock. Like, he keeps him grounded, haha, because he's a stone. But yeah, you know, end of the day, I think he's also what gives that stability to the side of Gen.G. Once again, he's not the only, you know, Wawa is not the only team player and playmaker in the game. It sometimes falls to Clue as well. And Clue, during those clutch moments, does pull it off.
Yeah. So I feel like your analysis really clued in there. I'll show myself out.
Yes, I caught it, but I just didn't want to respond. But in any case, it's going to be Gen.G going up against...
Oh, they go in right to the duel of death. It doesn't look like he was kind of caught out. Look at Gen.G, they're sticking around. I think that this is, guys?
Yeah, I think they might have disconnected, but in any case, it is going to be Venomous. You know what? When life gives you freebies, you take it.
Yeah. There are no timeouts for me. I'm just going in. I don't know what that was. Even Clue had kind of just frozen in place a bit. But I don't know how they're going to do this one. That one seemed a little, you know, not great for Gen.G on that point. Just stuck.
Well, what was the code again? When life gives you lemons,
you look at lemonade? No. Yeah, I like your version of it much better than the
I'm just kidding,
actual
guys.
version.
Yeah, but in any case, I think that yes, there is a potential for them to revert that situation. So, you know, it doesn't make too big of a deficit to the side of Gen.G. But end of the day, I think Gen.G, if they play their cards right, this game could end really quickly.
Yeah. But look, I mean, come on. I don't want to get look, Gen.G are already down potentially 2 kills. You know, Venomous are in a great spot right now, and I don't want to undersell what this team could potentially do, right? I think that there's a lot of show me, I would say, that I want to see from this game, and to see exactly where Venomous stands. But they got a tall task ahead of them, right? This is a good Gen.G lineup. And going into this one, if we had to rank them, I would assume that they would have gone into Group S after this ranking week, because, you know, we've seen them, right? We've seen the experience and we've seen them play well. So I would think that they're top 3 at least. Your thoughts?
I agree. I think based on so far what we've seen, I think definitely... Okay, purely I think just based off the games we've seen today, it is going to be Gen.G, it is going to be Nongshim, right? These are the 2 teams that I think would definitely be part of the top 3 in Group S once we're done with ranking week, right? But at the same time, with this Venomous lineup, the way that they just did their BPs, their bands and picks, I think is really interesting, right? So I'll give them that glimmer of hope where, look, I think it's not easy to come here, especially once again, South Asia region. There are a lot of teams, there are a lot of players, there are a lot of good players there. So for them to make it out of that huge, it's not even a pool, I think it's an ocean, right? Maybe they are a big fish in a small pond now.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll have to see exactly how they stand up, right? I think that, again, even in this first matchup, no matter what happens, we're getting some tape on these players, right? I think that that's the biggest thing for Venomous. I think that this is a team that we could see, like, the fact that they're here and they went through, you know, like a death row of, you know, teams just to get themselves to this position speaks volumes about the resolve. But playing to the level of the other teams that have kind of already experienced, you know, S3, S2, championship, all these things, might be a tough and tall order ahead of them. But going into this one, like, did you have a top 3? Like, did you, like, if we had to do predictions, are you comfortable giving your top 3 for like a Group S?
No, not now. I want to see the performances first, right? Okay, look. Yes, we had a tour from Nongshim, but that tour wasn't as clean as
a normal 2-0 would have been, right? I expected Nongshim to be a little bit more dominant. They definitely made a couple of better decisions, but to be able to be put in that situation, I think you have to give that benefit to R8, right? So they actually managed to push Nongshim to a position where Nongshim were really uncomfortable. And with that being said, now that we are finally introduced to the second new team within the league itself, which is going to be Venomous, I'm curious, right? I don't want to be the that says, oh yeah, I have my top 3 now, and then I realize, hey, you know, I have missed potential candidates for it. I think we need to be fair.
Fine. If you want to be neutral and you want to be very, political in your answer, so be it. But yeah, I do agree with you. I think that we do need to give, look, R8 Esports surprised me, right? I think that really sticking it to them, Nongshim, in that game 2 really speaks volumes about that team. I want to see more from R8 before I decide. And especially since we haven't even seen Scars or Vicious play yet. It's going to be interesting. And we have an interesting 7-team league. And who comes out on top? Obviously, it's going to be key for these round robins. It is not going to be easy playing up against 6 of the other teams.
Yeah, okay, you know what? Actually, one of the games that I'm really looking forward to is the Scars Nongshim rematch. Okay, for those of you that don't know about it, look, Scars and Nongshim have been at each other's throats for a pretty long time. I think when we were introduced in Season 2, we already saw the makings of a big rivalry between these 2 teams. And every time they meet each other after a long or short break, Scars always seems to step up and push Nongshim closer and closer towards the edge. So I'm curious to see if R8 can push Nongshim to this extent, what can Scars do?
Do you think that rivalry has gone as far back as World War II?
Oh, wow, okay. You have not been listening.
Okay. No, right, we're more recent. Got it, with the teams. No, but these 2 teams have been going at it for quite some time. The fact that Scars took them to a game 5, it is a very strong team, and Scars actually took that loss hard. They did a little bit of a shakeup in terms of the lineup, and they definitely want to impress here. And I think in that Japan-Korea qualifier, they did impress. They were a very strong team, and this might be one of the best iterations of Scars that we've seen. And again, unfortunately, we probably will not see them today. They're scheduled for tomorrow, the first matchup of the day at 5 p.m. plus 8 GMT. So stay tuned for that one as they go up against Nongshim on that.
Interesting. And I think Rock is going to head to the washroom, I suppose. Yeah, it has to be the washroom.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you have time to do... there seems to be a bit of a tech issue. Gen.G was not even able to move. So that was a bit of an issue. They're probably going to have to do some sort of rollback or something to make it fair, right?
You know what? It's the farm lane on the side of Venomous went to the washroom as well, right? Maybe they're holding a secret 1v1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I'm almost positive. I would bet money that scenario would not happen, right?
Well, it doesn't have to be a physical fight,
I mean, okay, look, I didn't know where you're going to go with that when you were saying that they were going to the bathroom together. Okay, that's not how it works. But yeah, look, I think that there's, again, a bit of a hiccup today going into this one. Look, I expect Rock to really kind of drive this game. I think that even on the early, he's going to be target number 1. And seeing how he responds with people just prioritizing and potentially trying to kill him as quickly as possible is going to really show just how good of a player Rock is.
Yeah, I think actually the scenario that I kind of envision in my head is that we will not get the farm lane matchup, right? That matchup is only going to exist in the early part. It really is then a situation where the rest of the team goes in for the catch, right? So it's going to be the jungler going for on
from Venomous onto the RD here on Gen.G, and likewise, it's going to be a different target, right? They want to stop the Marco from getting his ultimate down. That's going to be the job of Inua, right? He is going to be the one that hopefully stops him mid ulti, probably with the taking liberties, and then hopefully the chessboard catches as many of the Venomous players as possible.
Yeah, that would be key, right? Just any sort. I think it really comes back to Inua, right? Like you're kind of already talking about it, right? Just his control, his stuns is going to be the difference maker in this game. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Also, if we're looking at Wawa with those Death at Sunsets meter kills, kind of controlling the backline, getting onto the Marco Polo, or even the potentially the static Liang when he locks somebody down, I think it's going to be key, right? And the team fights are going to be the most interesting part of this. While we have the laning and things like that, it looks like Venomous right now, though, the players are either playing tic-tac-toe or they're signing off for lunch or something. I don't know.
And it has to be tic-tac-toe, man. Come on.
Tic-tac-toe?
Okay. Both teams play tic-tac-toe against each other.
During the breaks, tic-tac-toe? Okay.
All right. I think, you know what? It's probably just a situation where they had to sign off saying that, you know what? Yes, we saw 2 kills for the people that lagged on the side of Gen.G. We'll not kill them again.
I wouldn't have signed off. They'd be like, haha. Well, it's not my fault. You know, what do? I just killed you. It's not my fault you died. Move.
What? No, my finger wasn't even on the button. It just happened.
Yeah, it's like innate, right? I can't control my body. Something like it just does what it just gets kills. I'm a killing machine, right?
Instinct. It's the hunter instinct.
All right, but Rock is back. It looks like hopefully this game is going to be underway soon. As we get into this one, that's clues like, hey, did you wash your hands? Rock is like, yeah, bro, I did.
Wait, is he asking to smell him?
Dude, he's like telling the admin, he's like, dude, can you just ask Rock?
We should be heading back.
Okay, all right. We'll stop with that. And Rock did wash his hands with soap for these real meat folks.
Are you sure? I think he told Clue, no, I have to keep it dirty. We have to fight it dirty here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, with that being said, the referees have reset it or reverted the game back to a minute or 1 minute ago, something like that. So, let's see how this goes. I think actually this benefit. They reverted it back to 1 minute and 20 seconds. So the 2 kills did not happen. Erase it from your mind. It was a imagination.
I feel like we need the red pen from Men in Black. Be like, hey, you know what? It's just much easier to just like erase the memory of, that situation and just kind of get them in. And they won't even know that Rock didn't wash his hands. I think that would be key at this stage.
Yeah. And then only the smell will kind of alert them to maybe something's different here.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I think that's they probably will. Like, I'm sure that these two teams are just like gearing up, ready to go. This is an awkward situation for both the teams, and going into this one, like there's so much at stake, and being like, oh yeah, actually we had a technical pause. Like we gotta wait. Like I'm sure they're a bit antsy, right? Even antsier than we are.
I think it's okay. With the fact that actually this is the first game of the series, right? There is no big deficit. Nobody's 1-0 up. So they're kind of on the same page here. Right now, like you said, okay, maybe they're getting that fire is in their belly. Now the question is who can convert this fire and this need to win into an actual proper execution.
Yeah, it's gonna come back to it. Look, I'm so like these players ready to go, good to go. And again, like going into this one, like you don't want to be in these situations all the time because it kind of like when your strategy is set, you're going into the game, and then now it's like, hey, like, are we good? Like, how when like sport players, like they need to warm up and you kind of have that like pauses for quite some time. It's like, getting myself back into the groove where I'm ready to play again is going to be key. And I think that these players are going to be fine, but it's still something that's questionable in the sense because these pauses can be a little on the longer side.
Yeah, and if maybe you kind of cool down from the heat of the moment as well. I did have this situation once. I want to compete. And then we thought we lost, so we went wash up, get packed, and the referee came back to us and said, "Hey, you guys are still on." And we lost in less than 5 minutes because we were all cooled down. We were ready.
Yeah. I mean, it throws you off, right? When you have these like breaks, right? And like going into these things, it's kind of demoralizing for the team. But look, I expect nothing but professionalism from both of these squads here going into this. And I think that they'll be ready.
Yeah, actually, I think this is a good test, right? Look, we have said for many times that we're great teams, not just good teams, right? We have plenty of good teams across the globe who play Honor of Kings. Right now, this is going to be a test to see who can make it all the way to the Esports World Cup. Now, that one is a big challenge because it features the best of the best. And this Pro League is supposed to help us to find the best out of the major East region.
Yeah, look at Clue. So happy. So like, bubbly, right? Like even when the things are kind of like you saw Inoa who had his hands in his, like just kind of resting his face on his hands kind of thing. But you see Clue just like, hey, rolling with the punches. We good. We Gucci. Let's get this started. He's like, hey, you wash your hands, right, Rock? Rock just says no. You see that? Oh, man. We should just make up conversations that these players might be having.
Change game show, Honor of Kings Special Edition. Who's saying what?
We'll do some lip reading. Just like Clues like, yo guys, Rock didn't wash his hands. But watch me. I too am not gonna wash my hands, so I can be the same level as Rock.
Yes.
Yeah. Clues like, I got this. The VENOM hears this and they're like, oh my god, we are not shaking your hands at the end of the series. Right? Win or lose.
Away from us.
Yeah, we're not using those phones. Everything needs to be disinfected. And so he's like, ha ha ha, bacteria. Look at him laughing.
Yep. You're interested in bacteria? No, we are interested in getting you back to your room.
Yeah. We're going to 2-0 you right now. Think of these players who were just like nothing, like during the break. All they're doing is just trash talking. they don't even care about the game anymore. They're like, let's just go outside. Come outside and let's find out. Let's go.
No, that's the thing. Then okay, so I'm not sure whether you guys know this. During a technical pause, players are not allowed to discuss strategy. Yeah. So they have to make conversation if they want to talk.
Yeah, so that's why they're talking about washing hands and stuff, right?
Yeah.
If anything, we need to be like hygienic about these kinds of things, Like, hey, you never know. Clue might be like, hey, actually, I'm using that phone next game. So Rock, if you don't mind, keep it clean, man.
Yeah, or maybe they have those internal lingos where they have an actual conversation where it doesn't sound like a conversation, but they're actually having a conversation.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Like talking in like code. Well, what happens if they spoke in different languages? Like, do they have like translator? Be like, hey, actually, they're talking about the game, guys. We need to shut this down.
Yeah, that'll be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, they got caught.
Yeah.
Yeah, the referee, the marshal was like, hey, no talking about strategy.
Yeah. The Wawa. I was just like chilling. This guy, we're gonna kill these guys. These guys are dead. Look at that guy. He's got nothing on me.
Yeah.
After this game, I'm gonna go take him outside and just wreck him. Blah.
Eat them breakfast. I mean dinner.
Yeah. Oh man. What is going on?
Yep. And he's deep in thought at this point. I need to eat an ice cream at this point. You cool down.
Yeah. Oh, they're ready to go. Very serious. Okay. It's a little bit of a laugh. I think it's about to
it would be funny if we could talk to them at this point.
Yeah. If we could tell them, we're like, hey, dude. All right.
I want to lie down on the beach.
Yeah.
Chill out.
All right, but looks like the time machine, I mean, I think it's taken a while because it needs to go, 88 miles an hour? And they need to find a runway for that. So they kind of bring it back a little bit. I don't know what that happens to our memory and where we are, like, you know what I mean? Like what happens with our extreme, the conversation, maybe it disappears.
All right, so I think with being reset as well. So I think, if I remember, I think Venomous are going to pick up the Musashi, right? And then after that, they're going to pick up... Actually, that's the only hero I remember. They have a Musashi.
They have a Musashi. Dharma, Musashi, Liang, Marco Polo, Didia.
Whoa, your memory's really good.
Boom, boom. Or I just write things down. I know. I'm a boomer. How dare I? But yeah, I've got it. So good to go. What's going on? Even because here's the thing: if they use the time machine, we go back in time, and it's like it didn't happen. I can make these predictions because I wrote it down. Right? I'm not making any money off of this, but I feel like I need to be doing like sports betting based on the draft so that I can make money here.
Dangerous conversation to have.
yeah. Very risky. I don't know where I was going with that. Please don't give me trouble. By the way, you can find me online at Dashcast.
Same here. I mean, and if we look different, don't worry. You know, we are actually one and the same.
Oh man, I can make so many jokes here, but they're not pieces. I will hold up on this one. But okay, all right. We gotta moonshot this. Okay, all right. Next, this series. All right, the one after this one is going to be Vicious Esports going up against Nongshim. Okay. Coming up, and then there's actually a fifth game, but it's not going to be on broadcast. It's going to be Venomous versus R8 Esports. To be honest, I kind of wanted to see that one.
All right, let's get a swap, man. Can you swap out the players?
They swap them out right now. They're like on voice command. We control this stuff.
Yeah, but anyway, this is what's happening now. It's time machine port initiation. So because of the technical issues, we will actually resume the game from 1 minute and 20 seconds on the timer. So the kills did not happen, right? Which is also why we needed the teams to verify this so that everyone is in agreement about making and keeping it fair and square.
Yes. That's the most important thing, right? The fact that Clue got gave up first blood because he couldn't even move. They need to reset everything. They need to make it fair for this. And it looks like the players are queuing up and ready to go for this one. Again, we've been waiting for quite some time, and we're getting to this situation now where the players are starting to load up and good to go. It's a good thing that we have this time machine.
Yeah, exactly. And we are ready to go in once again. Okay, so 1 minute and 20 where things didn't happen at this point. No kills happened.
Yeah. Like I saw Clue moving back in the same spot, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's just gonna give up first blood here anyways." He's in that same spot, right? Like the duel of death potentially. Oh, that's scary. But okay, all right. It looks like Clue is actually piloting the Dahlia here, so I think we'll be fine. But Venomous looking for that potential gank.
Yeah, Zeeks and Tommy are actually doing well for themselves. Ray, he knows there's a there, so he will not make that movement around the map. But Zeeks here, if he actually gets the steal onto the camps, it will be huge.
Oh, they got the pullback, the flash away. Tommy does survive. That was actually kind of close. I thought he was going to get knocked up with that taking liberties by Inua, but nonetheless, he got away.
Okay, so let's take a look at the goal differential. At this point, interestingly, it is Charming that's leading the lane with 1.6 thousand gold.
Yeah, actually quite high. I mean, just letting the guy go, just dealing his damage. And I mean, this is the one thing that we were kind of worried about, like the Marco Polo here. But Clue just harassing Charming, he's going to get back to safety. But look, I think that if, Charming is able to just kind of solo farm, and to actually come out on top, he's going to be doing himself a lot of favors.
Yep, and you can see, right, Venom is actually playing slightly differently. They want to place extra pressure into the mid lane, and Inua recognizes this. He's willing to give up the farm over to Ray. They want to make sure that this Dianwei is able to match with Zeke's.
Smart play, to be honest. I think Ray is definitely your win condition with Rock as well. Inua, you don't need all those items. You just need to really hit your skills more than anything else. Not to say that he's a support player, but for this lineup, he can play like a support player, right? All you need to do is just cycle your skills, ensure that you're hitting those stuns.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're just meant to be a utility mage, right? My question here actually is for Venomous, right? So, to be honest, I think Venomous has plenty of lockdown, and who on the side of Gen.G is supposed to eat Asher's ultimate?
Actually, very good question. I think that it really comes. Oh, looks like they got Rock. They do some damage. They have to knock up the duel to death, but Tomit is going to give up first blood, and it looks like Ray will go down as well. Clue is as well. Nice Fever Barrage, just zoning them away more than anything else. But Rock looking to go for something. He gets hit by the barrier, and Charming going in with a Resplendent Revolver. Just the tip of on it. He's trying to go for Rock. One more shot, and he does find it, and Charming outclassing Rock at this stage.
And the reward is well worth the risk here. Charming actually gets the Spark Forge Dagger off of that kill as well.
Yeah, Surge now taking a lot of damage. Well, Wawa, I mean, through it all, the Tyrant has already been picked up, and Venomous in a great spot already. This is a great start to this game.
All right, so at this point, they're playing everything right to their benefit, right? Charming actually taking the lead in the farm lane exchange. Getting that solo kill on the Rock is going to provide a lot of value. Let's take a look at 3,100. Hang on.
Oh, Inua with the board, just barely catching him out, but do they have the damage? They have the control and the Fever Barrage. Oh, Charming is doing some work. He's outclassing. He gets a double before he gets himself out. But it's a 2-for-2. Tomit had died as well.
Oh, but the shutdown by Clue, that was it's a spice you want to have, because yes, you get the shutdown, but you wanted it to go into the hands of Rock. So Gen.G, they still are in a position that it's pretty much easy to swing from. Venomous might be able to take the lead from you.
I mean, Gen.G actually has the net worth lead. I mean, yeah, it's very minuscule at the stage, but if you're looking at the kills, it's a little bit different. I mean, in the mid lane, they've got the Stampede, they got Ashir. Rock is going to get credit for this one. He gets the pick off, and that's a nice win for them. Ashir down for about 15, and this mid T1, the world is my board. They have the knock up, the taking liberties onto Tomit. They're trying to isolate him and trying to get the damage, but they don't have enough. They take the mid T1 instead, and Gen.G strike back.
Oh, this is a very sick combination. So both teams actually showcasing the combinations available, and Surge maybe in. Like we mentioned, that Inua is definitely going to be one of the big game changers for the side of Gen.G, and he has been proving that point pretty strongly so far.
Yeah, he's been on point with those, the world is my boards, the taking liberties. He's been very strong on this Yixing. He's really had a lot of value in terms of his skills. But look, Duel, they go right into this. The Death at Sunset and the Moonlight flash away. And Wawa will survive. That was a pretty big gank attempt. They have 4 members from Venomous here. They just don't have the minions to continue pushing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Oh, hang on.
Oh, they have the knockup. Surge, he's in a bad spot. He tries to flash away. He gets away with that formlessness, but he's being chased. Rock gets him down, chases him down, does not let him go, and it looks like they're going to take the top T1 as well, and Rock comes back.
Yeah, back and forth. So they trade the kill, right? They do take a T1 on the bot. So it's not the end of the world for the side of Venomous. And slowly, Gen.G getting a lead. Hang on.
Oh, Duel to Death, they've got him, but Zeke's, he doesn't really have the follow-up or the damage. He's been bursted. They have the numbers advantage. The Fever Barrage, Charming, they're trying to make a play, but Tomit gets Inua, but Charming does die. The Death at Sunset, not able to get away. 4 members down from Venomous, all trading for Inua.
Oh, they were balancing on that knife's edge for a while, but now Gen.G has a pretty decent lead. 2,000 gold ahead. And the moment... hang on, Surge.
He's going to be fine, I think. I mean, Rock has to give up the chase attempt as he was diving literally 2 towers at that stage. But they do end up taking the top T2, and Rock, again, like putting the team on his back. He has a 2-level advantage against Charming at this stage.
Look, he gave away the first kill over the Charming in the lane, right? He now is leading by 2 levels. That's a great Rock. But here's one of the win conditions that, you know what, Gen.G really achieved. They have separated the turn-around capabilities. Surge is rarely in the fight zone.
Oh, Rock looking to go in. The world is my board. Tomit has been stuck in. He got imprisoned, and Rock will get this one. And nice engagement, nice initiation. Death at Sunset. Wawa looking to go in, trying to get the secondary one. And the Fever Barrage keeping Charming alive, but it looks like they want Surge. Surge formlesses. He gets back to safety, and those towers will push them away. And through it all, Gen.G looking to dive and to just be aggressive throughout.
Oh, they are crystal clear in their execution at this point, like a clinical doctor at this point. Venomous, look, it's so difficult because the moment as a mark, when Charming has to his ultimate to
get away as a defensive mechanism, that is not a good sign. And right now, that 2,000 gold lead has snowballed into a 5,000 cold hard cash gold lead for Gen.G.
Yeah, it's been huge. Surge, he's going to be chased out. Ray, just this scary monster looking to just slam dunk you. In formlessness, are you able to get away? They have the damage, but Ray taking a lot. He might be killed, and Zeke's ends up getting the kill on this one. And now Venomous has pushed them away. They've killed the Ray monster, but Venomous don't want to take anything else.
Yeah, but it comes at a cost, right? So Wawa is able to actually split push that top lane. Didn't really commit to it because he knows that, hey, Venomous are already on their way to defend this T3 on the top. In the meantime, look, some freebies have opened up. There is a potential for the Shadow Overlock, but longer because the time is
wow, that control. He was just walking around in the neighborhood, thought it was a friendly one, but no, he went in the wrong turn. He got picked off. The control was on point. Ashir finds it, but Surge, oh, he's getting gone on. Rock looking to go for this one. He's going to go forward with that Paracel. He finds the pickoff. He gets Charming. The world is my four. They get Tomit yet again. And they want to go the duel to the death, but can he take them all out? He's been kited away, and Rock gets a triple.
Oh, that one was a shaker, right? It kept me on the edge of my seat. Rock actually used his lift step to go into his members. Everyone got imperiled.
Yeah, he's able to just keep himself alive. That was actually close. I thought Zeke was going to just take them all down, but just not enough damage at this stage. This mid T3 is under siege. It looks like it's going to go down. And now through it all, Gen.G back off, look to regroup for that final push.
Right now, it is just Gen.G's game, right? Venomous, they're in a very difficult position to play out of. Now, this right now is just a competition of who is fighting for MVP, Inua or Rock. Rock started by giving away the first kill to Charming. He was behind by a level. Now he is up by 2 levels and ahead by 3,000 gold. Very close to his 6th item.
Look at Rock. Look at that recovery. He's 10,000 gold, right? He gave up first blood. He was not having a great time, but here we go. They've got the control. They have the lockdown on the clue, but Ashir is going to be killed. He was a static target. Inua gets Tomid, and it looks like they've gotten Zeke as well, and Gen.G coming out on top. They've got 4 members looking for that 5th. Wawa chasing Surge down, who flashes away, but through it all, they're going to just flex a little bit under this crystal, but they're waiting for the minions. Surge needs to hold in some fashion. He's chasing them away. He gets slam dunked. He gets killed. And Ray will get this one. They'll take the team ace, and they will take your base. And Gen.G coming out on top in game 1.
Yeah, that was a huge slap, man. I mean, Gen.G, my goodness. Now you know why Clue was so calm and composed, right? Yeah, and boy, he did. End of the day, I think Venomous, they played really well, but the moment they separated Surge from the team fights, there was no comeback factor, right? It's so difficult for Venomous to recover from that.
I feel like Venomous just had like a really good game. I mean, like a good start. Really great laning phase. That couldn't have been better for them. But they kind of, you kind of punched a little, poked the monster that is Rock, and you woke him up. Right? The guy came back from the bathroom, didn't even wash his hands, and he just had a flawless comeback in that game. That was such a monster game by Rock, and being able to just like take over. That's exactly what you want from a farm laner.
Yeah, viral performance, right? Oh, that was a masterclass gameplay in recovery from Rock. But I think for me, the start of the show, definitely Inua. Look, he's insane. His Yixing ultimates, the boards, the timings, the spacing, it's clean.
It's very clean, right? Like, this is not something that we saw from Season 3. Like, he's a different level right now, and just his boards have just been on point. Everything, like, perfectly isolating heroes that they need to do, and they were able to kind of, focus fire on Tomid many a times. He got called out a lot, and, they were able to kind of reap the reward, so to speak, with these numbers advantage. Very well played by Jim.
Yeah, and one of the patterns you actually realize is that Rock is consistently standing in the chessboard, right? So he is in the range of the chessboard, and that's where Venomous say, look, the food is there, the bait is there, we have to kill it. And every single time they come in, it's funny because illuminating slash, it gets rid of projectiles, but it was Rock this time who used his to full effect, just negating everything, even the bitter and the destined encounter. Gone with a swipe of the parasol.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking at what, Gen.G had done, it wasn't like, I mean, Rock had in a monster game. I'm pretty sure he's going to be your MVP, but literally everybody else stepped up. There was a huge amount of value, just the amount of aggressiveness and, the play when they're going in, the calls have been made. Everything is like very decisive in terms of what they wanted to do. They got the pick off and it like led to snowballed into other kills. This is a really well coordinated team that started to find their groove. And if you're a Nongshim fan, you got to be a little worried about this team. This could be one of those Titans that you go up against later down the road.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that Gen.G have improved it. And even more happy that Inua is right. I think the decision making, the timing of his skill usage has been phenomenal, at least for the first 2 series we've seen them play today. Now, this is not a very short league. It does take some time, so there will be plenty of games coming in. And if Inua can really consistently perform that, I can assure you Gen.G is definitely one of the top contenders for that S placing S team in the league proceedings as we head down later in the league.
Yeah, it could be important. Like, I think that we've seen Inua do very well, and he's been impressive thus far. I mean, it's only 3 games, but he's been good in almost all of them. So just seeing that turn of events, and it makes me happy because we've seen these guys like, through so many games, and they didn't do so well in other ones, like in Season 3. And to see them bounce back speaks volumes about their resolve and just being able to play at this high level. Really impressive by Inua.
Okay, so we are done gushing about Gen.G. I want to talk about Venomous. I think Venomous, they have done well. I'm really impressed with Charming though. Charming, look, it's not the easiest lane to play in. He was having the level lead. He made himself present in situations where Rock have a good time in the early stages of the game as well. It's not a rarity to see a RD getting killed off by a Marco, but in the way that Charming did it, that is a rarity.
True. And I think that Charming, like, look, there was definitely a moment where he was on fire, right? The first 10 minutes was gravy for them, was good for them, and we're seeing some of the stats throughout this. He had a good start, but then there were some moments where he was a little too aggressive, doing the Fever Barrage into the heart of the enemy team when there's no follow-up, there's no control, there's no damage, right? So that, he did get killed a couple of times. I mean, he died 4 times. Not where you want to be at that case. And you're kind of then throwing away your lead a bit.
Yeah, it was. Because end of the day, Surge, I think he was one of the reasons why they couldn't that turnaround on the side of Venomous, because Surge was consistently picked off by Rock. In fact, the entirety, even with the exception of Wawa, Surge was just always placed on the backcourt. He could never really join a team fight. And I think that's what caused Venomous to be in such a difficult position. In Gen.G, when you give them a lead, there's no way you're coming back into this game.
Yeah, actually, that gold graph seemed a little odd to me. I thought that Venomous had a bit of a lead with some of those early picks and that Charming play, that the double in the bottom lane. Like, I expected that gold graph to shift, but, Gen.G finding ways to get, farm throughout the map. Were able to keep themselves in this one, even though some things didn't go as well, in the early game. They were able to bounce back. And again, when you've got a player like Rock who's able to kind of just control it, and of course your MVP Rock here, 11-1-7. The only death was the first blood.
Oh wow. Okay, that's a very impressive scoreline for Rock as well. Now I think he has also improved a lot, and his performance in this game is great. Look, this was the whole situation.
Look at that World is my board, perfectly setting them up. Tame died a couple too many times for my liking, but Charming turning it around. Nice Fever Barrage there. But this is, I think, the actual nice fight by Charming, where he, again, gets that control, sets it up. The Fever Barrage gets pushed away, and he trades with his life, but he trades himself to Rock, not the greatest spots.
Yeah, and you will find that it's always a numbers advantage for the side of Gen.G. Charming, I get this one. He was trying to go for the final damage, and that situation would have been great. But Surge, who just came up, had been taken away by the side of Gen.G much earlier. And this, look, just the best use of the Maple Dance. A truly crucial initiation coming out from Inua here.
Yeah, it was so nice. I mean, just going into this one, but like that last Fever Barrage, not the one we just saw, the one where they were kind of grouped up and he went in. That was a very risky play. You didn't really have the numbers, and it was not a good situation to try to force that, especially at that stage. You did have a lead. You were doing well, and then this is the one situation where Zeke, I thought he was going to kill all four, not able to do it. Just Rock being able to just do Rock things.
I was like, oh, hang on, why do you go back to where do you go to the back of two of your members, and then everyone gets imperiled to death, and now there's a turnaround potential, right? But nonetheless, I think the level of our itemization advantage definitely worked out into Gen.G's favor, and that was the first game of our best of 3 series between Venomous as well as Gen.G. Now, is this going to be a repeat? We are yet to see. We will go for a break first. When we're back, let's see where we will be at with Gen.G and Venomous. We'll catch you.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 Everything is still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine.
Okay, now that was our short break. It is time to go into the second game of this best of 3 series. Gen.G now on the cusp of winning against the new entries, Venomous. So let's see how they're gonna do today. Holler, on game number 1. What does that mean for game number 2?
Well, it was kind of like the Rock show in game 1, right? I think that he was able to kind of come back from giving up first blood and to kind of turn things around. Rock, if you get him any, that momentum, that farm, he's going to just carry the game. And Venomous need to do a better job of just kind of isolating him, locking him down. You want the other players. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the rest of the Gen.G are great. But if you kind of stymie, rock a little bit, I think that you're gonna have a much better chance of success.
You know, now when you tell me rock, I just hear like, if it's a mo,
yeah,
the rock is cooking. But game number 2, maybe I think we'll see. I'm curious to see if Inua has any more heroes that he's really good on, because Garnet Mo Series 1 that caught my eye. Now Series 2 for them today, this Yixing pick has been pretty fire.
Yeah, he's been great. I think that this is definitely one of his top heroes already, just showing that out. I mean, you have other ways that can kind of do the utility style, maybe like a Lady John. Those Ocean of Tears could potentially hit kind of similar. It's definitely not as AoE encompassing as like the world is my board, but playstyle generally speaking the same. But look, this is a team that seems to be hitting their stride at the right time, right? And for Venomous, this is a situation where, hey, like, I get it. It's just one game though, right? And then showing that like it's not a big deal, we can bounce back. It's not the end of the world. You're still playing 5 other teams that could be potentially. I mean, you still have this other game. I don't mean to shut down the series is over or anything like that, but they have that potential to bounce back, right? But right now, the body language right now, I'm not getting good vibes.
Yeah, they're kind of feeling defeated at this point, which I think it's a mark of a champion, right? The ability to adapt to changes, even in game, when things are happening. That is what makes a great champion, right? And there's a lot of champion material in the Pro League on the major E side, because that's what we're casting. But to be able to transform that to true champion material is to be able to ride the tough times, right? The tough times don't last. Tough men do.
Yeah. That went straight to my heart. That was very personal in that sense. It was like, oh my gosh, yes.
Okay.
I am Coach Kin. All right. Whew. I believe, man. I mean, I'm in this one, and no, but I think it's definitely, I mean, when you take your licks and you do lose those games, it can be like frustrating, and it can be like, very saddening in the sense, right? But it's a situation where you either win or you learn, right? I think that's the most important thing. And you got to think of it like, when you're learning, you're coming out positive, right? And just being like down about it, or, potentially, railing another teammate or whatever. I hope that's not what's going on. But it could put your team in a worse spiral than it should be in.
Okay, so Gen.G, they're definitely not here to make life easy, right? Look, they took a punch on the chin, Venomous. They have not been knocked out yet, right? Now is the time for them to really get on their feet. You've been knocked down to your knees, stand up, right? Now you're going up against an Ogren. Venomous will do the Seer. Maybe pick up a Dune, right? There's no more Musashi now. Pick up a Dune, pick up a Mankey. Princess Frost. Okay, I like the idea of having a Princess Frost if you are able to recognize when, Ray wants to use that Conductor of Souls, or even as he's coming in with the passing. Look, Frigid Prison is your best friend.
Yeah, locking him down in some way, limiting his movements where he wants to just move everywhere. But I like the fact that Gen.G are like first pick Ogren, right? I mean, you picked the Musashi last game, so you have somewhat less heroes that can potentially counter him, so you have a lot of play. But Gen.G going strong. They're looking to close this series out. The Mayan and the Ganon Mo on the Inua. Ooh, very scary.
Yeah, I mean, to me at this point it's a little bit of discomfort as well, because you know what's coming. This is not a pick that is do well on this Ganon Mo. He's already done well in the start of the day with the first seed. So now the question is, look, Diadea has been played? No, they haven't used it yet on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially ban it, Venomous, that is. Obviously, the farm laner and the roamer, they still need to pick out for Gen.G to round out that draft. But Venomous is going to go with the Dahlia, the double potential Winter is here, or, the Imperial Order for a little bit of lockdown, maybe some control. But you're going to have to figure out ways to control the Ogren and to get onto the Ganon Mo while also keeping the Mayan at bay. It's going to be a tall task.
Yeah, it is. Look, I think they've already stymied a bunch of potential picks, right? Sakir definitely does well on the side of Gen.G's lineup because of the massive heals as well as the Mulberry power, right? The knockup is going to be very valuable Gen.G against Venomous, so I like that ban. At the same time, the Elaine to make sure that whoever they're going to be picking on the side of Gen.G will not be affected as much.
Yeah, actually, yes. No, I like these bans throughout, right? The Secure, the Didea, the Control, the Elaine, which could potentially have gone onto their backline in protecting the Ganemo, which you want to do as Gen.G. Really good bans. Very, they're really back and forth at this one.
Yeah, Sun's going to be the final ban coming in for Gen.G. That is also a very dangerous pick, right? Set Sail, if it manages to land onto multiple heroes at the same time, it's going to be quite disastrous. And it also fits into the build. Being controlled is not a situation where Gen.G's lineup loves. Now, Venomous, they're going to go toe-to-toe in the tank department, coming up with the Kaiser as well. And are we going to see a pseudo farm lane again? Is it going to be the Da Qiao again? That's an opening available for Gen.G.
Yeah, it has an opening with the Foots and the Da Qiao. Yeah. It looks like they'll stick to their tried and true. I think that this is like the same lineup they played in game 1. Or is it game 2 series?
Similar. Yeah.
It wasn't.
It wasn't the gun and mo. So it's a very difficult situation because look, instead of having the Didea bit of farewell, now you have the corporal punishment as the lockdown, right? So they do get the lockdown, but you can still walk in a circle, right? So then we'll see. Okay, maybe Yunua's accuracy not gonna be as crispy.
Yeah, not as much. I mean, he doesn't have to. I think that, look, keeping everything a very linear approach by Venomous, right? You know where they're coming. Nobody's going to really just jump you, catch you from off guard kind of thing. So it's going to be a lot of how they control the Ray Ogren and then dealing with the potential whirlpool attacks by Clue's Dutch.
Okay, look, I know this is a very difficult situation to kind of create, but Venomous could get instant Frigid Prisons as well, right? If you commit the Storm Strike by the Byron at the correct timing, or even the Ultimate by Gen.G coming in from Charming at the correct time, you could potentially set up a nice Frigid Prison. And based on the strengths in the kit on the side of Venomous, it could very well turn into a 3 to 4 man wipe for the side of Gen.G.
But yeah, while true, I think it really comes back to Clue, right? On the Da Qiao, you have like the get out of jail free card. You kind of, play around with them and then just kind of split push, and you have a lot of mobility. Like almost all of the heroes except for the old man Foots, you have a way to kind of play around the gank attempt. Obviously, if they stack their stuns, they're gonna have a much better time. But it's not as easy as I would say, as you think. I think that the Gen.G lineup, to me, seems far stronger going into this game.
I think it's a more straightforward execution, right? In a sense where there is a factor of also have the flash corporal punishment. That is something that would definitely catch Venomous off guard, right? And at any point of time, the moment they hit level, then their killing power or killing potential definitely, scales up quite a lot. So level 4, this is the best time for Venomous to really take a good hard look and hit them right in the gut, right? If you can get the kill before level 4, that will definitely dwindle the growth of Gen.G pretty much in the early game.
Okay. But it's easier said than done. I don't think it's a gimme in this case, right? There's a lot more pressure. Like teams that play on a timer, it worries me, right? Especially going into a matchup that's a game 2 where it's an elimination game. Well, not elimination, but a series potentially winning game, right? And Gen.G up 1-0 against Venomous. I think that their lineup they're tried and true. They've shown time and time again that they can play this lineup. It's a pretty strong one by Gen.G.
Yep, it is. Now, let's take a look at Venomous. I think if they're able to sustain Gen.G during that area, as long as they don't get sniped down by Ainua, I think they can definitely turn the fight around, right? If Venomous find himself in a situation where Inua is out of position, gets picked off, then it becomes an immensely advantageous situation for. And I think you would see Venomous try and recreate this scenario. So Inua is actually someone that I'll keep my eye, especially in the fights.
Okay. All right. Who from Gen.G has to step up this game? And Venomous.
Gen.G. I am gonna go with Clue, right? Clue was one of the main reasons why they won. Surge, he's not in great shape right away.
He's already low. Wow. Just forcing him back. But yeah, I do agree with that. I think that it's going to come back to him. As well as, look, I think Ashir, there's going to be some pressure on him with those Winter is Here's. I think they're going to try to double dip in terms of that Celestial Melody on top of him. Or are they able to control? Is he able to put it in a spot where Gen.G, like all 4 or 5, are kind of just like grouped up together? Is he able to hit those Winter is Here's?
Yeah, I agree. Because end of the day, I think having the double might seem like a theoretically good idea. You need the damage coming in from the rest of the team.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be super key. Like that control, if it was a lockdown, but man, Surge already very low. Wow, completely threatening, and Inua's there as well, and Surge just doing the walk of shame back home.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of having a gun in mode, right? So end of the day, your wave clear is gonna be really fast, and playing against a Princess Frost, immensely easier in this case. Now, he's gonna leave one wave for Ray. So stock standard, right? This is to amplify the farm and the EXP that Ray is gonna be able to get. At the same time, gives them an idea of the positioning of Zeke's around the map as well.
Yeah, really well played by Gen.G. Just funneling the right farm to Ray. He's going to be your carry in this one. Rock, less pressure on him to really just kind of push it out. Just don't lose, and then set yourself up for those awesome team fights that are about to happen. You need to just survive, really, more than anything else. But through it all, they're going to harass and just take what they can from the enemy jungle here.
Yep, and this dual lane farm setup by Rock and Clue, I think it actually makes life so hard for Charming, because the Severing Surge as well as the Leaping Coil, it definitely will force Charming to use that legal very early on, which will then allow Rock to get his ultimate, which is the Sage's Might down, right? And before that, the full value of the Corporal Punishment, where he actually back in, that's going to be in full effect.
Yeah, so it really comes back to Charming just being really far back. Let the team fight kind of start, like Zeke's let him do his thing, but Ray being very aggressive. The path of passing just throughout. He's going to be backing off on this one, but those couple blades doing a lot of work. But again, sorry, back to my point. Charming, he needs to be back and not get initiated on. Let the fight happen, and then him come in his cleanup.
It's easier said than done, right? I mean, we all know that for Charming, he needs to stay at the back, but someone needs to be able to provide the cover, right? And you can't always rely or put that strain on the Zeke. He has other things to do. He needs to make sure he pressure on the backline as well.
Yeah, did you see Wawa just steal that minion from Surge, the jungle camp? Yeah. Wawa was just waiting in the wings, and Surge, that's got to be so frustrating because he spent so much time. But he probably should have pulled it away a little bit, create a little bit more space. You had to have suspected he was in that brush there.
Yeah, and Vision scored 7 at this point, right? So Wawa definitely providing a valuable team on Gen.G. Likewise, for the side of Tamid, he's doing well for the team. He's making sure that his farm safe, Charming is safe and sound. But here, Ashir on the bot lane, he has the potential to make Venomous be in a very prominent position. They don't know that he's here.
They don't know that he's there, but the minions are in a bad spot. They need to be further closer to the tower, and now Ashir is just wasting the time, and he's been pushed back. The Tyrant is going to be started here in about 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Zeke's going to look to push away Clue, spots it out. They're like, hey, actually, we can't fight this.
Yeah, there is a potential. They were kind of maybe considering, hey, is it worth it to drop the Eye of the World down here? Because, look, Ray is able to get the Azure buff first, and maybe when he's done with that, they can come test. But yeah, it's a little too quick on the side of Venomous. Oh, here we go.
Oh, they're gonna here's the whirlpool. They call the help, and Ashir's gonna be killed, and he gets a little serious, and Charming is killed as well, and Wawa with a nice teleport play. And this is the power of the Clue Da Chiao, right? At a moment's notice, they have all 5 members. Power Rangers unite. Let's go.
Yep, and they played it exactly how we envisioned it, right? So Rock actually placed the Sage's Might straight down
onto a shear there, allowing him, Inuwa, to actually get the snipe down. So there was no way they won that.
Yeah, no chance there. I mean, Inua is what, level 8? And he's been rotating throughout. Ashir, level 6, he's been falling behind. They've taken the bottom T1, and this is looking to be an all Gen.G game. But Zeke's on the backside. Invincible Warrior finds Clue, not able to get him picked off. He's been bounced around a little bit with the flash forward, and they do get the kill. Tamid will get credit for this one. But now Zeke's with his secondary Invincible Warrior. He's looking to just fight and deal and thwart off Ray. And Tamid taking a lot of couple blade shots to the face, but through it all, it looks like they will limp away.
The greatest of all time.
Okay, so in this point, right, Ray now at level 10, you can start to see the big differential, right? Zeke he's trying to catch up, but until he does, Venomous is in a very tight spot. There's nothing on the map for them to steal, right? All camps have been cleared pretty quickly from Ray, and the problem here is Inua. He's level 9. He has a lot of damage to offer.
A lot of damage, and also because the wave clear is so good with Inua, right? Like, yeah, you have the number. I mean, they had numbers and advantage in that mid lane. They were potentially looking to push, but Inua just deals with all the minions so quickly that they really can't put any tower pressure on. So they've been kind of pushed back, and now they have to play even more defensively. And this lead is starting to grow as Gen.G are getting very aggressive, now looking to take the Azure Golem here. They've got Bridge of Prison. Inua flashes away. Zeke's looking to go in for this one. Wants to get at least revenge. The couple blades is going to be on point, but Surge is going to be killed. Force field suppression or not, but the Conductor of Souls, they find Tamid. They get the pick off, and they want to go for Zeke's, who's trying to chase away Invincible Warrior or not. He's looking to fight for this one, but he is in fact mortal as he goes down.
Yeah, Invincible no more. Inua just provided so much damage, and Ray had all the confidence in the world. Now, look, I like the Princess Frost pick. I think it's really strong. But Ashir, because of the sheer difference in levels and itemization, he's unable to get that value down. The Frigid Prison #1 has not been hitting the mark. And even if it does, there's not enough damage coming in from eyes on that particular position.
Agreed. And I couldn't, I do think that Ashir right now is kind of, he has been a little underwhelming. I think that he was a little too patient and not getting, any sort of farm, but they're looking to go for this one. Zeke's actually backs away, runs into Rock, who is just this tanky monster, this old man that you cannot get. That Frigid Prison will connect, but there's no follow-up on this one. Tamid is still up in front, and through it all, Venomous are going to back off, but they're down about 7K at this stage.
Yeah, that's a huge lead. 7,000 gold difference. And bear in mind, right? When Rock actually punishment to pull them in, I would have flashed. I would have I'm out of here. So, props to Venomous. They are down by a huge amount, but they're not losing their composure just yet.
Not losing it, but they are losing their jungle camps right here. It looks like it's an Azure Golem is going to be picked out here. Surge is going to be back under that tower. He will be fine, but through it all, look at how Gen.G are taking over the map, forcing it back, fixing all the lanes, right? You know where the minions are, so you know exactly where Venomous is going to be. Literally just trapping these 5 mice, so to speak.
Yeah, and the curious thing that they're doing is Gen.G is actually practicing one of the best styles of map control, which is to get the farm lane down first, right? Which will then create more pressure, because when the super minions start marching down, once they create that tier 3 hole on the bot, then suddenly, that Shadow Overlord becomes much more possible, and it's a huge risk for Venomous to take to try and contest.
Yeah, it's harder to get to, and being able to push it out.
Wow.
But wow, those couple blades. Inua, he's going to do a lot of damage. I mean, he's 203. His positioning has been flawless. The only one that has died thus far has been Clue, but through it all, I think that, Gen.G have played an amazing game thus far.
Yeah, and with that being said, look, Rocky's not worried to be able... Oh, hang on, the lockdown.
The Invincible Warrior, he's looking to turn, but here's the Whirlpool. They get all knocked up for their troubles, and that might have been a disaster. Inua finally does go down, and Ray will back off, and through it all 5 members were there, and they were ready, and they were under the tower, which is a little unfortunate for Gen.G.
So was that a Clue mistake, right? That's the big question here.
I think so. It was probably a moment where they're like, you know, they probably should have taken it a little bit more carefully and not really pushed it. There was really no reason to go for that Whirlpool because it didn't seem like Venomous were really going to go under. They had a far superior fortified position on that top T2. It was tough, and there's a reason why Inua died because of it.
Okay, so I will lay down the reward that they were looking for, right? If they had successfully gotten rid of Zeke's, then neutral objectives would have been plenty open. They could go for even more kills as well. They're going to try again.
Yeah, but Zeke's is so tanky. I mean, he's what? Invincible Warrior here. The Tyrant is going to get it. They got the Fridge of Prison onto him. They're going to try to go, but the Conductor of Souls, he's going to out-sustain it. Inua is going to be killed yet again. The Tyrant has been picked up by Zeke's, and this might have been the opening, but Charming goes down. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Gen.G.
Yep, Wawa the hero this time for Gen.G. And you know what? Even though they won this fight, in name, I think Venomous is starting to figure out like, hey, there's some gaps we can take.
Yeah, they're finding them, right? They're figuring things out. I mean, they did get the Tyrant, which is a bit of a win, the Shadow Tyrant. That's going to be a good start to them. But they are still behind. I mean, it's still about 7K at this stage. Gen.G just, again, not the greatest of team fights at that case. I mean, they did come out on top in terms of numbers, but losing that Tyrant, it's a bit of a wash.
Okay, they lost earlier because the shield values weren't as high. Now the fact that, look, Tamid has just got the Dawnlight, so there is extra armor available for the side of Venomous, right? It might be very valuable. So far has been at the fore of the massive amount of damage that they're dealing in the team fights against Gen.G in the pure 5v5s.
Look at Wawa just scaling, man. He's 4-0-1. I mean, this guy has been just like, anytime those team fights are happening, you just got to understand where Wawa is because he's been able to find the right targets and makes it very uncomfortable for like Ashir and Charmy, who've been kind of a focused fire, rightly so.
Yeah, and it's also about the vision. So Raccoon and Wawa, both of them over 20 in vision score. Once again, here we go.
Oh, Corporal Punishment onto Tamin. They're going to get the knock-up as well. They do get the pick off the Invincible Warrior, or not enough. But he's been killed as well, and Wawa just playing with his food on the backline, and Wawa somehow surviving. And it looks like Zeke's is going to be on the run. Surges as well, but they take the top T3 with his Vanguard, and Gen.G off of the back of Wawa doing some serious work.
He brings them to the gym once again, another lock.
And they got Surge, they get the pick off, and it looks like they have the Sea of Fate if they want to go. And it looks like the base, the Invincible Warrior, 1 versus 5, excuse me. How are they going to fight this one? And Zeke's just trying to deal, at least gets a single kill, not able to do it. Ray will get the slam dunk. They've got the ace. They will take this game.
Clean games once again from Gen.G, and this new and improved Gen.G putting themselves up on a pedestal here, ready to claim the potential trophy that is 10,000 USD.
Wow. I mean, look, this is a team that's definitely well prepared, well versed, well coordinated. They've put in the work. You could see it, the effort, the practice, all of these things, and now they're happy, they're giggling because that was a dominant performance yet again by Gen.G Esports. This is a team that's starting to hit that peak, hitting their stride. Might be scarier as we move forward in this rank week.
You know what's scarier is the fact that they won 2 series in a day with really, I think, the same strats. It's just a different composition in terms of mix-up, but it's the same 2 strats they pulled up, which means, hey, there's not a lot of information. You can do your research, and if you do beat one of these strats, we still have more under the hands on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, for me, it's like, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Like, if you could just beat teams 2-0 or whatever, until somebody can challenge you, I would just run with that. You don't show your cards. You don't show your true strats, so to speak. It can be very helpful going in. And all you need to do is survive, get yourself into Group S. I think that's key.
Yeah, okay. Now, this is bringing me back to the days where that in Esports World Cup, where the KPL Dream Team was just wrecking left and right strategies as again and again because nobody could figure them out. I'm not saying they are as strong as the KPL Dream, not come for me, but I'm saying this is reminiscent of that performance.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, definitely. They've looked very strong, but let's, hold our horses a little bit. There's definitely some of the other, we need to see how they round up against everybody else in this league, right? For now, they look very strong. They look like the strongest team of all of them thus far. But can they continue that on when they meet potentially some of the, higher seeded teams?
We'll see, right? I'm curious now about how they're going to perform against Nongshim, right? Once again, reminder, Nongshim came in second place in the Season 3 Invitationals. They are also a monster to consider. But let's take a look at the stats here. Once again, same strategy, Rock going for the full tank option first, right? Before he actually builds that Sparkforge Dagger. And I think this time, maybe, rightfully, Inuwa will get the MVP.
Yeah, I think that Wawa has to get it. 6-0-3, like his impact was just on point. I mean, Inuwa with all that damage and just kind of like the softening up, just did a really good job. But I mean, Wawa with his KDA, his impact of just like the control and just getting onto the back line made it very difficult for Venomous. Ashira, Charming, and Tamid were always running for their lives, had no space.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, right? Zeke's, I think he did really well with whatever farm and options he had available, but you can see in the gold graph, they did have a moment where they shined a little bit. That's where the dip came in towards the late game. But yeah, once they got that Sage's Might, the ultimate, it was just game over. Even in a 1v5 situation, you knew the outcome was pretty clean for the side of Gen.G.
Very clean. I mean, the only thing that was like not that clean was Clue's, Whirlpool moment. But we won't talk too much about that. But the MVP clearly, Wawa here, 6-0-3. Just the amount of crowd control he had was just on point. Wawa, great game.
Yep. Okay. The highlight moment was at that late game, that last one. A 5-man strong Venomous kicked 3 of them and kicked the life out of them, and then managed to get out with a sliver of health.
Yeah, and look at this. This is that first Whirlpool. They set it up, and this is kind of like that tipping point where Gen.G were able to just really take the lead, and then they were kind of able to control. Venomous trying to fight back, trying to take back their jungle, but Ray was just too strong. They had the stuns. Tommy gets killed on this one, but look at how Wawa just controls it. They don't care. They're diving in between the tier 1 and 2 towers. They know the maximum they can go with these heroes.
Yeah, so the limit testing has been really strong, and one of the behaviors you will see is he keeps Inuwa safe by being aggressive. And this is where I think Venomous, look, they have the potential, they are learning really quickly, they're learning in the game, right? This is where they kind of smash them back for a little bit. They're like, yeah, sure, you have good combinations, misses, right? So there was an idea, but the goal differential and the level difference, itemization, just too far apart.
Yeah, way too far. But this was a good Whirlpool here. They just kind of closed out the game. A really nice setup. But Wawa just surviving with a sliver of life, gets his heals, comes back in when they need him at this point. And like Zeke's just trying to just defend. But with the Kaiser Invisible Warrior, really don't have a whole lot of damage to kind of deal with 5 members. And through it all, Gen.G were able to close this game out. Very clinical game. Very impressed by Gen.G.
Yeah, so very hopeful for the side of Gen.G at this point. Now they're gonna end the day for themselves with 2 wins over the course of 2 series. Now this is not the end of the day for us. We still have a last series to go through that is going to be Vicious going up against Nongshim, who are going to have their series of the day as well. Let's see if a new team, incoming team into the Pro League, is going to give us a pleasant surprise. But before that, let's go for a short break. When we're back, Vicious against Nongshim. We'll catch you in a bit.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. Taking it all on my own, what a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when you
Okay, we have arrived. This is the last series of the day. Vicious, another new contender into the Major East Pro League. Let's see how they do against a proven champion material team, Nongshim RedForce.
I mean, this is Vicious from Open MENA, right? Qualifiers, right? They're representing Egypt in that sense. But this is a squad that we haven't seen too much of, right? There's a lot of high hopes going into this one, but They're going up against the Titan that is Nongshim RedForce here. This is going to be a scary matchup to see exactly how they kind of, are able to play. But like, if we're going to look at the second series of the day where we did see Nongshim already play, there were kind of some chinks in that armor. There were some holes, so to speak. There was a, potential for Vicious to make the upset.
Yes, there is a potential. And like you said, the jerseys are pretty sick. So let's see if that is going to translate into the gameplay as well. Now, we know about Nongshim already. So the drafts, we can definitely expect a few Dharmas, the Ogrins, and, Illusion has been really impressive with his plays as well. So it's a star-studded team coming in from the side of Nongshim. I want to see what does Vicious have in their cards.
Yeah, I think that we all kind of do, right? We want to see how these guys kind of stack up. I think that day one has been a summary, to summarize thus far. We've kind of seen like Nongshim RedForce as well as Gen.G kind of dominate thus far with 2-0s. In this fourth one, I'm hoping Vicious kind of really strike back and take us at least to that third game and more than anything else. To see exactly if they can kind of overcome Nongshim. But, going back to the second series of the day, which was, what was it? Nongshim versus R8. R8 had the lead, right? They had a potential to kind of knock him out, but Nongshim were able to find ways to claw back in the game, and they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, I think R8 just slightly missed the mark over there, and that kind of gave winning. Let's see if Vicious, step by step first, right? Can Vicious take a lead in the early game? And if they do, then let's see what kind of potential does this team have. Look, every team that qualifies out of a qualifier, they are of a certain standards. And going up against a team like Nongshim, you have to be prepared. So I hope Vicious are prepared, and maybe we'll get a pleasant surprise today.
So it's not just about the early game for me, because Nongshim, again, are, very experienced, well-versed, and resilient in the sense that, like, they know how to come back into games. So Vicious, I hate to say it, but you kind of need the full package. It's one thing to be good, like, I'm going to, compare this to, like, chess, so to speak, right? Like, yeah, you might come in with, like, 1,000 openers, and you might be great in the early game, but if you're not so great in the mid to late game, you're never going to be able to close out a game. Okay, and I think that to Nongshim's side, they seem to be really well balanced. They have the early, mid to late. All three phases up to their game is at a very high level.
I kind of feel like you described my chess playing skills. I'm like, great, I moved the pawn. Now, what's the rest of the game? So we'll Vicious. Really excited for the gameplay. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. And it's going to be, again, it's good to see Gen.G play again, going up against Vicious here, and to kind of just set the stage of where teams are at now. I think that it's going to be, and so like later on when you're playing some of the other, like when Vicious plays R8, they're gonna have a little bit more knowledge in terms of like, what the heroes that they're kind of leaning towards as they get themselves in, but it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, look, it's a long league. It's going to last all the way until, right? So let's take a look at the teams here. Vicious Esports, represented by Doom, Engma, Doma, Aspire, and VO, or Vote, depending on how you want to call him. Now, these are your 5 hopefuls looking to take down the Titans, in which is going to be Nongshim RedForce. So let's take a look at their body language. For now, I think a couple of the players are pretty comfortable. They look ready. Poison ready.
Ready and good to go. Look, I love those jerseys. I think they're awesome. Come at me, guys. I think that it's going to be very stylish for them. But look, this team seems to be more on the upbeat side. They need to ensure that they're kind of putting in. But let's take a look at their opponents right now, which is going to be, of course, Nongshim RedForce. Okay, here we go. This is going to be Nongshim RedForce, Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, the greatest red team out there. Nice little jerseys. They got some the jumpers that they got, very stylish. Plus the fact that they've got the Shinramyun, logo on their jersey. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, and they look relaxed at this point. I think more of maybe contemplating, okay, how fast do we want to win this game? I think they are confident enough to be in that mindset. I think
because they have proven time and time again they are a force to be reckoned with, and I don't think Vicious wants to take them lightly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, it's best to go in with a good draft in mind, just like a good strategy, just try things, see what sticks, right? I think Nongshim were kind of shaken up in that first series against R8 going into this one. But it looks like Nongshim, RedForce are going to choose the red side because I think it's just for color branding reasons.
Not only that, they have won, right? Every single, at least in this Pro League, right? It's been 100%, right? I know it's day one, but let's keep it at 100%. This is the win rate for them.
Yeah. No, but again, like, look, if you're going to draft, what side do you like better?
I like the counter pick strategy. Yeah. I like to have an inkling of what my opponent is going for. So yeah.
Same. Yeah, like I don't think that there's, to be honest, I don't think that there's like a one hero that I want to get first pick for that I just, you know what I mean? Like I go for blue and then, you know what I mean? Like I think that the counter picking and picking last is a little bit more key here.
Really? I always go for the Marco first.
This okay. Well, I don't want to talk about your win rate on stream. I think that's a little too revealing in this one. But the draft looks like we're gonna get underway very soon. The bans will look to be going here. But the idea, first ban, I'm liking that as a first ban here.
Yeah, it's a good start, right? Knowing that Nongshim is even from season 3. They are a team that likes to play with a lot of control. It normally comes down to a draft where all 5 members have some sort of CC or soft suppression in their kit.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge, right? Look, I love the idea. To be honest, for myself, I think it's first pick material because of the fact that it goes well with almost every single lineup, assuming that you're not going to go with like the Dolia Celestial Melody style and have that set strategy in mind. But I think that it just really opens up a lot of options. And then you can kind of, you counter pick what the opposing team is doing.
Yeah, this used to be the case for the side of Dolia as the main pick, right? Because of the fresh. Now it is the idea as one of the, and for Nongshim, they take away the Dharma as an option for Vicious. So this actually opens up so many doors, and Lung is going to be the prio pick for Vicious.
Yeah, good starter. Set the farm laner to somebody who's top tier, very strong, has everything that you want in terms of mobility, survivability, damage. It is a very strong hero. But it looks like Nongshim are going to go with the Kyung9 Mayin to kind of start things off. Loving the hero. I think it's great. And to pair it up with the Faye Secure, this is a nice little 1-2 combination.
As long as there's
very self-sufficient. I like the Secure pick as well. Very strong pick. In fact, I would look at Secure as a higher prio ban compared to maybe the idea. Own personal preference, I think Secure is really broken in the early parts of the game. Simply because of the heal factor. There's a lot of damage that comes out of Secure as well. But Vicious, like this, they will be teasing with the Dolia. They lock it in along with the Yixing as well. I think we have had some pretty impressive performances of Yixing in the Pro League today thus far, and it looks like this pattern might continue.
A little bit about this because in season 3, the Yixing was never really. I mean, it was good, but it was never really great to excellent. Like you didn't really see it shine as much as we're seeing it like in today's games. What is it about this hero? Is it more that just the players are just better with it and they're able to kind of lock down heroes better with the world is my board and that kind of stuff? Or is it more of like, like walk me through this here?
Situational awareness. I think one of the things that makes Yixing great is the fact that they know when the board should be placed down, right? There are certain markers in exchanges where you know that, hey, this team or this particular hero is going to take a little bit of time to escape that particular position or that spot. And that's where you know that in the moment that they're turning around, perfect timing. Get the board down.
Okay. Because I've been impressed. Let me be completely honest, right? I think that Yixing has just been a very top tier mid probably one of the most highly sought after ones, if you ask me. There's just so much control, so much, like a utility that you would really want, and it really adds to the composition of the draft. Very strong hero, but is it enough to kind of deal with a potential Ogren, Secure, Mayin, which are going to be literally running at you? We still have yet to see.
Yeah, at this point, I think Nongshim, what would do well for them is a range marksman. So in this case, or even the mid, like a gun and mo makes a lot of sense for them as well, right? You have a very front-facing strong tank in the form of the Ogren. You have the Mayin. Gen.G just showcased to you how to play that game, right? So get the Mayin, get the Ogren as aggressive as possible so that you have space for gun and mo to aim from distance. And if things go bad, hey, the Secure is in to save you as well.
Yeah, but that would be like cheating on their homework by what Gen.G had submitted, so to speak. Because again, I think it really makes a lot of sense, but it looks like they're gonna go with the Shi instead. A little bit of control, general same idea of Yixing in a way, but these orbs can be kind of annoying and controlling. Your thoughts on this one?
Silky Beauty, I think most of the teams try to figure out with this strategy is mostly used as a defensive tool rather than an aggressive one. It definitely works as an aggressive tool, but there's a lot of risk involved. Unless it's a clear catch, you wouldn't want to use it as a aggressive move because the range isn't as long as you would like it to be.
I'll protect the memory
Vicious,
of you.
They reply with a Sun Ce and Menki pick that's going to be locked in. So there is a lot of AoE control, but also great rotation potential coming out from Vicious.
Yeah, and look, I see the Menki and Sun Ce, and there's a lot of like team fight blow up potential, with that Dream Roam, that boat. That could be very scary. And then you stack on like the Yixing, like the world is my board, and then you've got Loon to just clean up. My only concern though is that VC are kind of all in on this Loon damage dealing hero, right? If he dies, I see Vicious kind of struggling in the team fights. They're not going to be able to kill everybody. Whereas Nongshim's side, if you're looking at the Ogren, D-Wrench, Mayin to degrees, they have that damage. They're kind of balanced throughout. If one person dies, it's not just like a complete failure of a team fight. They have that potential. It's a little bit more well-balanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, the damage can come in from multiple sources, right? Not to say that Vicious doesn't have that option, but I think it's a higher risk for the side of Vicious, right? So the pick-off potential to the heroes of Vicious, it's much higher compared to Nongshim. There is a decent amount of save capabilities, especially coming from Fate, right? This secure heals is actually kind of underestimated at times, and you'll be surprised at the amount of times teams put themselves in a very awkward situation because they underestimated the heal values of a Secure.
Yeah, the potential could be there. I mean, Faye has proven that he's actually quite capable on this hero. The mobility is unreal, and getting that AoE stun can almost seem like you're cheating at times. Being able to kind of just ride the wind into the right brush so that you can kind of get that nice little slam dunk. But here we go. It's going to be the last series of the day. Game 1, Vicious versus Nongshim RedForce. Going into this one, we know the draft your kin. Your thoughts, which one has an edge going into game 1?
I like the lineup of Vicious a little more. I think it's easier to execute in a way, but that's because I see where the Yixing is going to have massive value in comparison to Illusion's Shi. So if VC Vicious, they position themselves well, this actually could be a big surprise to Nongshim.
Yeah. It's weird, but I actually agree with you. I do think that no, but as a draft, I think Vicious is actually pretty legit. I think that this is a good potential. I think Aspire, it's going to come back to him. Is he able to kind of stay alive and to kind of, to do all that damage? Because you have everybody else that's just controlling them and just like setting it up for you.
Is this a bit too greedy? Do they really have the damage at level 2 to kind of make this deal happen? That's the big question here. And they do. Oh my. Okay. Doma steals it away. As an Yixing, I loved having that Azure buff.
Yeah, it's actually huge for them, right? I mean, just that's a good, nice little steal. And Illusion was kind of like scouting it out, right? You saw Anna just like walking around and be like, oh, where is Doma? and then they found him and they were just like trying to steal everything. So this is a good start for Vicious here. It's a small edge, but the buff will really help them, start to get, compound their lead.
Yeah, I mean, Doma definitely does want to build a snowman there, and has the mana to do it at this point, right? So it is going to be going for the extra magical pierce. So you can definitely deal Doma. Doma is going to try to go for damage here.
Oh, Haku taking a lot of damage. He's not that strong yet. He's going to even expend the Conductor of Souls to keep himself in this one. But through it all, it looks like Doom is going to go down. He's going to give up first blood. Illusion had made a nice little rotation. Got a 2-on-1 advantage with Kyung9. And through it all, they get first blood.
Okay, so, the way that it's operating on the side of Illusion, I think he operates as a secondary roam for the team, right? And with the cash potential, definitely provides a lot of value. Maybe another kill here.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's going to be a little... Oh, they get the secondary. They find Egma of all things. Oh, he might even get a third. Haku, just one more shot, not able to do it onto Doma. And through it all, he does survive. But look, let's talk a little bit about this draft here, because Haku he's the guy. He's the one that you want to get to farm. So through it all, it looks like they got the pick up on a Doom. He's not able to set sail away, and they make him pay yet again.
Yeah, and Illusion, he knows that Wave doesn't, he's not in comparison for Wave clear against Doma because of the kits, right? He just clears a little slower, so he's making his value known in other ways by making the rotations for the kills. And so far, this strategy is working to a T.
Yeah, it's been quite good. It's very, very powerful in that sense. I mean, it's only a 1.6k net worth lead, but it's only 3 minutes. And Nongshim here, like Siri, they're going to put a little bit more pressure. Illusion not even staying in the mid lane whatsoever, funneling everything into Haku, which is, of course, the right decision here.
Look, his first rotation, getting the first blood onto Doom, has made Kyung9's game so much easier. Kyung9 is 2 levels ahead of Doom. He will not be able to take any form of fighting on the side of Doom.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a tough time. He's 2 levels beyond. Like I don't know how you come back in this game. Yeah, I always talk about Sun Tzu never being a great laner. He's always just needs to kind of just not lose the tower more than anything else, and just to soak up as much XP as possible for that mid game or that 4-minute mark when the tyrant spawn, so that you can kind of get that nice little boat to kind of connect. But through it all, you need to just, again, not die. That's like the biggest thing, and he's already died twice.
Yeah, it's a difficult recovery to have. Clash lane is one of the toughest lanes to play in because every mistake is amplified, and the gap is definitely amplified once you make give away a kill. And having 2 kills, that's not a big deal.
Not great. The world is my board. Haku takes the Tyrant. That's going to be the first one. Haku eating a flaming palm with the Conductor of Souls, and Egma gets killed. Haku continuing on. He's been thrown back with that taking liberties. He's going to be stuck in the board, but they want to get more with the Mulberry power. And Faye not letting Dama go. He goes past him for now, but no, he's going to be picked off. Illusion finds him out. It's a 2-0.
How apt is it that Illusion is the one that gets the kill here, right? He suffered in lane in the first 4 minutes, and now he's the one taking the kills against Dome.
Yeah, very smart play, right? Nongshim here, just like, it's give and take, right? Like, I'm going to sacrifice for the team, let Haku get his farm, but through it all, Illusion able to get those pickoffs onto Duke, make it uncomfortable, getting these kills now and staying alive, and they've taken the mid T1. It's not even 5 minutes.
No, and Doom might be in a very tight spot here because the T1 on the top is looking like it's gonna be pushed down.
Yeah, I mean, look, Siri's there already. Faye and Kyung9 are just kind of thwarting him, or like warding him off, and Doom can't even get in the lane. He's been chased away, scared by Kyung9.
Yeah, and look, the difference in this is that the farm is actually much higher on the side of Vicious. Or is the stats wrong?
Look at Haku, looking to go right into the heart of the enemy team. The Conductor of Souls, Doma been picked off. He's continuing on. Haku chasing after Doom. The flash forward gets the secondary kill. Kyung9 and Haku, this monster. The Death's Precipice, and finally the T1 tower scares him away. But now, Egma on the backside, Faye, the Mulberry power setting it up yet again, and Haku gets another kill. 3 members down. Nongshim rolling with this 8-0 lead.
This is a big stop, right, for the side of Nongshim. And look, Aspire, I think he tried his best. He tried to use the try and delay Haku's entry into that position. But once again, Haku.
Oh, he's a flaming palm. He's going to take a lot, but the Conductor of Souls shaking off most of it. He's going to stay alive, but he's getting so low, pushing them away, and that was dangerous, but they do take the mid T2.
But that's the value of Faye, right? Faye is the one that's providing so much heals, which is why, to me, I think this is a prior ban. Sakia should not be allowed.
Yeah, actually, it's a lot of synergy, right? With Haku, that sustaining, that healing, just keeping themselves in this, you know, in the push, and Haku just being even more difficult to deal with all those heals from those little baby sprites. But through it all, it looks like, you know, Vicious right now looking to go in. Nice mulberry power yet again. The pull back, they've got Doom yet again. The world is my board. It's gonna be used, but they don't want to enter. They don't want to continue on. They're taking liberties, just dealing with the minions, and through it all, Vicious just looking to hold more than anything else. They've got Egma, they've got the control. He's not able to dream roam away, and Faye even taking that kill, and now Nongshim knocking on the door, taking the mid T3. They don't have minions, so that's going to slow them down, at least for now.
Well, it's not a slow game at all. It's 7 minutes in, and we are looking at the potential end of Vicious against Nongshim here.
Yeah, they're going to siege the bottom T3. Haku still up in front. Doom trying to deal with the top lane. Not an easy task. They've taken all 3 T3s at this stage. 7 minutes and 30 seconds in. You were talking about a timer. This might be the fastest game thus far. Kyung9 eating a set sail. They've got this one. The Dream Roam. No, not able to get to safety. Faye finds him out, but they will take the base, and Nongshim will close this game out in 7 minutes and 46 seconds.
Oh, this is the fastest time ever in the Pro Major East League so far. Spring season has come and definitely blossoming some flowers here. Nongshim, look, maybe the first series of the day wasn't to their expectations, but this is the Nongshim we were waiting for. This is the Nongshim that we know and remember.
Yeah, and you can see Nongshim, they were like, yeah, we got scolded last time because we kind of played with our food a little bit. We extended the game. We went 20 plus minutes, but they were like, okay, now we're ready and we're good to go. And they just closed it out. That was a clinical game. Very clean by Nongshim. Under 8 minutes. Whew.
Yeah, 7:23, 7:24,
7:46, I think. 7:46, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, that was really quick. Now, Nongshim, I think there's a lot of praises to be sung for many of the players. I think Haku, yes, I'm not gonna undersell him by saying he was just doing Haku things. Haku had one behavior that is super impressive this entire game. His Conductor of Souls was always hitting more than one member, right? We have seen Ogrins struggle to get the full value of that ultimate. Haku made full value come out of the Conductor of Souls, and this was also aided on by Faye coming in with the Mulberry power, with the heals, with the brushes, just putting full efficiency into the kit that was allowed into this game.
Look, I don't want to undersell what Haku did as well, but with those, you know, those multi-man Conductor of Souls. But is it really his good play, or is it the bad play of Vicious, who were kind of grouped up around him that let him do that?
Okay, now this one is a difficult conversation, right? I think it needs a little bit more emotional maturity, but I have to...
Which I don't have, but go on.
We have to talk about the Mankey, right? I think, yes, he had a couple of nice dream roams, but there were a couple of situations where I think, look, they didn't capitalize on the potential turnaround. There were a couple of nice boards coming in, to be honest, but they just couldn't figure out when to exit the fights, right? I think when you've done enough damage, there's no need to overcommit. And I think Vicious are just a bit too overzealous about trying to get the kill on the Nongshim that they kind of overcommit. And once you overcommit into an organ, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time, Nongshim were like dictating the fights when the fights were happening, right? And so you never really saw the true power. Everything was like reactive. And like the Mankey Dream Roam, the Set Sail, these things, like you want to start the fight, let them group up, and then come in with like the secondary waves. And like, you know what I mean? Like you want to be dictating the pace of these fights. But the laning phase didn't go well for them. They were already behind, trying to get into the mid game and just trying to take some team fights, but they were so far behind that, again, they had no initiations whatsoever.
They were trying, right? So end of the day, how that happened was the fact that Illusion made his first few to the top side of the map, right? Allowing for that first blood onto Doom, of which Kyung9 happily took advantage of, right? So no fault, no harm.
a lot of harm for the side of Vicious, but the rotations from the Yixing didn't come in. Doma didn't rotate to the top early enough. And because of that difference, look at the goal differential. This game, is not series game. To me, this game was purely Haku and Fate. The two of them did so much work. And maybe Illusion as well.
No, I mean, they all did. Like, look, everybody had a play at a certain point with Nongshim, right? Like Faye flying in, Siri without damage. I mean, he was only 1-0-4, but Illusion with his sacrificial play to kind of compound the lead by Haku, like just turning things around. Like, again, everyone knows their roles, everyone knows what they need to do, and there's a reason why this gold graph shifted in favor of Nongshim throughout the entire way, because they know how to play with the lead and they know how to close out games.
Yeah, they converted it into a very valuable gold and EXP lead. Like you mentioned before, a lot of it was actually funneled into Haku because they knew Haku was one of the main win conditions. And Illusion didn't even need the farm, right? Illusion's job here was not the damage. He was just meant to be that fishing rod, right? Get the catch. And look, Haku with the benefits 4-0-5, gladly and proudly going to be the MVP of this game of our best of 3 between Vicious and Nongshim RedForce.
4-0-5, right? Like, the damage taken was 43% of the entire damage done by given out by Vicious here. So the guy was on point. But let's check out these highlights. I mean, look at Haku from the beginning chasing it out, and I was like very shocked to see Egma die, especially at that early stage.
I think it's because he took a couple more licks than expected, right? Because they were chasing for that kill onto Illusion. And once again, it was overcommitment. And look, this was one of the best chances for them to get an advantage to their side finally, but they couldn't get the kill on the Haku because there was no rotations. And this is also due to the reason that Doom could never make it into the fight at the correct time.
Look at how Haku fighting 1 versus 4, and the rest of them just flee because Kyung9 had made an appearance, and they chase after you, and there's no way to go. Look at Faye making plays. Those Mulberry powers were on point. He had like 3 massive ones that just won team fights because he got multi-man stuns that just set it up for the rest of the team. And like, this is a team that's really just well coordinated. So everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Moments where Haku looked like it's a difficult position for him, he gets it. Does have the Blood Rage in the later parts of the game. So a very clean understanding of the limits of the hero for their side. So Nongshim, once again, you know why they're the second place at the Season 3 Invitationals earlier this year. And right now, Vicious has now gotten a taste of this Nongshim RedForce. They have to taste them one more time. Let's see if they can handle the heat.
Look, I don't know why Vicious need to taste anybody at this point. That seemed that seemed a little awkward, right? Like, okay, like we play a game, but we don't taste anything, right? Like, let's keep it a family show, right?
I'm hungry, and Nongshim is hot now.
Okay, all right. If they want to have the ramen, I get it, or the other food products by Nongshim, I get it. But they don't have to taste each other. That's all I'm saying. We don't need to assume or create some weird scenarios, I would say.
Okay, but nonetheless, it's time for you to get a whiff of fresh air. We will take a short break. When we're back, this could be the final game for Nongshim RedForce if they can take the series here. Keep close.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now.
We have to finish strong, and that's exactly what Nongshim do. They are now on the cusp of winning this best of 3 series against a Vicious. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me is Holler. Now, what do you think about Nongshim's chances for this game number 2?
Well, I think that they're going to be good, to be honest. I mean, they're just well coordinated. They're looking to be very confident and strong, right? This is a scary team for any of the other teams in this league. They need to respect what Nongshim can bring to this one because, again, I think that teams haven't figured out exactly how to beat Nongshim. Like, there are certain phases that they do well, but they haven't been able to really just take it to them and to take a game off of them.
Yeah, okay, so I think I will give a benefit of doubt. It is day 1, right? So a lot of things may not have been just yet, but this is also a good test of how adaptable a team is, right? And so far, I think in terms of adaptability, Nongshim, R8, and Gen.G, the teams with international experience, have shown the difference.
Okay. And I do expect Vicious to bounce back. I think that this is one where... Look, there's a lot of things that we could potentially pick at from that last game. But I guess okay, if you were going to be coach of Vicious, Coach Kim, what do you tell them?
Okay. Where's my salary?
Dude,
all right, jokes aside. I think let's take a look at trying to stop Haku's growth. Right, I think Haku is always at the forefront of Nongshim. Unless his jungle is disturbed, Haku seems to pop off really well.
Yeah. No, he's been able to kind of, they haven't been able to stop him in any way, right? He's always been and also Nongshim have done such a good job of funneling him farm, so he is that boss that's just so difficult to deal with. Where the playstyle of the team is just very good, but again, just going back to Vicious, as of what we can do to kind of overcome this monster other than Haku, is there maybe something in the draft that they could maybe do a little bit better?
I think it's not the draft. I think it really comes down to the decision on the execution, right? I think the draft was fine, right? There were potential win conditions that Vicious definitely could have played off of, and a couple of them, example, I think they can take a page out of R8's book, right? R8, they made life difficult for Nongshim because they did a level 1 invade. Sure, it's a risky play, but if you play your cards right, look, they held Haku to at gunpoint at that point, right? They really stifled his growth, put a leash on him and said, no, you're not gonna be the Haku that Nongshim expects you to be. You're gonna play the long game with us.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is ideal. I just don't think it's as clear-cut because, you're looking at the rest of the lineup of Nongshim, right? You have Siri, Illusion, and Kyung9, and all of these are good cores that are able to just kind of help carry when maybe Haku doesn't have that great of a game. But more on the Vicious side, okay? I get that, I don't want to harp in, I don't want to be too mean or anything like that, but other than limiting what Nongshim bring, is there play styles or
is the fact that they have pretty good map control, right? So if Vicious can have a lineup that is good at bringing waves against towers, and also being able to handle teamfight situations where they need control, so a Liang, things like Guan Yu. These are all heroes which I think will do fantastically against the likes of Nongshim, right? And right here, Vicious, they come up with the Soyue. Hasn't been locked in yet. This pairing with Zhang Fei, I think is okay, but this early game needs to go really well for them. They'll do lock it in.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sold on the Shoyu. Obviously, you have the nice little pairing with Zhang Fei. But I think to a certain degree, Marco Polo Dia Dia is a better 1-2 combination, at least in my eyes.
It can be. I think it's more important about the timing of phase jumps, right? The bitter farewell is definitely going to be critical in the success of the fights coming in from Nongshim, right? If Faye is able to get the timing right on the bitter farewell, it could just spell instant death for Aspire. But at the same time, right, the Marco
is not a undefeatable hero in the lane, even with the Fever Barrage, right? You do have the VO Zhang I think it provides a lot of value. You can definitely stop the ultimate as well. So we'll see.
Okay. Looks like Vicious are rounding out that draft with the Ogren to kind of just put them in position. The Ganemo ban here, obviously Nongshim need a mid laner. That could be very strong with the illusion on it. Do you save your next ban for like a Musashi or to kind of protect the Ogren?
Honestly, I wouldn't. Yeah, I think, yes, look, Musashi is a great counter, but I think at this point, because you will put yourself in a imperiled state as well, and having to deal with a high damage hero like a Soyue, not ideal. Because you put yourself at the same risk, right? The whole point of Duel to the Death is that we put ourselves in a low HP situation where you cannot recover, and burst damage is your ultimate dislike.
Okay. All right. I could potentially see that right there. But it looks like Vicious have gone a different way. They're going to ban out the Luna instead. Yeah, that's some backline ways, but okay, here we go. Nua. Right? This is a hero that we've seen just kind of almost run rampant in like the IKL, the PKL as well. It has a lot of play. I think it's a great win more hero. But I think that when you've got an Ogren and then like potentially just like pushing it and then you have that Nua to just kind of box him in a little bit, it could be like a nice little combination, setting that up with, again, the Zhang Fei and the Shoyu.
Yeah, I think the matrices coming out from this Doma going to be very valuable. At the same time, the creation, first skill, right? Boxes that pushes people away, could also kind of change the plane of the fights for Vicious. So I like this. But Nongshim, they're going to go with the more traditional route. They're going to go with the Yuhuan jungle at this point, right? And Princess Frost in the mid, maybe? No, they wanted Tsuya. We'll see what they pick up. The Sanctification, I think, is going to be quite useful for the side of Nongshim, right? Imagine a level 25 Sun Ce or level 25 Yuhuan. It does bring quite a lot of pain and sustenance over from the side of Nongshim.
Look at that. Swans. For the last one? Schwenze. You're okay. In the top lane, we'll do. I think it'll be fine against the Sun Ce, at least in terms of the laning phase. But in terms of like a team fight, is it a good last pick? Oh, they pump faked it. They're looking to maybe go the Charlotte instead. Okay, or the Byron.
I think they would go, with the Byron maybe.
Just me only believe.
Okay. But yeah, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure which is the best pick. It looks like they're debating over which one to go with. Byron's a little bit more stock standard. It looks like they're going to lock in the Byron. Your thoughts on this draft here?
I'm looking at the potential weaknesses, right? So which lane can both teams abuse at this point? And I think based on what's happening, I would go and target mid lane for Nongshim, right? So if I'm Vicious, I will want to make this illusion to Ya's life as horrendous as possible, because then it will translate into an advantage for Nua. And Doma, when you have the level advantage, itemization advantage, the Annihilation, not only does it provide you value in team fights, it also provides you with a new potential, which is to steal neutral objectives. Use the Emergence as vision if it's necessary, or you can just have your teammate give you the vision and go for the steal.
Like, I see it. I think that they need to prioritize the Nua as much as possible, because it sets everything up. I really struggle to see a Nua do well when it's behind. It really doesn't come back as well. Especially, I think that they're going to be in a better spot because they have the Ogren, but they got to do a good job of funneling him his farm, ensuring that he's able to carry the game so that, again, that mid lane is going to be key.
Yeah, it is. And at this point, it's about the growth potential on the side of Aspire, right? Not to say that I'm going to be ignored, but Aspire is the main win condition for Vicious as the game goes later. So if Vicious can hold on for Aspire to really get the farm in, then this could be a tough game for the side of Nongshim. But Nongshim, knowing how fast they can ramp up the gold and EXP growth because of Illusion, look, if they get the first blood onto Doma, it's a horrible situation. Vicious might get a 7, maybe even 8-minute game done to them again.
Yeah, that would be crazy if they were to do that. I mean, it would be heartbreaking, to be honest, to be like destroyed like that very early. But again, it's all about the mid lane. I think that, VC have done a good job of just kind of protecting, trying to get Doma going, because I think that he is your lifeblood in that sense.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think Nongshim recognizes it. And look, they're doing the exact same thing as they did in game number 1, which is they're putting a lot of pressure, a 2-man double lane catalyst in the clash lane to try and get the first blood onto Doom again.
Yeah, it's a good idea though. I think that you just get Sun Tzu going, the Kyung9 that is. But that, again, leaves some gaps for you, because if you're looking at where Faye is, he's not even in the bottom lane. Series kind of has to fend for himself. And it looks like they have 3 members of VC in the bottom lane, just kind of putting a little bit more pressure on, and letting Aspire get that farm.
There's no big worry for the side of Nongshim, actually, for Siri, because look, there isn't enough CC coming in from Vicious's farm lane duo to get the kill.
True. It's not going to be the easiest things. But Faye, over the wall. Okay, the heart link. Right on back. Yeah, Siri's got him. Sorry, because I'm used to my rank games where I dive in like that. Siri, my Loom would have been already back in the base. You know what I mean? Completely not there to help me. So, yeah, I was having a little PTSD there.
Okay, skill issues there, but it's okay. Thank you for being on. We're going to help you.
People, not me, all right?
We're gonna work through this trauma together, but the traumatic experience so far has been 1. And Nongshim, look, I don't think Siri needs to pop off in this game for now, right? He just needs to keep it even, because it does take quite a bit of time for Aspire to hit that growth mark where the power spike is enough to really change the fights in the game.
I agree with that. But look at this. I mean, look, they're trying to get Siri going. I mean, you're talking about how Marco Polo needs to, get a little bit, of time before he can get going, right? I think that that's going to be key for him. But looks like right before the, in the mid lane here, a little bit of pressure by Haku, just forcing back Doma. He might have a tough time as he gets a little on the lower end.
Yep, so once again, this is a difficult position that Vicious have found themselves in. And it comes because of the pokes that Nongshim are doing. And the timing is pretty clean, because as it hits that 3-minute 30 mark, right when these waves start to crash against each other, whoever clears it faster has an advantage.
All right. Speaking of advantages, Illusion, level 6, Doma just hit level 5, and we're talking about the fact that Nua needs to kind of make sure that he doesn't fall behind. At what point are we a little worried for Doma?
Now. I'm worried now. Look, he doesn't have the levels. His itemization, he only has the fine at this stage, right? But you need that level of because those stats help you get more damage done across the board. Now, this is the big chance, but because they missed that Storm Strike, this is a potential blood.
Oh my gosh. I turned it around, going 1 versus 3, gets first blood, flashes back to safety. Kyung9 with the outplay.
This is where experience matters, okay? So, look, now they have wave advantage going on for the side of Nongshim. They can definitely explore the neutral objectives. And if they play their cards right, they could even go a potential kill.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to force this one out with a Tyrant. They've got Doom in a bad spot. They do some damage, and Siri finally gets the pickup onto Doom. The Forbidden Domain pushing them away, but now Nongshim will take the Tyrant for free.
Yep, and this is where the experience comes in, right? So Nongshim knows exactly what... And at the same time, they're putting so many difficulties into the players of Vicious. Number 1, your mid lane is suffering. We talked about it. This is where Doma needs to shine. And right now, he is being covered with mud because there's too much pressure coming in from Nongshim.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, but speaking of which, even more so on the bottom T1, they're going to be held back because, again, no minions. Illusion will rotate back into that mid lane, but Haku will continue to farm. He has the highest net worth, tied again with Siri in that sense. Not a good spot if you're a Vicious fan.
Yep, and there's a couple more difficulties. Look, Doom gave away a kill. He does have the level deficit against Kyung9. So that's another problem in the clash lane. But more importantly, because of the way that they have drafted, look, VO's ultimate, that unbridled outburst, is such a valuable asset for the side of Vicious. He cannot expend it too quickly. And you might find a situation where Siri just goes in with the Fever Barrage, forces a VO, and disengage. They might not even take the fight. And once that skill is used, suddenly Nongshim is just going to run rampant, start another fight. Now you have no more defensive capabilities.
Blue team.
And you were kind of talking about Zhang Fei. Like generally, like I used to spam that hero. He used to be my one and only. But the cooldown on his Unbridled Outburst is just so long that I feel like it's just been outpaced. I think that the hero, yeah, it has some serious impact when it's able to connect. But it's one of those things where it's like the game is much faster. Siri taking a lot of damage. Doom will survive. But through it all, I think, you know, Nongshim, that sail to flash away the Umbrella Outburst. The Universal Law zoning them out. VO will dodge through this one. They do have the wind shot, excuse me. And they do get the shot onto Kyung9. But through it all, it looks like they will disengage.
Now look, suddenly there is a lot lesser threat coming in from the side of Vicious, because now there is no safe outburst. They get to put a lot of pressure across the map, and during that portion of time, Nongshim understand that, hey, we can take multiple fights across the board. There's damage offered. Number one, top side, they have Kyung9, they have Illusion. This is a combination that works for days. At the same time, Siri and Fei, they get the lockdown, they can get the Fever Barrage down as well. Many options that Nongshim can explore.
Oh, Engma just trying to go. Conductor of Souls used already. Siri gets the pick off. Ruin will connect. Now Siri a little bit on the low side. Needs to be careful. Doma's got the knock up. He's been killed. Illusion finds him. The set sail trying to fish. Not able to get the connection. The creation knocking around. Looks like Haku. He will be about half life. And through it all, it looks like Nongshim all surviving. And now they're going to focus their attention with that Universal Law into this mid-T1.
Yep, out of options, out of time. Look, the setup comes in again, and look, Haku can just poke continuously without having a fear, because look, he still has the unending. So many clean cards to play.
He has a lot, and I mean, look at Nongshim right now, taking that, the emergence. They tried to cut off the line of retreat, the Unbridled Outburst, and it looks like they've got the Stampede. They've ruined, this might be a good play. Siri trying to stay alive, and Fei survives with that Heart Link, and Nongshim somehow get away.
You know what's so painful about this? Is the fact that, look, 4,000 difference, now it feels a lot more. They have expended so many of the skills to try and catch on a Siri, and not only did it not work, they are getting counter-initiated on.
Yeah, Doma gets blown up. He got caught out. Kyung9 has got even the boat. He's looking to go for this, but the Storm Strike does connect onto him. The Universal Law might connect on the VO. Not enough to kill him. The Resplendent Revolver not going to be there as well, but it looks like they will take the Crimson Golem. And Nongshim now, they're invading the enemy jungle. They're not scared. They're going to chase after you. Aspire gets picked off by Haku, who chases him down in between the T1 and 2, and they haven't even taken the T1 at this point.
Yep, and that's what's so scary, right? Engma is probably dead here. Does get the ultimate down.
Yeah, he will stay alive. I mean, the Conductor of Souls is going to be on connecting. The Emergence just to show Doma is going to be here. The Universal Law will just kind of push them away. They have the minions. Haku looking to just go take this one down, burns it, and it looks like Nongshim will back off and regroup.
Yep, so at the 9-minute mark, look how far ahead they are. Okay, 6.9 thousand, close to 7,000 on the hands of Siri. Already has the Frigid Charge, so he's already much more survivable, right? At the same time, it's a dual effect. He can actually get the freeze down, stun them up as he used the Fever Barrage as well, right? So there's no need for Kyung9 to be around to set the stage for him to get the stuns in as well.
Look at VC right now, just fishing. Doma just taking a ton of damage. Haku cutting him off. And this is how you counter the Nua, right? You just close him down. You run at him. The Universal Law doing some work. The Unbridled Outburst, just VO stays alive because of it. But through it all, Illusion has been on point with those Universal Laws. The zonings have just been on point. And now Nongshim are threatening the mid T2.
Yep, and I love this gameplay by Nongshim, right? So they achieve so many different things at the same time. They get a couple of licks in, they get the pressure, they get the turrets in the mid, And at the same time, it's all three lanes being pressured.
Yeah, they take the mid T2, they take that one essentially for free. Kyung9 is going to put pressure on the top T2. And VC, all they can do is defend. Aspire is already down. Siri getting the pick off, turning it out. Says, I'm the better farm laner as he gets that kill.
Yeah, you know what? If you want to make investments, this is the kind of returns you want. 4,000 ahead just now. They have gotten a rampage onto Siri. They are up by 9,000 gold at the 10.5 minute mark.
Complete dominance at this point. VC just cowering in their base. They just have the minions. That's the only thing that's slowing Nongshim down at this stage. But it looks like they're going to put pressure on this bottom T3. They will take it down. The set sail. He does a U-turn. He does donuts in your parking lot, so to speak. But through it all, he's not going to actually commit this. The universal law
nice catch!
Does get the pick off, and they find Aspire yet again. And now with the base open, they got locked in. They found Doma. They get another kill. That's a Doom down as well, and the base will be taken down with an Engma. And through it all, Nongshim clean 2-0 in this series.
Super strong. We expected a little bit of resistance coming in from a lineup like that. And with the players of Nongshim behind the control of these heroes, I think this result was to be expected today.
Definitely expected, right? This is the what we expected in that first series. Definitely cleaner. They've just kind of, warmed up or maybe woken up at this stage. But they're just very clean, very surgical. This is the Nongshim style of just being able to close out games. Just another good barn burner by Nongshim.
Yeah, and you know what? I was really worried about the Zia pick because if it didn't do well in the lane, they would have suffered. It's the same situation for Doma, right? If Zia is behind, it's not that easy to come back into the game. There is a lot more ease compared to having a Nuwa that's behind. And you can definitely tell that Doma didn't have the best game today. Got punished pretty much consistently the entire game as well.
Yeah, and to be honest, they picked the Zia into the Nuwa, right? And understanding that you have a little bit of a range advantage in this. I mean, you're going to be at each other's maximum range, but Zia just being able to kind of use those universal laws to kind of push him back. Doma's really struggling, not able to find his range on that Nuwa. Just tough game for him.
It was also a safety net, right? So even if he didn't do well in the lane against Doma, look, he had a Sanctification passive, so he does get extra EXP. He's able to match blow for blow in terms of level growth.
Yeah, and it'll keep him in. I mean, they didn't really need to go to that late game, so to speak, with those the extra levels, but it's still just very good game by Nongshim, and just being able to close it out is not easy to do, right? And they make it look easy, which just speaks volumes about how good this team is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a tough lesson for the side of Vicious, but welcome to the Major East Pro Leagues for Spring Season 2025. This is the type of standards we're looking for. And let's take a look at the itemization, right? Highest farm in the game, this one goes to Haku here. Matched closely by Siri. The two of them were making so many big plays across the map with the help of Illusion and Faye as well. Kyung9, that roundabout donut play is one that it's going to happen a lot more out of all the Sunsa players across the Pro League and in the next durations.
Yeah, he's got a lot of control with that boat. I mean, it's one thing to, like, you don't have to hit your boats at all. You don't have to expend it all the time. It's more of like getting vision, pushing them away, and then they were able to take the towers very freely, right? So just impressive game. The fact that, like, nobody died on Nongshim, like, not even an accidental, like, death. Everybody's just like, we're going to have a perfect game. Like, I think they have to do, like, push-ups if they die or something like that, because so clean, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's rare to see a game coming in with a win, right? Because it's a really dominant performance, right? You would at least be able to get one kill, right? Gen.G, even Gen.G gave one kill away. But let's take a look at MVP. It is going to be Haku. So far, the star of the show for Nongshim, keeping up traditions, right? Sharing the stage with Siri throughout all of the different games as well. 3-0-9, dealing a total of 31% of the total hero damage offered by Nongshim RedForce.
just Haku being Haku, right? Like just very strong understanding, just not like the limits. But let's check out the highlights here, because like this is the moment where Kyungna was like, actually, there's three of them. I can get this pick off and I can get out safely. And he gets first blood, and you're like, wait, what? Vicious is like, no, we had numbers. We should have taken this one out. And then the kind of the wheels were kind of falling off at this point, because like Vicious all out retreat, just trying to stay alive, couldn't get anything going. Dama get bounced around, he gets picked off there. Faye finds him. I mean, Nongshim right now, they were just all out assault. The aggression was on point. Vicious was not able to withstand this pressure.
Yeah, this is where you start to see the difference, right? The international experience and the just experience overall playing the game really shows here in the Nongshim gameplay, right? They were doing a couple of things that you would definitely expect out of professionals, and I think Vicious, maybe it's just day one. They have just been newly introduced. They're not used to this pacing, not used to this kind of proficiency, right? The understanding that first blood onto Doma, that was a clear cut for any Sunsa player, especially for one as prominent as Kyung9. So this could be a painful lesson, but it is still a lesson for now. It does not mean they're knocked out.
Or we can go with a conspiracy theory that Vicious was sandbagging, right? They're like, we'll pretend to lose. We'll let Nongshim kind of build this confidence. But they don't, no team really realizes how good we are. We're going to save it for the other teams, huh? No, probably not.
Okay, Ken, that's a good theory. We'll see tomorrow, right? And we'll see how that goes. Now, with that being said, I think so far, Gen.G, these two teams have really impressed me today. For our new entries, what was the first team? Raccoons. Yes.
Crazy Raccoon, yeah.
Crazy Raccoon. I like them. I think as a newly formed, introduced team into the Pro League, we're going to definitely see a lot more growth coming out from them, right? Vicious as well. I think they had a decent performance against Nongshim, but the inexperience definitely does show. So let's see if they're gonna come back stronger after watching the VODs, the reviews, and the replays as well. Of course, our last entry team, newly formed into this league. Once again, my mind escapes me. Their name escapes me for the time being.
Sorry, Vicious, R8s, Scars? We haven't seen Scars.
Scars. Scars, I'm curious about the journey. I want to see how they're going to be performing against the other teams. We've already seen how the new teams are playing like, and our familiar names have shown that they are of a higher standard and already. So let's see, how does the new Scars team compete?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, we have 3 more days of the ranking week just to see where we're at. None of these teams are going to be eliminated. All of these teams are just going to get a feeler, best of 3s to kind of do this single round robin to see where these teams stand. So we have a lot of games ahead of us. I think that the biggest takeaway is that if you lost, don't be demoralized. Continue to fight the good fight, learn from those mistakes, and then just kind of get better and to kind of, use that experience of losing and the things that you've learned to unleash onto the other teams, because I think it's going to be super important. But that said, we're going to have more games underway for, all the way up until Sunday. We have more games tomorrow as well. It's going to be an amazing game. The first one's going to be Scars versus Nongshim RedForce to start things off strong. I'm really looking forward to that series, but it's going to be, hopefully it's going to be go the distance, because we saw nothing but 2-0s today.
Yeah, I really hope so as well. Now, if you're interested, whatever platform you're watching from, we have YouTube, we have TikTok, we have Facebook as well. Let us know your potential predictions as well, because we're curious to see what the general public feels about the pro teams that have appeared on our major East Pro League.
Yeah, I think that, tuning in today, there was a lot of good things, and there were some amazing games. Going into that one, I think the Nongshim R8 Game 2 was my highlight of the day. I think that was probably the best series. I mean, went 20 plus minutes, right? And we, Tempest Dragon, all that stuff. So there's a lot. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't, or if you're just tuning in now, but it's a good game to watch in terms of the replay. And we expect to see even more good games moving forward. Tomorrow we'll start, I believe, 5 p.m. plus 8 GMT, same time as we did today. And we're going to see 4 games throughout every single day. There's so many games ahead of us.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. We will give you the schedule You take a look at the teams they're playing, what time they're playing, and then maybe you can share with us what kind of results you expect for all these teams playing off tomorrow. Now, with this particular start of the day, I think we're in for a lot of growth for the new teams that have appeared in the league, right? Now, if you are fresh to this, look, there's been 7 professional leagues announced. We are one of them. This is the Major East League, and we will run this entire competition all the way until the 3rd of May, of which this competition is going to conclude on the 4th with our Major's last call. Winners here taking the lion's share of our 50,000 USD prize pool. Not only that, they also get that coveted spot to go into the Esports World Cup, our KWC, the Big Boys League.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be huge. It's massive, right? If you're the first place team in the Major East League, you're already in there. The second place team, you have one final chance going up against the second place team on the West side, the West League, which is the worst side, let's be honest. You don't have to watch them. Just watch the East side, because East side, best side. That said, I think it's going to be super exciting to see, because the second place team for both, it's one last chance. Winner moves on into that KWC, and to, as you put it, the Big Boy League. A lot of pressure, a lot of money, a lot of fame, everything that you would want going into this one. Honor of King Esports. It's a great opportunity for these teams.
That's right. Now, I think we're going to be showing you the schedule for tomorrow soon, but this is what went down today. I'm so sorry. Spoilers. 0-2, game number 1, Gen.G just taking a win over Raccoon's Nongshim, actually struggling a little bit at times against R8, but comfortably winning at 2-0. Gen.G dismantling Venomous at 2-0. And of course, Nongshim, as you've just seen, giving a very heartfelt lesson to Vicious in our last series of the day.
Yeah, great series to kind of end things off. Nongshim just showing how strong they are. They haven't lost a step. I mean, they might have lost a baby step in that second series, but here's the group stage ranking week thus far. Now, obviously, not all the teams have played all the different games, so it hasn't really been equalized, but Gen.G and Nongshim, both of them at the top 1-1, both tied because they were both winning 2-0 and they won 4-0 in their games. Scars still yet to play, right? 0-0. Sometimes it's okay to be 0-0, right? Going into this one, you're going to be third place. R8, Vicious, Crazy Raccoon, and Venomous, all 0-1. Difference in terms of tiebreakers thus far, but we do expect to see these teams bounce back into day 2 through 4. Here's the event preview. This is going to be for tomorrow. The Scars, I don't think it's next Ruya. It's going to be Nongshim. R8 versus Crazy Raccoon, Scars versus Gen.G, and of course R8 versus Vicious. Those are going to be the games for tomorrow. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, really excited because tomorrow Scars actually has the potential to put themselves into that 3rd final slot for the S placing tier.
Yeah, but look at how crazy this is. Scars going up against Nongshim, and then Scars going up against Gen.G later. It's like, hey, this is like the toughest 2 teams to go in the first 2 games that you're playing. Not a good situation or not an easy road ahead of them, because if they lose those 2, it's going to be a little demoralizing. Yes, they could sneak into the Group S as that 3rd place team, but they have a little bit of an uphill battle, so to speak.
Yeah, it's like going to the gym, right? And the trainer asks you, hey, do you know how to lift weights? You just, yes, and okay, here's 100 kg, lift that. And you're like, what? Okay, sure. But of course, it is a marathon, not a sprint. It's been wonderful looking at all the games today, all the action that has come across. You know, it's been fun, but it's time to take a rest. Get ready for the second day of our Major East League Spring Season 2025. It's been fun today. My name is Kendofu. With me has been Holler. Holler, any last words from...
No, everything was great. I expect to see you guys day 2 through 4. I believe Kindofu is going to be off. He's going to be joining the MKL League. That said, I will be with Dashcast tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night.
time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.